Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. And I hope there will be seats for everyone in this room. So please look around for those empty seats, and we apologize for inconvenience if there is no. Maybe we can look also outside if there are some free chairs in the corridor, but somehow we are almost settled, right? Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and advocates for Roma equality, welcome to the highlight of the Brussels Roma advocacy calendar, to the Roma Week 2024, and in particular to the opening event entitled The Future of Roma, Sinti and Travelers in Europe. Let me start with some housekeeping first. We have a Romani translation. In Romani translacja. Huh? So yeah, thank you Bisser and Seimer for translating today for us. And please use your headsets in the case you need the translation. We have also online streaming. The links are available on the Roma. Yeah. So please free to share them also further on social media. You can also find it on our Ergo Network social media, so just feel free to spread the word about this event today. Ergo Network has a code of conduct and a safeguarding policy. I think that somewhere here in the room should be a poster about it, so with the QR code, so you can read more, and we really want this to be a safe space for everyone. And if there is not such a feeling, you can also always turn to me during the whole week if you would have anything to report or to mention. And there are also QR code with the agendas. So in the case you want to see the agenda, but also you can go to the romaweek.eu. We want to make it paperless, so we don't have the papers this time. We gather here today just one day after the International Roma Day, a moment that is not only to celebrate the richness of the Roma culture, heritage, and our pride, but also serves as a reminder of challenges that continue to confront Roma, Sinti, and travelers across Europe. My name is Gabriela Hrabaňová, and I'm the director of the Ergo Network, and it's my great pleasure to extend the warm welcome to each of and every one of you, and also here in this room, but also to those who are joining us online. This year, our gathering is particularly significant as it aligns with a special moment in the European politics, the upcoming European elections. The voices and the rights of marginalized communities, including Roma, hang in the balance among the growth of the far-right movements and looming specter of anti-gypsyism. And although there are all these backdrops, the Roma Week emerges as a platform for dialogue, advocacy, and action. And its objectives are resolute: to stimulate discussion on political, economic, and human rights reforms in Europe, to ensure that Roma, Sinti, and travelers are not relegated to the sidelines of these conversations, and amplifying the voices and our experiences. And we really want this Roma Week to prioritize, to bring the Roma as a priority to the agenda. And we are also here to support each other, to share already existing good practices, and also to grow new and solid ideas that can bring the change. This year, Roma Week is coordinated by the Ergo Network, and it also stands as a beacon for the civil society organizations, European institutions, and international bodies to come together. And we have actually for this opening event, the future of Roma and Sinti and travelers, we have several partners that are joining us today. It's the Ergo Network, European Economic and Social Committee, and thank you very much for hosting us here today. And also the MIA agency that's fighting anti-gypsyism. And we also have Patricia Caro Maya, who's also contributing to this event. And I really believe that today we will discuss we will, with the distinguished experts and guests, that we will discuss the ongoing political, economic, and human rights challenges of Europe today, but also that we would look in this particular event on what can happen after the elections and how this change leadership actually and the possible increase of the far-right group in the EU political spectrum can influence us and how we would react to it. And it is all about Roma. And we should make sure that our voices resonate, perhaps a little louder than usual, and that we also reaffirm our commitment to combat anti-gypsyism and advancing the rights of Roma, Sinti, and travelers. And most importantly, I would actually stop speaking here and inviting our guests. And we would start with Petr Polák from Slovakia. He's from the group of European People's Party. He's also a member of the Cult and the Libe Committee. And he is going to speak in Romani. So please, for those who don't understand, take your headsets. And please, Petr, the floor is yours.
Näistuki Gabino, Pachivale Roma, Pachivale Amala. Som Bachtaloka, ja deđi vestmen sakadesha javav. Pro angluno agor manga v tumenge savrenge de mangel savoro lačo, jo maška romano žives. Buca cipene bak savore romenge spesalo. Spesalo Roma. Sorry. Tak idem od začátku.
Ne, já jsem si, že to bylo.
Nebylo tlumočení.
Okay.
Yeah? Okay, so it wasn't translated, so again. Okay.
Näistuki Gabino, me je v karpena, pokaj nadžala sam engo mikrofonu. Som Bachtaloka,
So what is
No, don't touch it, because you're skipping the microphone from the speaker.
So maybe someone else touching, možná někdo to jiný mačká a ty
Tady
to,
kolegyně.
tím to rušej. Jo.
Už to funguje.
Mišto, kana tritovar pina. Som Bachtaloka, itmenca šadavav, boragurt menge mangav, sabore romenge te mangel, busa cipene bakti o maškarotne mutno romano žives. Som Bachtaloka, ja de šaj avav tumeca saborenca, dikav kada bud prinžarde manu.
Já nevím, tam pořád něco mačká.
A prečo mačka?
Okay.
And now?
Number one. Yeah, now it's fine with us, but with you?
Channel number 1.
Okay.
Sorry.
Cam te palicherel la organizația che la Ergo, la directorka che la cabinache, vaška taká man vyčinia spekajá konferencia, no te vaške mari kooperacia, maška na Mendeso hini mar bud berša palal. Palikeratke Gabino, te vaštire hetire timoske, savore manušenke savre pekajá konferencia. Dikavke kadej sarimar penjom bud prinžarde manuša sam rado dikav. Savore manuša pre luma dživas Andre kriticko vrama, Andro dživipen a menge savorenga vľas bud čeripena, bud nevipena. Pale pandemia COVID a vľas o mariben Andre Ukrajina, savohin teada džives. O mariben pehanjas, kaj počína sa da džives buterlbe vašo energii, vašo cháben, a bud family, bud romane family peleano čoriben. O klimatické čeripena, ker dekada kaj sigeder savore džaski o zelene green te digitalno ekonomika. Pal kalane vipena, pal kaja nevi situacija bud manuša peleandro bareder čoripen, bud manuša kalendar save peleandro bareder čoripen hino Roma. O marginalizovane Roma na džanene te likerel kaj so tempo len pensasar aver manuša Andre Evropa. Šajamenge pena so skot kadahin. Evropa da žives džalki o AI, no bud Roma Andre Evropa meg živen kavka, kaj nanelen drom, kaj nanelen paní, kaj nanelen kanalizacija. Teada živesin bud Roma sa venane buči, vašo dakaj nane bud Roman edukacija, te skills sa vi trebu pro bučarkero marketo. Pena za menge čačipen. Teada živesino Romane čavorian de Evropa sekregimen andro školi. Le Romane čavorenge Evropa čorel lengre sune. Lengre potencialos, no tele Romane čavorenge Evropa čorel lengero anglunipen. Romane čavore hine o anglunipen le romengro. No te o anglunipen le temengro ande sabe o Romane čavora živen, he o anglunipen le Evropacro hine o Romane čavore. Temangel Evropa le romendar responsabilita našti Evropa pandelo jaka anglale segregacija andro školi, ande sabe piren o Romane čavore, vai anglale situacija andro čore Romane gava. Kada hin te ideja andre rezolucija la Evropa kro parlamentoske savi me anjom te vaš savi vazljam o vas andro oktobros andro 2023 pale segregacija te diskriminacija le Romane čavorengri andre edukacija. But love Evropa del prekadaka je situacija andre edukacija le Romane čavorengri peste čerinel. No rezultati na dičol. O rezultati na ne. Našti biste teraz prekada kaj prekaja tema baron o ekstremisti, o fašisti, a ne andre Evropa. Vašo dujčon a vela elekcija andre Europejsko parlamentos a vašo daka mangaftmen savoren. Kaj tekera savoro prekal kada kaj taven o Roma andre Europejsko parlamentos. Nač andre Europejsko parlamentos. A men o Roma musa etalo pre savore levela, a ne politika. Musai oromata avel, a ne politika, a ne gava, viano regioni, viano governi, viano Europejsko parlamentos. Našti už raz, kaj mari politika palo Roma, vareko ispidela anglal vaša menge. A men musai te ispidele politika. Vašta tu in manga vilestar. Keren savoro prekalkada, kaj o Roma tavna ne politika. Pačena leske kaj kola manuša, so kamen tekeral proti Roma. Odoj avena, ano pa Europejsko parlamentos avena. Di ken sar barol o ekstremizmo ano Europa. Di ken sar barol o ekstremizmo ano tema. O ekstremizmo barol vikade ano Europejsko parlamentos. Viane kada parlamentos si manuša so penenco o holokausto na has. Kaj o holokausto sin suno. Vašoda musaj amen o Romata avel ane politika. Vašoda amen musai tava skola, ko pundravel o temi ano parlamenti. Pačena leske te navljamas kate ano Europejsko parlamentos. Romeo, vime, Velivia, na pundrađahas kala temi vareko aver ano Europejsko parlamentos. Navljahas rezoluciji palo Roma, te navljamas kate amen. A vašoda musai tavel amen akana amaro anglunipen kaiso, kaj te kera savoro pelka kada, kaj o Roma taven ane politika viano gava, viano regioni, viano parlamenti nacionalne, viano Europejsko parlamentos. Kada si bud važno, som radom medjaka pagar kamat menge tepena kaj šajt mencavav, jefti saren mange musaj manga kana teđal ane Slovakia kaj si amena kana manusi adajves mitingo ode. A dikazamen tohara, kada tohara v palekate a mangaft menge bud interesantno diskusija preka konferencija pačav kaj ker na savoro preka kada kale romenga na Evropa te živel pes feder sarakana da jefti sarem nange bucaci pen bachtu menge mangav.
Pali keraftuke. Thank you very much, Peter, and thank you also for the appeal and then the call that you make on people that we actually have to be really active in this election. And I think it's very important, and without the members of the Roma members of the parliament, we actually would not be even sitting here, because we have also Soraya Post here. She was the first one behind the Roma Week and the idea, and practically we are keeping the spirit just because we have and we have Roma in the parliament, and we have to keep them present also in the future. So thank you, all of you, and Apollo, sorry, you have to leave, but see you tomorrow at the dinner. And now we actually had to change a little bit the agenda, and we had to put Petr on the first place because he has to leave because of his duties. But we have a very important person here, Aurel Ploscianu. Ploscianu? Did I say it right?
The first option was very much okay.
Okay, I trained it, and no, I was actually not sure. He's a vice president of the European Economical and Social Committee, and practically because of the European Economic and Social Committee, we are here today. So I would like to have a special thanks for hosting us today in this premises and for supporting the Roma Week preparation, and the floor, it's yours.
Thank you very much, Gabi. Good morning, all of you, distinguished speakers, distinguished guests, dear participants. It is a great pleasure and a privilege for us to welcome you at our committee for this year's Romani Week. Firstly, I would like to thank all the organizers behind this year's Romani Week's edition, which are the main coordinator, of course, Ergo Network, in cooperation with our committee, with the Committee of the Regions, with a member of the Parliament, Patricia Caro, and also with the European Commission's DG NEAR and DG JUST, the Council of Europe, several and civil society organizations with the support of various members of the Parliament and NGOs. For all of you, thank you very much for the efforts in order to make this event possible. A couple of weeks ago, our committee hosted the Civil Society Week in this very house. People of all ages and backgrounds gathered to debate topics that matter to our everyday life and Europe's future, including the threats to democracy and safeguarding our democratic values. The message was very clear. We need to step up the fight against disinformation. We need to work towards a comprehensive civil society strategy where civil society can better operate. And of course, we need to reform the current civil society dialogue mechanisms to ensure structured, formalized and meaningful dialogue rather than piecemeal arrangements. There are some of the difficulties that some Roma organizations in some countries have reported to our EESC permanent group on the Roma inclusion. Notwithstanding their proximity with the Roma community and the invaluable proposals they can give to enhance their living conditions, in some cases Roma organizations were either not consulted or else consulted at a late stage on their country's national Roma strategies, when it was too late to introduce any changes. Funding is a further issue for some Roma organizations, hampering continuity in the crucial work they carry on out. In some countries, Roma organizations also have to contend with a shrinking civic space, making it difficult for them to continue fighting for their cause. Antigypsyism and antigypsyistic sentiments remain major obstacles for the Roma. These discriminatory attitudes became even more prevalent in the unfolding of the pandemic. The messages that generally emerge on the media portray the Roma in a bad light, affecting the public's already pessimistic opinion about this community. Notwithstanding the clear benefits in involving them in the labour market, still today many Roma experience discrimination when applying for jobs. These are still huge disparities between the rate of young people who are neither in employment nor in education or training within the general population and the rate amongst young Roma. Many Roma still live in the fringes of society in segregated settlements, lacking basic services, and experience discrimination when seeking better rental accommodation. The problem of anti-Gypsyism is present in most aspects of the Roma's life and is a clear barrier for their inclusion. Notwithstanding this, some member states do not foresee cross-cutting measures to combat this phenomenon across all policy areas within their national Roma strategic frameworks. Action to combat discrimination at European level is a clear responsibility enshrined in the founding documents of the EU. It is therefore not optional. The online space is increasingly becoming a replacement for the traditional public sphere. It has become the place for political leaders, groups and organizations to promote their values and ideologies. Unfortunately, racist and discriminatory attitudes are sometimes at the center of their political action and mobilization, and the Roma community are sometimes at the center of such remarks. When designing policies and procedures, a stronger emphasis should be placed on the organized spread of hate speech and on dealing with adequately and decisively. This year, the Roma Week is taking place at a critical time. In less than 2 months, we will be holding the European Parliament elections, forging the path for the next 5 years. Our committee stands for a European Union with all citizens at its heart, a European Union which provides opportunities for everyone, a European Union which enables them to fulfill their potential and promotes their active participation in civic life. I was mentioning previously the fact that we have in our House a Roma Inclusion Working Group, and I would like also to present some of their main recommendations and conclusions. For the last 12 years, the activities of this group have played an important role in our committee's working organization and represents very much the commitment of the committee in the relation of the inclusion of Roma into the fundamental rights-based achievements of the EU. It has the unique opportunity to organize country visits and hearings to gather the views of civil society actors. We consider democracy as a suspension bridge, as a chain bridge. Our democracy is as strong its weakest part is. The great idea of rule of law and fundamentals are a strong reality to the extent that the most excluded can actually make use of it. Nevertheless, the Roma are facing systemic neglection, discrimination and exclusion in the European Union's member states. This means that they are deprived, benefiting from the basic values of the Treaty of the European Union, which states that the Union is founded on the values of respect for human dignity, freedom, democracy, equality, the rule of law and respect for human rights, including the rights of persons belonging to minorities. These values are common to the member states in a society in which pluralism, non-discrimination, tolerance, justice, solidarity and equality between women and men prevail. The situation of the Roma is evidence of the persistence of virulent racial exclusion despite serious efforts, since exclusion and racist public policy operation still determine the reality of the Roma. We must treat with serious self-reflection and self-criticism how little the implementation of the first Roma inclusion strategy has produced according to its official assessment, while at the same time it has raised hopes for those concerned, as it turned out unfounded. And we must also learn from this chapter of European history, letting us confront with the reasons that have hindered the implementation of an inclusion policy based on the only humanity and common interest. Our committee is a European ambassador of civil participation in different parts of the societal life. Therefore, we are very much also encouraging the Roma community's participation in political life at local, national and European levels, and this is one of the objectives of the EU Roma strategic framework up to 2030. Our committee also emphasizes the need to involve local civil society representatives, scientific specialists and the social partners in policy consultation, formulation and implementations, and also stresses the vital need to actively involve representatives and members of the Roma people and communities in both planning and implementation at every level, in line with the intention of the adopted Commission communication. Our committee firmly believes that Roma should not be given special rights, but that it is necessary to fully respect their European citizenship, while also guaranteeing them all fundamental EU rights as well as all citizens' rights, to ensure that those rights are respected and to penalize any failure to do so, particularly where people responsible for law enforcement act in an unfair and discriminatory way. The validity, credibility and effectiveness of policies are essentially linked to close involvement and ownership by their primary beneficiaries. Our committee believes that thanks to the combined efforts of the EU institutions, governments, member states and local authorities and communities, The EU may now be at a historic turning point. It may finally produce a policy to benefit the EU's most excluded and disadvantaged ethnic group, based on a common approach that is likely to end not in costly failure, but in intelligent human results. The committee wishes to give its full support to this process and also to its implementation. The implementation of the first EU Roma strategy was far from adequate, despite a rather long period of almost 10 years and the political attention due to the first comprehensive programme. For this reason, the committee welcomed the new EU Roma strategic framework for equality, inclusion and participation under the title Union of Equality adopted in 2020, but it expects also much more commitment from member states to actually implement it. I'm coming now to the end with two more remarks. We need also to provide fora where the Roma can really make their voices heard. These fora should not serve as symbolic gestures, but should lead to a meaningful participation. There are some positive examples in some countries in terms of Roma representation within municipalities, some of them also serving as mayors. Also, a focus on education is a cornerstone of any effective policy against discrimination. Removing the various legal and administrative challenges and the institutional difficulties faced by people ready to engage in politics should be prioritized. We should also work more with parties to encourage them to build more diverse and inclusive political constituencies, thereby better responding to the needs of members from the entire community. It is only then that nothing about us without us would gain in meaning and be more than just a motto. I'm grateful for your attention, and I'm very privileged to have you all here today, and I wish you a very fruitful meeting. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, and not only for hosting us here today, but also for the work of the committee that practically giving and showing the commitment of for Roma inclusion in your daily life of the economic of the committee here in this institution. So thank you so much, and I would like to move to Irena Mozova. She's a Deputy Director General for the International Dimension of Justice Policies, Rule of Law and Equality from the Directorate General for Justice and Consumers. And she's also a dear supporter for many years, as she was always engaged on the Roma file since actually I know you here, that you've been here in Brussels. So thank you, Irena, for being also here with us today, and the floor, it's yours.
Thank you very much, Gabriela. Indeed, it has been almost 14 years since I'm trying to support this good case. But let me thank, first of all, the Vice President Ploșeau, also address dear friends, Honorable Roma Franz, but also Soraya Post, and many members of the Roma community. I will try even in Romanesque, Laci Citarin. Not very good. I'm really very honored to be here representing the Director General of Justice that you mentioned as one of the privileged partners today here to open this Roma Week, and also to mark in a way the yesterday's International Roma Day. Because I believe that for all of us, the 8th of April is a celebration, a real celebration of the diversity, but also the cultural weight which Europe's largest ethnic minority contributes to the history and society, but also to the future of Europe. Let me also warmly thank to the organizers precisely for choosing for this Roma Week the theme which is forward-looking and provides us the opportunity to reflect on the future in two ways. The future of Roma and Sinti in Europe, but also the future of Europe enriched by the Roma and Sinti. But to build up on the better future, we must, however, acknowledge also the sad past, because they've been those dark side of the European history, unfortunately. And this year, so we are marking already the 80th anniversary of Roma uprising in the Auschwitz-Birkenau concentration and extermination camp on the 16th of May 1944, and also the tragedy that followed on the 2nd of August of the liquidation by the Nazis of so-called gypsy camp and killing of all Roma prisoners. Reminding the tragedy of the Roma Holocaust and fighting anti-gypsyism are among one of the most important objectives of the Union of Equality, and more specifically of the Roma Strategic Framework 2020-2030 that Mr. Blosciano just mentioned. But building trust and embarking on the path of the genuine reconciliation, only that's the way, so how we can really advance towards Europe where everybody can thrive with no exception. It shouldn't matter what you look like. It shouldn't matter what language you speak. It shouldn't matter anyhow, so what surname you have. We are constantly reminded how urgent it is for all of us to take the action to combat racism and xenophobic discrimination, and also the hatred which persists, unfortunately, still at the European level. And this is also why it is so important to engage proactively in the upcoming European elections, and Mr. Pollack already mentioned, Mr. Blosciano as well. Its results will shape the path of the European Union for many years, and it will impact lives of the millions of people, including Roma and Sinti. And I would like to call to Roma communities here in this plenary, but also online, to take their own future into their hands by exercising their rights as citizens and take active part in building a brighter future for Roma communities in a union of equality. Because your voice, the members of the Roma community, must be heard. You must have your say in all decision-making levels and on an equal footing with the rest of the society. You must engage as voters, but also as a candidate. And Mr. Pollack mentioned many of the challenges that we lived through, so COVID crisis, economic crisis following the Russian attack of aggression against the Ukraine, but also the strategic challenges like digitalization, Green Deal. And all these challenges they are having at the same time, so the two sides. They can be pursued as challenges, but they should be pursued also as opportunities. Now, as a Commission, so we are committed to ensure a proper future for Roma and Sinti based on the values and principles enshrined in the European Union treaties, as Mr. Vice President mentioned, and to defend all victims of discrimination. This is why we are putting in place policies and actions to tackle racism, but also racial discrimination, in order to create the conditions for everyone to live, to thrive, to lead also in the Union of Equality. And while I have already mentioned the renewed and strengthened European Roma Strategic Framework, we are also implementing as a Commission two other crucial strategies. And let me mention them, because I'm speaking about the 2020's European Union Anti-Racism Action Plan, but also European Union Strategy on combating anti-Semitism. Now, as a European Union, we will very soon adopt, finally, the two directives on binding standards for equality bodies, which even further will strengthen the independence and effectiveness of equality bodies and also facilitate the access to justice for the victims of discrimination. Unfortunately, acts of violence and discrimination against Roma are still extremely underreported. 25% of the respondents of the very latest Fundamental Rights Agency survey on Roma in 10 European countries said that while 25% observed discrimination, only 5% of them actually have reported it. And we have to jointly work on changing this and improve this reporting in order to really tackle this discrimination. We are committed to address structural and institutional obstacles hindering justice and equality for Roma communities. And as a good example of effective funding by our Citizenship and Equality and Rights and Value Program is the official launch this week of the Yekibe project. And we believe that similar projects are greatly important and highly relevant in this context and will be a source of inspiration for other project managers. Now, in the strategic framework, as mentioned, for equality, inclusion, and participation, so we also focus in together with our partners on the promotion of participation through empowerment, cooperation, and the trust. Through the Roma Civil Monitoring Initiative, we contribute to the capacity building for many Roma NGOs. And it helps them to engage also in the independent monitoring, assessment, and the reporting on national Roma policies that are still unfortunately facing many deficiencies, and also to steer the cooperation with many actors at the governmental but also regional and local levels. Now this initiative already engaged 132 civil society Roma organizations, but also individual experts with many solid contributions. So let me only finalize by saying that we must continue work closely together because much more needs to be done still in the areas of the access to equality and non-segregated education, but also access to employment, health and housing for Roma. But also on the horizontal level, we have to all stand up to fight against anti-gypsyism and discrimination in general. So you can count on our support and commitment in the future, but we have to jointly make an effort. So Sarakana, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your kind words and also the encouragement. We know that there is a lot on behalf of the European Commission and European Union in general when it comes to Roma, and we are actually very glad for the safeguarding that it's being given and kind of ensuring that the things should be moving on the ground. But I think that somehow as we go lower, we have to make sure that practically the kind of engine is being taken, the support, the guidance, and then the kind of work behind, it's also kind of pushed by the people. And I think that's why we are also here, the civil society across Europe, that actually we can be those one who can take our governments at all levels, the local governments, national, accountable to actually strive for the change. So thank you so much, Irena. And I would like to move for the last panelist of this distinguished opening panel, which is Mr. Romeo Franz. He's coming from Germany. He's from the group of the Greens and the European Free Alliance. He's also the member of the Cult Employment and Libe Committee, and he is also here with us for the Roma Week since he's actually entering the. Yeah, I was just still wanted to kind of highlight how important a role you are playing here in the European Parliament, that we are glad to have you on our side, and the floor it's yours, Romeo.
Thank you, Gabriela. Laccio dives, moshale juviale, de avembartale. Menara kavaba kana miro romanis, sentingo romanis, boot dimensa na venkova me kana rakavaba in English. Durda. Many thanks to Gabriela for introductory words, and thank you to all participants and interest parties who have gathered here today. Today is a historic day of us because on the 8th April 1971, representatives of the minority from all over Europe met near London for the first World Roma Congress. They agreed on a flag, the generic term Romani, and the common fight for their rights. Since the 8th of April 1990, this event has been celebrated as International Romani Day. In Germany and Europe, no other group is discriminated against as much as the Sinti and Roma. Almost everyone in society is familiar with the common stereotypes, but too many know too little about the reality of their lives. Sinti and Roma have been one of 4 recognized national minorities in Germany since 1995 and are represented in all EU countries. The situation is no better at EU level. According to an EU survey from 2022, 80% of Romani people in their country live below the poverty line, compared to an EU average of 12%. 63% of Romani people are neither employed nor in education or training. I see a form of apartheid. In countries like Bulgaria or Romania, I claim the treatment of minorities as inhumane. We need more pressure and a directive at European level that legally prescribes equal participations for all marginalized minorities. The EU Commission considers the problems of the Romani people to be Europe's most pressing human rights issues. In 2020, the EU Commission presented a reform EU strategic framework for the Romani people with a comprehensive three-pillar approach. From 2005 to 2015, an entire Romani people decade was proclaimed, which 12 EU countries signed up to and which was intended to create improvements in the areas of education, employment, healthcare, and housing. But my judgment is clear. It is almost impossible for small NGOs to participate in funding from Brussels. The actually positive idea of doing something for equal rights for the Romani people in Europe has failed to include them. It's no coincidence that my family has lived in Germany for centuries and still doesn't feel integrated. There is still a long way to walk before the vicious circle of discrimination against Romani people is broken. Structural racism, lack of interest, or lack of information are three serious reasons for the slow change in the poor situation of my people. Raising awareness and greater inclusion of the marginalized group on an equal footing and at eye level are crucial approaches that I advocate. And I am glad to see that we have gathered here because we are all pulling in the same direction. Let me mention something. 2 years ago, I visited Ukraine. And then I was in 3 cities. I was in Uzhhorod, I was in Kiev, and I was in Lviv. In every city there, the Romani people there, they are lived since hundreds of years there, was excluded, living excluded from the society. People who have survived the Holocaust was excluded from the society there. I was there in Uzhhorod in a school, and I asked the teacher, how many Romani children are going here to school? And they asked, as it told me, the answer was, normally it is forbidden that it's forbidden that we gave the children no education, Romani people. But the parents of the majority don't want that Romani children go together with their children in school. Therefore, we have an agreement and we take every year 1 Romani children to school. And the others? And then I was in Lviv. And one taught me, I must show you something. And I was there with a commissioner against antigypsyism from Germany, Mr. Mehmet Daimagüler, from the government of Germany. And they brought us out from maybe 1-2 kilometers outside from Lviv. I was parking there at the street. There was nothing. And we walked 20 minutes to a little forest. there was living 120 people who was living in, I cannot tell you this, I saw many bad situations in Romania and Bulgaria. But what I have seen in Ukraine, that was the hell. They are living in the wood, they have nothing. No water, no access to anything, nothing. And there in Lviv, in the area, are living 1,200 Carpatki Roma. And their life experience is 40 to 45 years. Little children are living there, and that was in Ukraine. And when I came back to Germany, and I want to make it visible, this situation, nobody, the policy or the press or nobody wants to show these pictures. They say, no, it's not so good to mention this issue now with the anti-gypsyism and the Roma people cause, you know, with the war, Ukraine and Russia, it's not good for Ukraine. And that shows me which value my people has. Our value as Romani people are in the world so. And I will tell you, please, sometimes I will say to my God, please stop the world. I will go out of this world. When I see these pictures, what I have seen in Ukraine, what they do with my people, with human beings. We speak about human rights. We have no human rights. We have no human rights. And we cannot rescue our human rights with recommendations. That shows in 30 years with recommendations, you can do nothing because it's voluntary. So we need law, and we cannot have a law because we have not the will to make a law. That's the biggest problem what we have. And I'm very sorry that I must end with these words, but it's true. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Romeo. I think I should not say more. Just thank you also for sharing this this deep message with us. And I think that it's also up to us today to see. I mean, we cannot do actually at this table more than the talking and conversation. But I still hope that today the conversation and the Roma Week conversation actually bring us to some good. I don't want to see recommendations, but the actions actually that we can take from here, we can take them home, and we can make sure that step by step we make sure that our people are living better. So this is all from this panel. We've officially kicked off the Roma Week. Thank you very much for bearing with us, and we will take just 1 minute to reshuffle a little bit for the next panel. We don't have a break, but we continue immediately. Thank you very much. Thank you all the panelists.
Okay, I got it. Hello, everybody. If we could please take your seats, we're about to start. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Marian Mandaki. I'm glad to be here with you today. We are now getting started. We are, as the organizers have told me, on a tight schedule, so I'll do my best to keep things moving forward at a relatively fast pace. I want to kindly thank the organizers for the event today, and with that we will go directly straight into the first presentation, and we have here with us today Eleni Tsetsekou. I hope I got it right. There's always great emotion associated with that. Most of us know Eleni. She's had a fantastic experience within the Council of Europe for many years. And I'll pass the floor to her directly. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dear friends, I think we are all speak the same language here today in this room. Huh? So we don't have opponents here. No, I'm talking about the language, not so we all have been working for many years, many decades. I had the privilege to work with Nikolai Georgie, some of you also. So it has been a long way towards making visible the Roma and travelers in Europe. And I think we have been through strategic litigation, political mobilization, capacity building. We have done a very good job. But more and more we discover that for anti-gypsies, we have not done enough. And I think this is one of the battles that we should all work together. Council of Europe, of course, has the primary responsibility not only to convince its committee of ministers, and it was done, to recognize anti-gypsyism as a specific form of discrimination. But now we need to go back to the member states and to convince them that this has to be in the legislation. And this is not an easy task. We know very well that there are many countries, many member states, that they don't want to work on this particular issue. So the issue is not the Roma issue, it's the anti-gypsyism, it's the non-Roma, the racism of non-Roma against Roma. And we operate in a very hostile environment. You all know this. And the Council of Europe has different initiatives. I will just, I won't go through a shopping list of what we are doing, but I will give you, of course, some information which is up-to-date information on our priorities this year. But just to tell you that 2 days ago, the Committee of Ministers adopted a recommendation on the equality of Roma women and girls. I always said that some people here, they know that for me, priority was the empowerment of Roma women and girls. I have been working on this topic for many years, together with Soraya, with Mabera, to establish a powerful network of Roma women, and with Isabel, of course. Here we are now. We have a policy instrument, and we have to go back to the member states to help them, to assist them to implement this instrument, because it's not enough to have recommendations. So we need to give them the tools, and together with the European Commission and with our colleagues here in DG Justice, we have developed several initiatives. One of those is the initiative to change the narrative by training journalists. We have a project named Equirome, which is very important. We are working together with journalists and regulatory bodies, media regulatory bodies, to translate media stereotypes and, of course, to change the narrative. And we discovered that journalists do not know Roma, do not know the history, do not know what is going on, do not know what is happening in Ukraine, in many settlements in Europe that we have visited. And what you have seen in Ukraine, it's not, you can see it in Greece. And you can see it in Italy. So it is not an easy task to work with a journalist, and the prejudices and stereotypes lie there. But of course, we are working also on local level, and this is also a work that we have done many years through joint projects with the European Commission. We want to we have established a constructive dialogue to break the vicious circle of municipal paternalism and dependency of the communities. So we have managed to generate more funds for Roma at local level and to evolve them in all stages of policy design, implementation, monitoring. We should not forget also that the Council of Europe has a court, and there are many judgments against member states concerning Roma and travellers, and the Committee of Ministers supervises the implementation of these judgments, and our projects, but also Council of Europe, the whole team of the Council of Europe Roma Travellers Division works on the implementation of these judgments. I can only mention a DH case against Czech Republic, which concerns segregation. So we are not talking anymore about inclusive education, we talk about desegregation. And desegregation is an issue. If we don't have desegregation, if we don't close the ghetto schools, we cannot have inclusive education. So execution of court judgments are important. Some of you are working with us, but more you know about standards, about the decision of the court. You have the tools. You have the tools to go and negotiate with the member states. And of course, we have our monitoring bodies, and the monitoring bodies, they have the periodical reporting. It is the Framework Convention for the Protection of National Minorities, the Human Rights Commissioner, and the European Committee Against Racism and Intolerance. All these activities help to identify and document instances of anti-gypsyism and discrimination, and we have to make use of it. We have to use the tools that the Council of Europe offers. And of course, I think combating anti-gypsyism without knowing the history of Roma, without teaching the history, without recognizing the history, and the Roma Day is one day, of course, to give us this opportunity, but this has to go to be everyday work. We cannot achieve. This knowledge. And the revision of educational materials, the creation, and they are one of our priorities. And of course, we are working together with the civil society. And now I need to mention a very important project that we start with DG Justice on teaching Holocaust, on the Holocaust remembrance, together with the civil society, the Central Council for German, Sinti and Roma, and ERIAC. Of course, we are approaching a very important date, but working on teaching materials, it is one of the priorities also of our intergovernmental committee of experts. Mambera is part of this committee. We have been working on the teaching materials, and we are going to promote these materials with the member states. So I would like to stop here. I hope I don't extend my time. Thank you very much, and I'm open to questions if there are any questions.
Thank you very much for your discipline on time. This is really helpful, and I truly thank you for that. Very professional. Thank you so much. We will now be moving towards our second speaker, and it's a pleasure to introduce Mustafa Yakupov. Mustafa, sorry. I was sure this was inevitable. It was a question of time. Thank you so much for the addition. Thank you for coming today, and again, I'll pass you the floor for your valuable presentation. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Yeah, my name is Mustafa Yakupov. I'm the Deputy Director of the Reporting and Information Center on Anti-Gypsyism from Berlin, Germany. And a couple of years ago, the decade again, anti-Gypsyism was started by Ergo, and it's good to be back again to another Roma Week, but with another, let's say, profile here. I'm talking today about the Reporting and Information Center on Anti-Gypsyism in Germany. It was a project established by the Central Council of the German Sinti and Roma, and since last year it's an independent, let's say, agency. It's a civil society monitoring agency that systematically records and evaluates instances of anti-Gypsyism in Germany. So we are actually aiming to shed light on the manifestation and extent of anti-Gypsyism in Germany, and I will talk later about why we are talking now about manifestations of anti-Gypsyism and not just anti-Gypsyism as a core. So it's very important actually to illuminate this dark field of anti-Gypsyism and to understand what anti-Gypsyism is doing in our society and how it's actually stopping, let's say, Sinti and Roma from accessing their rights. It is also important to understand that although, let's say, Roma has and Sinti have a large tradition, a high valuable culture in Europe, politically we are still a young, let's say, nation in Europe, and we are still fighting to find our places. We can probably we can name under 10 people that have been part of structures, European structures, and we know them. It's a small bubble and we know each other. So this is still why I'm saying that it's a still, let's say, politically young organization. And another very important point is to understand that at the times of where we talk on behalf of our community, that we understand what the community needs is passing. Because yes, of course, we can understand what the community needs, but we're living now in times where data is speaking. So we need also to prove that that's why we're understanding what the community needs systematically, so we can also engage in this kind of conversation. As a Reporting and Information Center, we have developed a system where we actually, it's very complicated, I will not go into it, and it has 10 main categories, but the two most important categories for us is the type of incidents and the manifestation of anti-Gypsyism. And what kind of incidents are we recording? We are talking about forms of extreme violence, attacks, property damage, threats, discrimination, individual or institutionalized, verbal stereotyping, insults, anti-Gypsy propaganda, and etc. So it's like that's how we try to categorize the types of anti-Gypsy incidents, but more important are the manifestations of anti-Gypsyism. We have NS-related anti-Gypsyism, civil anti-Gypsyism, which is under-categorized into social anti-Gypsyism, culture, romanticized, and religious, but then also migration-related anti-Gypsyism and anti-Gypsist ordering. And I will try to discuss a bit more about why we decided that we need also to tackle manifestations of anti-Gypsyism, because it's important to understand in which different forms anti-Gypsyism occurs. It is also to understand that anti-Gypsyism is deeply rooted in our society, in the social norms, in the attitudes, in the institutional practices, etc. But what is more important to understand that anti-Gypsyism is adapting. Anti-Gypsyism is adapting to social, political, and economic circumstances. And this is why it's also important to tackle it through different manifestations that we have of anti-Gypsyism. For example, in National Socialistic-related anti-Gypsyism, we're talking about anti-Gypsist motivated crimes, policies, and practices during the NS era, but also we are talking about practices that are like now occurring, like, for example, positively to evaluate racist persecution of Sinti and Roma, or to trivialize or to denial or the Holocaust of the Sinti and Roma, etc. And this is why it's actually important to address this manifestation that we are seeing it lately also occurring. Civil anti-Gypsyism or civic anti-Gypsyism is probably the most spread anti-Gypsyism manifestation of anti-Gypsyism that we are having. And this is actually it's the values and norms of today's dominant society. It's talking about the culture, majority society, but also then the normative order of, let's say, civil society and legitimation. So this is why we are actually following that there is a social anti-gypsyism, which is another form of manifestation, which deviates from the normatively expected social actions and, for example, express that Roma Sinti are prone to laziness, for example, or that, Romani women are, let's say, prone to promiscuity or poor motherhood. Or we're talking about cultural anti-Gypsyism. And this is also very important to understand that here the anti-Gypsyistic stereotypes relies on the low level of civilization, that Sinti and Roma are a backward culture, that we are not fitting into society and based on our threats, or religious anti-Gypsyism that is actually arousing through the prejudices centuries ago, where, I don't know, we are accused of practicing pagan magical or satanic practices, like the fortune telling or the healing and charms. And then also the very also spread romanticizing anti-Gypsyism, where our lifestyle is perceived as different, where we actually projecting something different as culture to relation in major society. On the other hand, anti-Gypsy othering is based on the construction that there is an out-group in contrast to the we group. So it's always us versus them. And I will not go further into it, but you can imagine that this form offers a lot of further contributions and into what Roma are presenting in our society. And migration-related anti-Gypsyism, we are seeing it with the war in Ukraine, like the waves of Romani coming from Ukraine in various European states. And here, the stereotype, the anti-Gypsy stereotypes is practically, it's a foreign parasitic invader. So we're talking about a foreign, our invader in let's say, dominant society. And why is this important? Because it's important to understand what is anti-Gypsyism doing in our societies, but also that we can talk with numbers. Last year we had 621 reported cases. Majority, half of them were actually discrimination cases, and half of them happened in authorities, in civil society, in institutions of the system, in the job centers, in schools, in the police, etc. So this is what we are also trying to monitor and address, actually, to qualitative evaluate, not only quantitative, what is going on and happening with our people. But of course there are challenges, and I will finish with the challenges. It's very important because we are doing something like this for the first time. There has been previously attempts, but we are doing something like this for the first time. Firstly, the challenge is that the victims recognize anti-Gypsyism. Anti-Gypsyism is so deeply rooted that our people is not recognizing them. The behavior, the screaming on the streets that they need to go to be the last one in the lines, etc. daily, they don't recognize it, so they cannot report it. Secondly, it's very difficult to understand anti-Gypsy incidents as anti-Gypsyistic because of the entanglements. There's a huge intersectionality of anti-Gypsyism. So it can be sexist, it can be anti-Muslim related hatred, it can be anti-Semitic, etc. So we need really to be careful and pay attention. The lack of awareness, fear of consequence. A lot of people are fearing to report anti-Gypsyism because they don't know what will happen. But also the underrepresentation in statistics. And this is why the role of our agency is very important. With the numbers, we can show statistics. And this is also important to be tackled. And of course, in order to be able to record, you need a complex system of documenting. And this complexity might scare people, because we're talking not about systems and this goes there, this goes here, categories, etc. But also very important is the cooperation with the community, and the challenge lies here to cooperate exactly with the community and to convince that reporting makes sense and how we can actually supporting, because we can then find allies that can further support and help the people that are having this anti-gypsyism case. And the political support, this is the last one. It's very important to understand the political support. Without political support, we cannot work because we lack the time, we lack the resources to actually develop systems that can follow anti-gypsyism in our society. And yeah, as I said, times are changing, and we need to also move with the time and actually create also our own, let's say, statistics and data for our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Mustafa, for your broad-faceted presentation. And I will now move towards our last speaker of this session, Anna Jovanovic of European Roma Rights Center, an organization that most of us, again, know for their work in the legal field. And with that being said, thank you for participating, and I'm very eager to listen, just like the rest of us, to your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. In terms of challenging anti-gypsyism, ERC is perhaps best known for the fact that we literally take racists to court. ERC has a long track record in strategic litigation, advocacy, and action research to defend the rights of Roma. We are Roma-led, and the majority of our staff are of Romani origin. So our strategy and action is guided by the lived experiences of our colleagues. We gather evidence and take legal action to name and shame governments and public authorities who exclude, segregate, and discriminate against Roma. We know that while a victory in a court is very important, it is not enough. So much of our efforts go to closing the gap between judgments and justice. What happens inside a courtroom is just a part of a bigger picture. What happens afterwards is the real world matters more. We have to ensure first that judgments are implemented, and second, that the message zero tolerance for anti-gypsyism gets to the wider public and to the authorities. That is where the real struggle is, and that is where some of our most innovative work in combating anti-gypsyism gets done. I would like to highlight aspects of ERC's work that people are less familiar with. The challenging digital anti-gypsyism is led by our volunteer Roma rights defenders. It aims to shut down hate speech against Roma on social media in 6 countries: Albania, Bulgaria, Czech Republic, Serbia, Slovakia, and Romania. And it's about taking direct action against hate speech that goes beyond the usual awareness raising and educational approaches. By building digital activist communities in their countries, they record and report online hate speech, provide anti-racist counter-narratives, and work to stop the spread of misinformation. Beyond monitoring and reporting, these volunteers have made complaints to state bodies and broadcast regulators. They have started dialogues with news, media editors, and written news and open ad articles, and they have delivered human rights education and training for new waves of volunteers. Our volunteers lead the way in our strategy, and there is one thing they have made clear. It is not enough to be non-racist. You've got to be actively anti-racist to make the difference. One of of our most recent activities is the project called Romagic. This is more than a celebration of diversity. This is Roma-led and queer-friendly. The ERC aims to break the silence and challenges that oppression which is faced by LGBT plus Roma. There will be combination of photography and film, exhibitions, and living photo catalog in digital forms. The idea is to challenge a prejudice both within Romani communities and the wider society. The aim is to make visible the life experience and personal narrative of Roma LGBTQI+ to diverse audience across Europe. This project, which is led by queer and trans Romani individuals, aims to record everyday lives and routines, the family and community dynamics, and it will examine on how Roma LGBTQI+ individuals present in professional, public, and social life across Europe. This is about much more than documenting oppression. These testimonials will be part of wider struggle to ensure that LGBTQI+ Romani history does not go unrecorded, to ensure that oppression does not go unchallenged. And we insist that the LGBTQI+ Romani contribution to the arts and culture in Europe gets fully acknowledged. It's all about pride, empowerment, and visibility. These will be testimonials of resilience. These will be affirmative celebration of LGBTQI+ Romani identities that will manifest in exhibitions, opening cities across Romania, Serbia, and Belgium in next year, in 2025. And I will finish with this. If you have occasion to visit these exhibitions, you are very, very welcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Anna, for your wonderful presentation on what is currently being done on combating anti-Roma racism throughout Europe, some of the work that is being done, and also thank you very much for sticking to the time. I greatly appreciate that, and that offers us the opportunity to have 2 or maximum 3 questions from the audience. I would kindly ask you to raise your hand and state your name and affiliation before you ask the question or the short comment. And also, if you target that comment or question towards a specific presentation, please indicate that. That being said, the floor is open for the general audience. We have Soraya. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Hello, dear friends. My name is Soraya Post. I have a question. You have been telling us very dark future, very dark history. Do you have any solutions what we can do to give hope? I mean, I am a person, I'll always try to be very hopeful, and solutions and barriers are there to conquer. You have to give us a brighter picture, what to do.
Soraya, you kind of make me sorry I opened the floor. That's a hard question. That is a hard question. And any volunteers to answer that? Eleni?
Yes, I have the reputation that I am a very optimistic person, Soraya, so I can give you. Because we have both been very, very long in this topic, and we have seen how the movement, the Roma movement, has evolved over the years, and how also politics have evolved. It is something that we could not imagine 15 years ago. We could not imagine if you compare other human rights movements like the LGBTI one, which I know very well, or the feminist movement. I think we are reached the point where we cannot see the change, but there is a tremendous change all over Europe. This we can testify from the work at the Council of Europe. It is also because sometimes we forgot what is our aim, and our aim is the middle, the movable middle, those that they don't speak, but we know that they are deeply, they have anti-Roma feelings, anti-Roma sentiments, and also that because we have not invested enough to the youth, to the Roma youth, and to the diversity of the Roma community, like the LGBT one part of this of the community. We had to go, I remember it was times that we did not even have the right to address these issues within the discussions about the harmful practices, about what is negative within in the communities, and the opponents use to go against us. So I think we are good.
Thank you. One more question. Thank you, Eleni, for your response to the. And there is one behind me. Thank you.
Okay, I want to answer to Eleni. Huh? Yes, I'm Saška Jovanović. I'm president and founder of Romani Roma Women Network Italy, and I start work with all of you from 2010, and first which I meet is Eleni. And yes, Soraya, you make very good question. And it's so much changing. Eleni is true. We was a little bit down 2010 when I come. I remember when I meet you first time in my life. And this 14, 15 years, now it's very better situation. And thanks also to young Roma women, but also I think thanks to us, old Roma women, because we put the base, we opened the door of the paradise, because it's easy when we speak about LGBT, when we open these things. For example, I start to speak, and I'm not member of LGBT, but I start to speak about these things, or about early marriage, and I know what I pass in my life. But what we need, like Roma Women Organization, I can speak about this, we need financial support. We need more money to work to change something, because now we can come here 10,000 times and speak, but we can change, don't have financial support. And our Roma women, they work for really for little money. My Roma women work in Italy and for 100 euro, but in Africa don't work 1 month for this money, because they need little support, and in this way, they are bigger and bigger. This is emancipation in this way. But only if we speak, it's not emancipation, it's nothing. Thank you, sorry.
Thank you kindly. I perceive that as a comment, if I'm not mistaken, more than a question.
No, this is answer, my answer.
An answer, rather, yeah. Thank you for that. With that being said, I want to kindly thank Anna, Eleni, and Mustafa for your wonderful presentations today. I also want to send a special thank you to you, all of you, for participating today to our International Roma Day, and a very special thanks to our Romani translators, interpreters, for the hard work that is still ahead of them for the next following days. Thank you.
Just going to invite the next panel to come forward. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, let's reconvene for our third panel today. We should be starting presently. So let me welcome you again to our third panel, which is really about a forward-looking issue, and getting from the conversation before, I hope, more hopeful and more positive. For Roma, yeah, we will talk about representation of Roma in politics, an important issue. We had speakers which already raised this, how important it is to have representation at all levels, local, national, and here in the European Parliament. It's quite a timely conversation. We have elections soon, European elections, and I hope that this conversation will be valuable, particularly for those who aspire to become politicians. So I want to also say warm welcome to those who are online, because we have, as Gabi mentioned, we have a streaming going on, and I hope a lot of young Roma are watching and listening and trying to learn from these experiences. So we said that, previous speakers said that elections are important, that MEPs have had an important role here, putting Roma issues on the debate. And that is, I tend to agree with that, but I want to also listen to our panelists who can share their views, their opinion about that. But what I also hope to get from this panel is to learn, what does it take to get in politics? Yeah, it's to go a little bit beyond just it's important to have Roma in politics representation. What does it take? Is it hard? What's the nitty-gritty of it? How do you organize? How do you get supporters and so on? Because I happen to have had a bit of experience in this, but today we will listen mostly from our panelists. So let me introduce them. I will start with Irina here, Irina Spataru. She's a Romani activist, a human rights activist, and a leader. She's now the president of Ternipe, a youth network, a Romani youth network. And she will tell us more about her aspirations. She's very experienced already in policy, having worked in the Fundamental Rights Agency, at the OSCE, where I had the pleasure to meet you, and in other institutions, in the European Parliament as well. We have David Benak here from Czechia, the new name. And he's worked already in the executive, in the Ministry of Labor, and in other agencies in Czechia. And now he's a candidate for a political movement there, and he's gathering valuable experience. We have Gwendolyn Delbos-Cornfield. Thank you for coming. She's an MEP, but we've been looking, and she shared with us a lot of her experience. She was a local councillor, a regional councillor, so she has a wealth of experience in running into electoral politics, and that's quite valuable. She's an MEP working on civil liberties, on environmentalism, on the rights of LGBTIQ, but also on Roma issues that I understand. So thank you for joining us. And last but not least, we have Rumian here, who's dedicated 30 years of his professional life to advancing the Roma cause. He's been behind important programs such as the Roma Decade of Inclusion, programs such as the Roma Participation Program with its different names, working for Open Society Foundations, and in other capacities. He's also been an advisor for the Prime Minister of Bulgaria representing Roma. So, and he's also run into elections, so a lot of experience there. All right, so with that, let me start by asking, I wanted this to be an open conversation rather than presentations. So I have a question to all of you, to all the panelists. I hope you can share with us, what does it take to go into electoral politics? What was your motivation? What is your motivation? Was it a tough decision? Was it a difficult decision? Obviously, you are becoming quite visible. You have adversaries who have different ideas from you. So share with us, what does it mean to, to gather that strength, that motivation to go into politics? And I'll start with Idina here. Oh. Yeah. Okay. And you can share. The floor is yours.
Thank you, David. So, yeah, thank you for starting with me, but I think that actually I'm one of the less experienced here on the panel in politics, but I would like to share with you what would be my motivation to go into politics. So it started 10 years ago for me when I joined the Roma youth movement through activism. And without this movement, I would have never been here today. And since I started in the youth movement, it was because I wanted to make a change. I wanted to make a change for people like me and for other people who are living in even worse situations, but that are part of my community. And I was looking how to engage, what is possible for me as an individual to do to provoke a change. So I started to work with education, with non-formal education, to teach young people about anti-gypsyism, to teach young people about Holocaust education, recognition and remembrance. Then I even got engaged in the Austrian National Youth Council, where I was elected as a board member, and I could have never imagined that they would give Roma a chance to be part of such a political structure, even if it's only in the youth field. And believe me, I could have really never imagined as a teenager that one day I would be sitting here, or that one day I will be working in the European Parliament. And you might say that this is a powerful job. No, to be an assistant of an MEP, it's quite powerful. But now that I'm here, I'm looking for something even more powerful. And here I really want to refer to Ms. Soraya Post, former MEP, Roma feminist, who told me many years ago that if you really want to make a change on a larger scale, you have to choose a party, you have to become active as a Roma politician. And I think that finally I can say that I have the confidence and, more important, the knowledge how to do it. But I'm still at the beginning, and I will be not running now for the next European elections. I can say that. So it's not an announcement for that. But I can imagine to do it in the future. Because I really believe that we need adequate representation of Roma people on all high positions. Because, as we can see, we have many institutions that work on Roma issue. And it's good that they work on Roma issues, but why they don't put Roma leaders in the position? The Council of Europe, the European Commission, they all talk about Roma issues, but they don't really know what it means to be Roma. So I believe that we really need many, many more young Roma women especially, who engage into politics and also aim for the higher position in institutions and not stay on the ground. Thank you.
Thank you, Irina, for the inspiring words. Let's hear from Gwendolyn now. She's a sitting MEP, as I said, local councillor. What took you? What was the impulse?
Hello, everyone. So I come from France, from the Alps, next to a city called Grenoble. I was not, so I don't come from the sort of background where you do politics. I come from a modest, not very educated because they couldn't go to high school family. My dad's English, my mum's French, and mostly they were leftist, very leftist, and they thought politics were very bad and corrupted and all of this. So I always thought politics, discussed politics. We would discuss at home very much. We would discuss, apartheid. We would go and see concert of Johnny Clegg. We would discuss French politics. My parents had a lot of books. My mum was a feminist, and she would have in my living room there was the complete edition of The Woman, l'édition des femmes, which is in France very representative. Okay, I would be very empowered as a little girl to be a woman. An empowered woman. My father was feminist also, and I would have a lot of ideas and input on the injustice of lives and human rights. My parents, much before the others, knew about how we were extracting resources from other countries and the environmental problems with that and the neocolonialism and all of this. So all of this was part of my education. But going into politics was even probably something really bad. So that's how I started. I studied. I always got into organization, did projects and all of this with friends. But of course, I would not go into politics. I was what was called at the time. So I'm not a very young person. I was called at the time altermondialism. So I would do these sort of summits. But then again, always a bit in resistance to politics, in fact. And then it's very clear, it's very simple, they came and fetched me. So and it's a bit the story of my life. I have not chosen that much, and it's maybe time that I think about it. But there was a park in Grenoble where they were going to build a huge stadium. It was the only big park of this city. It's a very minimal city. It's a city surrounded by beautiful mountains, but the city itself is very minimal. So there was a huge fight about this park, and I was also very much invested in theaters and culture because at the time I worked in theaters, and they were reducing all the money for theaters and culture. So I was on these two fights. And in France, for local election, since the 90s, you have to do parity, so you have to put one woman and one man. And this is why I defend a lot parity, because you know what parity does? It obliges parties to go and fetch women, for example. That's also why, and we can come back to it later, I'm more and more convinced that maybe we should think quotas also for other things, because the fact is that we would like things to change just because of goodwill, but it doesn't work. And what made things change in France is clearly parity, because women themselves would not go to say, oh, I could be an elected person. And so they had to go and fetch people, and the Greens have always been very serious on that, so it was really important for them to have green people, because one of the things that other parties would do also is to have women that accepted to go on the list to be a name, but they would resign on the first day, and they never really intended to go in the municipal, because you have an obligation to have parity on the list, but you don't have an obligation to have parity once you are elected. So that was Rassemblement National. I mean, the far right in France has used this method for a very long time. They're not doing it anymore, but they do it. They used to. So they wanted, the Greens were willing to find a woman that really wanted to go to be active once elected, and I accepted. So I went on a local list for the municipal election, and the other great advantage I had at the time was also that I was young, and it was even more difficult to find, and I was a mother of two, and it's very difficult for women to accept to go into politics. And indeed, it was a decision that I didn't take lightly, because it's something again in your agenda. It's even more work. Local level, you cannot just do that, so you have to work next to it because you don't live out of it and of this. So it's a lot of work, and it's true that when you don't have the fascination for power or money, or being on a podium, a lot of attraction coming from politics you don't have. You know, you don't want all of that, so it's less interesting for most of us to go there. But that's how I got engaged, and then it just goes on like that, because, you know, then they need women on the regional level, so I was asked to go on regional level. And then I have this very specific things for French that I speak English. So that helps a lot. So then they wanted me to be at the European Green Party, because they had nobody that could work with the others in English. So I was put on the European Green Party. So it's a bit like that. And there's a very bad thing about all of this, is that I didn't often take big decisions. I took one decision, which I never wanted to be into national politics in France, because I hate the French presidential system. I really like parliamentarism and how you work in parliamentarism. And I also believe very, very much in the European project, and I wanted to work for European in general and European citizens. But that's a bit the only big decision that I take, and sometimes I think that I should, you know, reclaim power again a bit on the course of my life. But that's to say that, so yeah, parity and quotas is really one of the questions. Empowering people. I was empowered, but not enough. I think we should do much more and much better about this. That's why I never refuse anything for youngsters and any sort of training and help and experience. We should also very much support those that go into politics and don't have this big sense of I'm very useful that a white male can have. It's very impressive in politics to see how white men of 40 never have any doubts about anything, and they feel that they are at the right place, and all of this is very logical and it's normal. And you always think, well, I could be there, but I could have been someone else, and maybe I'm not useful in all this. So we really have this work to do to empower people, because if not, then it's not only being elected, it's also getting the files. And then you get the second level where you see that still, and this is, I'm the gender mainstreaming rapporteur in the parliament, and if in another moment maybe we can talk about that, about gender representation also, because it's important also what we're talking about. But as a gender mainstreaming reporter in the parliament, we asked to have the data and the big files on climate, on energy, on agriculture, where the money is, transport, mobility. This is still in the hands of the white males of this parliament, even if today you have 42% women in this parliament. So this is, once you're elected, you still have this. And just to finish, of course, even if we have more and more women, we have very white women, and so we have still a big lack in all of our parliaments on a certain part of representation of societies, and it's obvious, it has been proven, it's documented. I can give a number of examples. Public policies are made by those that do them in their interest. It's sometimes very selfish and very organized, but most of the time it's not even selfish and organized. It's just that you think about your own experience, you think about your own history, you think about what your people lived through, and that's what you defend. And so until we don't have parliaments that are really representative of everyone, we will have public policies that are very targeted and oriented, even with goodwill. So.
Thank you so much. I think quite a lot from there. There's still a lot of work to be done to achieve representation, parity, diversity. But you mentioned quotas, empowering, education as key elements to get there. But let's move on. How about David? Your motivation, moving from executive to electoral. What made you do it? Yes.
Thank you. Hello to everyone. I must apologize because my self-confidence in English is not so strong. So I will speak Czech.
And I'll translate.
Okay, and yeah, it will be also. I try for joking, but okay. But Gabriela is very nice, and she helped me with my English. So. Moje motivace pro politiku je založená asi na touze pomoci Romům. Pocházím z chudé romské rodiny a nic nebylo zadarmo.
Okay. So my motivation for politics, it's based on my desire to help Romani people. I'm coming from a very poor family where nothing was for free.
Chtěl jsem a chci, aby se Romům sněžilo lépe v České republice.
I wanted and I still want that the life of Roma in Czech Republic, it's better.
Proto jsem se v 18 letech rozhodl vstoupit do sociální demokracie a byl jsem jejím členem více než 20 let a tam jsem se snažil prosazovat priority podporující Romy.
And that's why I joined the Social Democracy, the Social Democrat Party, when I was 18. And for more than 20 years, I was actually fighting and promoting, and I tried really with all my best to promote the pro-Roma priorities within the political party.
Nyní sice kandiduju do Evropského parlamentu za jinou stranu, dokonce za stranu, která pomohla k zániku téměř sociální demokracie. A to je asi ta moje největší změna v kariéře, ale své postoje a priority mám stejné.
So although I'm running for the European Parliament for another party, which is, although this political party actually contributed to ending the social democrats in the Czech Republic, I'm still keeping my values. And although this is the biggest political change in my career, I'm keeping my values and I'm true to myself.
A to je skutečně vlastně moje základní motivace, proč jsem se rozhodl před těmi lety vstoupit do politické strany a proč se snažím vlastně neustále do té politiky vstupovat, i když jsem vlastně jsem úředníkem.
So practically this is my biggest motivation. That's why I entered the party on the very, very young age. And although now I'm doing politics, I'm also always like an official in the working in the ministry.
Thank you for a lot of motivation to change things and to represent. Let's go to Rumian. How about you, Rumian? You've had a lot of civic activist and leader, politics, executive. Share us about this.
Thank you very much, David. And I want to thank to the organizers for inviting me to participate in this discussion. To be honest, maybe this is the first time I answer to this question. Nobody asked me about this so far, honestly. So the short answer is two things, and then I'll give you the developed answer. From one side, the lack of understanding and lack of political will among the political elites, lack of understanding about what the Roma issues are, and what Roma are also. And number two, and also the lack of political will. They just didn't want. And the second thing is that, as you said, working in the civil rights sector, the civic sector, the NGO sector, to a certain extent we reach the limitations of the sector. I don't want this to be an arrogant statement, but I'll tell you why we had this feeling. So, because of these two main reasons, at a certain point I decided that we should move from the other side. I'll give you two examples which will illustrate what I'm talking about. Two examples from the experience. As you know, I was working in Bulgaria in the Roma rights advocacy organization called Human Rights Project for 7-8 years. And in 1998, we initiated a huge, ambitious project called Framework Program for Equal Participation of Roma. This was an idea to give a vision about what state policies towards Roma should be, and what is the vision about Roma ourselves, because it was a huge mess, even among us, among specialists, what are Roma, what are not, are we social group, or are we ethnic group, or are we marginal, or are we victims? So we wanted to give this strong vision, what we are, how we feel ourselves, and what the state policies should be. And when we created, we invited the most important specialists and had a very, very good document showing this vision. So we went to the Vice Prime Minister and Minister for Education, we invited him to conversation and said, look, we want this vision to be state strategy and to be a basis for state policies towards Roma. And they said, yeah, it's a good document, but who you are? You're nobody. We are government. You are an NGO. You're not legitimate, they said. Of course, after that, we brought a lot of support from many Roma organizations. We went throughout the country. We brought a lot of, through discussions with the community. And after 1 year, actually today is 25 years after the signature of the framework program. This is one of the historical moments, by the way, in the Romani movement in Bulgaria. The government saw that there is more legitimacy, and we have it was adopted as a state document and is still there. So the second thing is the school desegregation. I saw many people speak here about the school desegregation. In my capacity of senior manager for 10 years within the OSI structures in Budapest, we initiated the school desegregation processes in many countries in Central and Eastern Europe. They were successful. These successful projects became the basis for the Decade of the Roma Inclusion. They were the basis of creation of the Roma Education Fund also. And of course, we tried in different countries to discuss with the government to become state policies. So what we were in the position to do was to develop the project to show that this is possible, that the process is possible, the Roma have the willingness to participate in the process. And then the next step was the government to undertake it and to make it state policy. In some countries it was more successful, like Hungary. The Minister Magyar Balint immediately invited our coordinator, Victoria Mohaci. She was vice president.
Commissioner for in the education.
Yes,
ministry,
yeah. Yes, with the status of vice minister. Yes. In Romania, they redirected some European funds for school desegregation. In Bulgaria, little by little, they created a strategy for school desegregation, then governmental body for school desegregation. But things were very thin, and we again realized that it's not possible. We are in the position to ask, but they are in the position to say no. So that's why, shortly, I understood for myself personally that if I want these things to happen, we need the power in our hands so that we move them forward.
Indeed. Very, very good to go through this history of how things happen, policies. If you really wanted policies to happen, you need to be in the power seat and be able to push them. Go ahead.
And so I wanted to make this addition because it's important. For the limitation of the civic sector, I don't want to say anything bad about the civic sector. We had a lot of nice programs, some of us not very nice programs, but in general it was a positive development. But at a certain point we really realized that we cannot do more than this. We showed that this is possible, we showed that it works, we started the dialogue with the government to undertake it. And at a certain point, we really saw that this is the limitation. And from the other side, we saw that the civic sector itself was a bit tired of this. The civil sector didn't want that much responsibility because it was a huge project with a lot of children involved. It was not just one day singing and dancing, but every day go to school, thousands of children. And it was a really ambitious program. And at a certain point, I saw that the civil sector is a bit tired, and I saw decreasing level of willingness to support it.
Yes, maybe they also didn't have the capacity. Let me share just a little bit from, it resonates what you're saying. When I started a bit, I went back from Brussels, working on EU Roma policy, back to Romania, trying to make that happen. The reason we started in politics, it was literally, I'm going to say it, frustration with talking with people who are, in power, members of parliament who are sometimes outright racist. We were meeting them, trying to propose policies or measures, and they were just like racist directly to us, or government officials who would say, yeah, we're going to do this, and then it never happened. So let's move a bit further from just the motivation and why is this needed. I think it's quite obvious. But I want to hear a bit more about what does it take to organize the Roma as voters? What does it take to mobilize them? And I want to hear from David here and from Irina a little bit about this, organizing Ternipe, organizing Roma voters and non-Roma voters also to support you. How does it work? What's the profile? What are the challenges and opportunities?
Práce s romskými voliči není vždy jednoduchá. Není snadné vlastně získat jejich důvěru a motivovat je, aby volili romské politiky. Chtějí pomoc a změnu.
So the work with the Roma voters is not always easy. It is not easy to gain their trust and motivate them to vote for the Romani politicians.
Když bydlí ve vyloučené lokalitě 20 či 30 let, tak jsou přesvědčeni o tom, že se na ně nemyslí. A změnit tenhle pohled vlastně není vůbec snadné.
If they live in excluded locality for 20, 30 years, they are convinced that nobody thinks about them, that they are forgotten.
Změnit tenhle pohled není snadné, jejich pohled do budoucnosti je často jen pár dní či týdnů.
To change this view of theirs, it is not easy because their view for the future, it's often just like kind of considering few days or weeks.
Je tu samozřejmě skupina Romů, která má i vyšší vzdělání, práci, je to střední vyšší vrstva a ti samozřejmě pokládají více intelektuální otázky a zajímá je i ta daleká budoucnost.
There is also a group of Roma who have higher education, they have jobs, they're kind of coming from this middle or upper class Roma, and they are also giving me more or kind of posting more intellectual questions, and they are also interested in a kind of more distant future.
Tito Romové si svůj hlas dokáží prosadit, ale chudí Romové nikoli.
These Roma, they are able to go and to promote their voice, but not the poor Roma.
Romští voliči ale jsou důležití z hlediska síly jako romské komunity.
But the Roma voters are important, and especially in the terms of the strength of the community, of the Roma community.
Romové musí být slyšet.
Roma, however, must be heard.
Protože jediné, čemu politici rozumí, jsou vlastně volební preference.
Because the only thing that the politicians are understanding are the preferences.
A to je i cílem vlastně mé kampaně, kdy se snažím aktivizovat Romy a oslovit je, aby šli volit.
So this is also goal of my campaign. So I'm really working on activating Roma to actually get out and vote.
A není to vůbec snadné.
And this is not easy at all.
Protože čelím těm otázkám, které jsou zaměřené na to, a co uděláš pro mě.
because I'm actually facing all those questions where they are asking, and what are you going to do for me?
A to je strašně těžké odpovídat silně, pravdivě, když budete členem Evropského parlamentu.
And this is very hard to answer, because once you are a member of the European Parliament and you want to tell them the truth, it's very hard to actually have the kind of honest answer to this question.
Protože řada těch rozhodnutí zde má samozřejmě vliv na náš život, ale tu konkrétní změnu, budu mít bydlení, práci a děti budou chodit do kvalitní školy, to je úplně jiná politika.
Of course, many of those decisions that are taking here, they have an impact on our lives. But would this actually impact the way how the people are living, the education, the kind of environment in the school of their children?
Proto vlastně v České republice, proto přesvědčení používáme hodně takzvaný live streaming.
So in order to convince people, or kind of to reach out to the people, we are using on social media the live streaming.
Je to něco, co se, věřím, i mimo Českou republiku rozvinulo v romské komunitě.
I think this is something that's becoming popular also out of Czech Republic.
Ale není to vůbec snadné zvládat to, aby to probíhalo úplně bez emocí.
But it's also not easy to manage this in the terms so that it actually goes without the emotions.
Jsou velmi náročné.
It's very, very demanding.
Ale samozřejmě nesoustředí se pouze na romské voliče, to by byla zejména v České republice velmi špatná volební strategie.
But I'm not focusing only on the Roma voters, because especially in the Czech Republic it will be not a good choice. Můžeš říct proč možná jenom?
V České republice speciálně tím, že Romové, zejména, že velká část Romů nechodí k volbám, není zvyklá nebo nemá ten zvyk.
So mostly also because in the Czech Republic the Roma they are not used to go to vote.
Tak vlastně potřebných 5% na to, abych se vlastně posunul na kandidátní listině, tak tomu jsou potřeba i hlasy samozřejmě neromů.
So those 5% that I need to actually move up on the candidate list, I would not get only from the Roma. I would just add it's also because we are only 2% of the Roma in the whole population, and practically then he needs to really focus also on non-Roma in order to kind of gain the support and move up on the list.
A také v programu samozřejmě mám věci, které se týkají i majoritní většiny.
And in the program, I also have the things that are connecting or kind of are talking to the majority of population.
Thank you. How is it to mobilize the young Roma in your network?
So with TENIPE, of course, we try to create a network that is very widespread across all of Europe in order to empower the young people to raise their voices and to become active on their local governments, in their national youth councils, and so on. But for me, I would separate my work as a youth leader from my political aspiration, because in the end, democracy is for all people. It's not just for Roma people. And of course, it's very important to be convincing within your own community. But I believe that to be a politician for all, that is important to be a politician for all people, and especially for the marginalized, underrepresented groups and minorities, like young people, like women, like LGBT people. So I would focus on the, as we say in German, construction sites, and there are many. And not only the Roma issue is one of these construction sites, but we are talking about human rights in general and so on. But I believe that in my case, one of the biggest challenges is first to get the support and the empowerment of the community, which is a very patriarchal community. And me as a young Roma woman, I never had the feeling that I was empowered by older Roma men to take such positions. And this is a reality that I have to mention here, because it's not very easy also within the community to reach things. But that's why I like to focus more on the youth, because they are more flexible. And And another challenge is, of course, to find a party that is open and diverse and inclusive, and that gives people like me a chance to contribute to democratic processes and to policy making. And so in the end, my answer is no. I would not focus only on Roma voters. I would be happy to have many Roma supporters, of course, especially if you go out and you are outed as a Roma politician and are not hiding this part of your identity. But I think that we need more than that to create a political change and a policy, and to have policies to create a safe and inclusive Europe for all European citizens, Roma included.
Thank you. That's actually very inspiring, and actually a good segue to Gwendolyn, who said they came and they fetched me. Right? The Green Party, they saw you were active, and they came and they fetched you, and then you became active. And you had to believe in yourself more than the men. What does it take to fetch the young Roma too? And you've held positions as a leader in the Green Party, so you know the internal mechanisms. And I want to ask a question which maybe is a bit sensitive, maybe it's not. How do you reconcile the fact that you have the rank and file, the people who go and get their signature and are very active in the party, and they go slowly through this, with how do you convince them that, look, we need quotas and we need to fetch some people, you know, we need to, maybe they don't need to go through this whole process of party politics. How do you manage to convince them that, look, we need to take Irina and put her on the list, or we need to take, I remember even my former boss, Victoria Muhaci at the Liberals, went and said, okay, we're going to put you on the list. And they had to reconcile this. Can you, and please be frank with us.
Yeah, I'm known to say things as they are. No. So just to say that, of course, but this is not only for Romani. I think there's always this difficult balance to find between being the representative of something and fighting for it, and indeed, you know, fighting for democracy in general and public policies in general. And you always have to fine-tune this balance. It's always difficult as a colleague to work with someone who is only on a very specific issue and only has this interest and this problem, and sometimes forget about the large photo, because it also is not a solution. I mean, you do public policies in general, and if you only have a very specific target, often it's not efficient. So it's an interesting balance, and I think it's even more difficult for you in elections, because or to convince your people, because indeed what the European level proposes are frameworks. These frameworks are hugely important, because they are then obligation for the member states, and they have real consequences. But they are not short-term solutions. That's not what the European level can do. So it's very difficult for you to promise to Romani people that tomorrow they will all have a house on top of their heads, and that and it's also very difficult to promise them that the huge discrimination that they are living through in a number of member states will disappear in 1 minute, because this is not true, and we know that this is not true. It's a very long process, and then if you do act in another way and do other promises, then you get into this system of clientelism and all of this, which we have also very well known for a number of communities in general there again, and this is something that really weakens politics in general, ruins a lot of things. Then you have instrumentalization of your topics and your problems. So it's a fine balance to find there. And indeed, but the truth is today, I don't know, Isabella, you may know, I mean, I think that there's 3 Romani person in the parliament, but I'm not even sure. Yeah, something like that, 3 so out of 705, so that for sure is not enough. I mean, there's a difference between, you know, having only people targeted on Romani issues and having no one. I mean, there's a huge problem there, considering how much you are in all of this EU and how much, I would also say, in history and in your traditions and all this, you really incarnate EU in some sort. So I think that this is really something that is not taken care enough of. So we do need then to force people to get you on list. That I'm sure it is. So then we get to your other question. It's a difficult one. And it's not only for Romani, it's a difficult one in general. I mean, you may know that today, for example, in Netherlands and in Finland, you have feminist organization, because in these are countries where you do a list vote, but you also check on some names. And so in Finland and in Netherlands, in the recent elections, you have had on the progressive sides feminist organization getting organized and making big claims to say only vote for the woman on the list. And in the Greens, we have had on legislative level on the last elections in Finland and Netherlands, the men not elected. So because our electorate are very sensitive to these sort of claims, so it functions very well with our electorate. And I have a colleague in Finland that has been dreaming of being a member of National Parliament for years, and he had worked very hard for it for years, and he had done all the local level and regional level, and he was not happy. I mean, clearly he was not. So we do have this problem, but you just have to say, you know, yeah, but you know, you feel an unfairness for this very specific situation, but we are in fact compensating for hundreds of years of unfairness. So this is a bit, it's a dialogue to put in your group, in your parties. It's a discussion to have. It's an important one. It is also true that on the right they will never do it, but they don't do it for women either. So you know, it's unfair because it's the progressive one doing it's on the progressive sides, left, Greens, Social Democrats, Liberals that do these efforts, but we need to do it. So I just think that we need to fight for it, and then but it's not sufficient. We cannot only have people that we put on list and we get elected, because then indeed it creates some anger in the parties, and it also is not a long-term sustainable solution. So what we also need is to get in our parties, you know, Romanis involved, Black people involved. You know, LGBTI is something today where these people get really involved in politics, but our parties are too right in all of the domains, and this is a problem. So we also need them on the little level, on everyday level. You know, we need people to be there to say, you know, you thought that you are doing this policy paper and you don't have the gender perspective, you don't have the Romani perspective, you don't have the intersectional perspective. And until you don't have this perspective in your policy briefing is advocating for public policies that will only be in the interest of part of the citizens. So it's not only to have people on our list, it's also how we do things with the Romani youth on a very regular basis, and then they have other opportunities to work on the contents, to be on the streets with us, to, you know, it's not just having from time to time, because this is also a communication thing that you see more and more, that we have this shot, we put somebody that is Black, and you know, and it's getting even a bit sad, cynical sometimes, because if he's Black and disabled and Romani and all this, then it's even better, because but this doesn't mean tick all the boxes, but doesn't mean that the parties have seriously taken all of these issues on board.
Thank you so much. I think that is very, very valuable for us to hear and to understand. And I take a few things. So you're saying young Roma should come forward too towards the party, and they should come early and become activists and volunteers and members and so on, and maybe should also focus on more general issues. I got this in the beginning.
And if I can add something, yes. I also think that, for example, we should organize much more trip fields and all this, because I think one of the big problems is that we don't know about Romani life. We really do not know, and how difficult it can be and all this. So imagine if youth a number of parties, from the left to the liberals, were every year going to a Romani camp and, you know, going through some of the motions and thinking all of this, it would also then, you know, everyone would feel empowered also to, you know, oh, we have this issue with the Romani. And it's true for other topics, but on this one.
Thank you so much. Moving towards Rumian, and my last question to you, and then we open for the floor. We still have some time, so I'll ask you to be concise. Do you see the Roma electorate evolving in certain ways? What is the profile? Are Roma social democrats? Are they environmentalists? Are they conservative? Do you see this, or is, and I'm going to be blunt a little bit here, is, as most parties see them, just people who wait for a handout, people who have just a social issue? What do you see? I mean, you have the long-time perspective. You've run in elections. How do you see the Roma voters today?
Yeah. So, to tell you honestly, when I received the invitation from the Prime Minister, as you said, I was advisor of the Prime Minister Stanishev, who was also chief of the Socialist Party in Bulgaria, and after that 3 times chief of the Party of the European Socialists here in Brussels. So in 2009 he invited me and gave me and suggested me place number 6 in the list of the Socialists. I was not member of the party. I was civic, so-called civic quota. And some friends told me honestly that maybe I'm not appropriate because they said you're too intellectual for the Roma voters. Maybe they will not understand what you're saying. Or they said you were 10 years out of Bulgaria and maybe you're not part of the...
You're not in touch.
Yeah. But the thing was that actually even being 10 years in Budapest, I was active in the media for all these 10 years. And it was obvious after that with the results. So the profile of voters. I made campaign both throughout the country with Roma and non-Roma. Actually, maybe even more with non-Roma, because as a member of this list, I was sent here and there. You go to Plovdiv, you go to Pazardzhik, and you do this, you do that. And I can tell you that actually most of my voters were not people whom I met in person with a real campaign. I will tell you some figures. In Bulgaria, there are 220 towns, and in 210 I have voters. We have 5,000 villages, and 1,500 I have voters. Which means what? Which means that the profile of the voters is people, mainly people, 2, 3 here, 2, 3 there, 5, 10, but throughout the country. These are the people with open eyes for politics, politically literature, active, and people who really understand the situation and the political situation. So I would say most of the voters was this type. Of course, the campaign was nice. A lot of old women coming and hugging, kissing, and being happy because most of the campaigns towards them so far were, as you said, to pay their votes and give them some food and something like that. And maybe people felt abuse of this approach. And they were so happy that Roma will go. Of course, they don't understand what is the European Parliament very well, but they are happy that it will be somebody who will be representative of the Roma. So two words about the results. Because the Socialist Party was in the decreasing negative tendency after 4 years of governing, so in the previous parliament they had 6 people. So the 6th place was relatively good, but unfortunately they had 4 people. during these elections. But to a certain extent, for the result speaks the so-called preference vote. Preference means that you have the list of the party and you mark the name of somebody whom you like. So they call it preference. The first member, who was the foreign minister, he had 50,000. The second, who was again minister, she had 10,000. The third, Vigenin, who was foreign minister also, next he had 4,000, then 2,000, 1,000, and I had almost 12,000, which was obviously unproportional to the place I had. So my preference vote was second biggest in the party, and 10th biggest in the country. But unfortunately, I had 6th place, and I didn't go in. But the most important thing is that in this campaign, it was shown that the Roma voters are absolutely normal voters. They understand the political statement. When you directly speak to them, they understand what you are saying to them. And they're like all other voters. They are not different at all. So, normal campaign, normal results. It was shown. Unfortunately, the Socialist Party didn't continue these good results. They recognized that this is a distinguished result at their party discussion after the elections, but unfortunately, we didn't have follow-up for this. So I can tell you this was an experience, very positive, which shown that it is possible. It is possible. If you have appropriate candidate, if you have the good statements and the good ideas, so people understand them. So it is possible.
Thank you so much, Romani, for that, and also ending your story on a positive note. And indeed, I mean, it is possible. It is possible to mobilize, and I agree. My experience was also Roma voters are like any other voters. They are conservative or liberal, or depending on exactly like all the others. But sometimes this is misjudged. So let's open. We still have a few minutes, more than a few. Let's open to the floor. You can ask questions to our panelists. Anything you would like to ask them, please go ahead. And I think we can take maybe 2-3 questions.
Let me think about one. Hi, everyone. Isabella Michalake from Ergo. I have a question for Gwendolyn because, like, believe it or not, we met recently, just, after so many years that we've known each other. We met occasionally. And so it's a bit related to what you have mentioned before. And also because I have attended this meeting with the Green Foundation, it became very obvious that it's not just about making sure in terms of representation and politics that, for instance, Roma candidates or other racialized minorities are not just candidates but are elected, but it's also that the ones that are non-Roma or white, if we want to call them like that, will be able to represent issues of people that are not otherwise represented in the places that they are taking. And so how difficult it is for you still as a woman, even if white woman, but as a woman, to actually advocate for the rights of other vulnerable minorities within the European Parliament? And what are some of the tips that you can share with us that we could potentially use also for our advocacy work as organizations? Thank you.
Yes, it's very important to think the perspective how we work. The example that I often give, which is an easy one to understand for everyone, is that for a very long time, for example, on the local level, we built We built villages without streets because we were building villages around cars. Cars were driven, it has changed, the numbers have changed, but for a long time cars were driven 70 to 75% by men. So women, people with wheelchair, with children and all of this were just not thought of when people would build a simple thing like a village. And we have, that's one of the, the question of the stadiums in city. We would build outside stadium that were only meant for young boys. So young girls were not supposed to go and play out. They were just supposed to stay at home because we never thought, how we built and we map our cities in a way that everyone is included. And then this is something that we are getting better at, but of course that's the very gender perspective. The intersectional perspective is for the moment basically not there. It is starting a little bit, but very little on a European level, more than on national and local levels, where most of the time the intersectional word is not even an authorized and legitimate word. And so we really have a problem of people not thinking when they elaborate policies of this. Which means that we don't only need, indeed, representation of everyone in a very inclusive way, and we need parliaments that are much more colorful in all sorts to represent our societies, but we need also people defending this, because often, for example, I say that the goal is not to have women, the goal is to have people fighting for feminist policies, because if you have women like the far right have, that say that women need to stay at home, it won't change anything. And they have more and more of them. They are very able to go and find these people. So if you have tomorrow Romani people that are elected but are completely in the government talks defend their governments at the European level because they've been basically paid for that, because we do have that for Romani and for a number of other topics. If you have LGBTI people that are shameful and say, but it is a bit of problem, we shouldn't do how much policies for LGBTI community. I mean, you do have that also. So you don't only need to have an inclusive representation, you need people that really think that, have worked on it, being trained, because you need also to have the data. There's nothing more powerful than data. People always think now gender equality is there. It exists, it's in our text. Why do we have a question about it? And then you show the numbers and you say, in this economical sectors, you only have male. Women are hit by poverty in such a big difference with men, and you show data. In the parliament, you show that some committees have 80% men and some committees have 80% women, and this is not an incident. There's a reason for that, etc., etc. So then, showing data, we have the data on Romani more and more, but showing the data, making it live, this is something. If you have in each group a number of people concerned about Romani and Romani issues, that every month in a group meeting will say, I want to recall to everyone that we have that problem, so much Romani people are in poverty, so much Romani people don't access school, children and this. It becomes a bit something that everyone owns in a group until nobody talks about it. In our group, we talk about biodiversity nearly every week. So, of course, we know about biodiversity. And even if you're not a specialist, you have these. So this is how it works. So this is a very important thing, data, making awareness, working on this. And then I just wanted to understand, last thing is I really think that we need cultural, educational, and stories, because this is also one of the problems. We have a huge problem about the ownership of European. Still, people most of the time think that Europe is a very Christian, Western world. It's the basic thing that we all have in mind. So, already for a French person, for example, you have to, recall that, we go until Croatia, we go until the Baltic countries, but most of the French MEPs don't even, they think Europe stops at Austria, basically, which is mostly about the French, but it's not only about the French. So you have, to say again, there's this history. And then, for example, I am always very sad that, the history, the Muslim and Jewish history of this continent is never talked about, very little talked about. The fact that in Albania, so that's why I would really want Albania to come in and Bosnia and all this, because for once we would have also a country coming in with a real important Muslim component and historical one, but people don't know that history, and we need to, and the same for Romani, how you shaped her history. This is something that we really need to work on, because politics is also about representation, symbols, feeling empowered by something, having a history that we share, and all of this.
Thank you for that, indeed. More stories, and maybe not deconstructing some of the symbols and the history of the Romani would also be a good thing. Soraya.
Yeah, of course.
Thank you. I would like to ask you, Gwendolyn, about, I could see that you are in the FAM committee. Do you really, as a feminist, think it is important to have a FAM committee in the European Parliament? Because I am also a feminist, but I chose not to join FAM committee because I think the issues, the issue from a feministic perspective should be discussed in all the different committees. And what I experienced, because I was in the Foreign Affairs Committee also, I made a report of of EU's position when it comes to peace and security and rebuilding after wars. And the comment from the males, because I was the head rapporteur, was that this should be, because it was too much gender in that, and they said this should be done in the FAM committee, and because everything what is about women should be deported to FAM committee. So I was strongly against it. So how can you defend, because I would like to know, how can you defend the FAM committee?
Yes, one more question, and maybe we can reply both of them. Who was? Yes, go ahead.
There is a button on the... Oh, sure. Yes? Okay. I just had a question because I think this entire panel has been very focused on electoral politics, but what about bureaucratic representation? Should we motivate Romani people, and especially Roma youth, to become bureaucrats so that they have a closer grip on policy formulation and implementation?
Of course.
To who would you like to ask this? To all of them? Okay, just in
Maybe I start. Yes, I mean, I used the word quota earlier. It's always the question. And once again, not only on gender, should we have a FEM committee or should we do gender mainstreaming? Should we have a Romani policy, which as a Romani strategy, which the European Parliament defends for a very long time, or should we just say to all of these member states that have big Romani part of their population, it's really not possible anymore that you discriminate as much as you discriminate. These people should have the same rights as the others. Please do it. I just think that you always need both. Because the fact is that we start by a status quo that is an unfair one. So we have to take into account that we start with this unfair one. And because we start with this unfair one, we need to focus from time to time on very specific issue with specific public policies, maybe quotas, maybe specific strategy and all this, because we have to compensate this unfairness. And then on the other hand, we always need to have in mind the question of the mainstreaming of it. So for me, it's not one or the other, and it's never been, and it's how we work those two together. It's the same for disabled. Always the question that, does a disabled child should be in a disabled school where you will have more focus, or should we really oblige any school to receive disabled people? Once again, I think that what is important is that we have some schools very specifically focused because some children cannot adapt or they will need to go through a special one and then go to the, but have in mind that at the end of the end of the end, what we want are inclusive society that are open to everyone and where everyone can feel comfortable. So we should never lose that target. It's about how in the end we get to that, and it's how Fred, but how from time to time we need to have very specific policies, very specific committees, very specific quotas to compensate. So for me, it goes on both sides. And of course, I agree completely with you. It's the same for, it's not only bureaucrats, it's, yeah, we need bureaucrats, we need in commission and all of this. We need, you know, people that, we need more colors in commissioners. We need more youth in commissioners. I mean, all of this. So that's for sure. In commissioners, in the general directions, in commission, in council, and of this. And it's also elsewhere. I mean, civil society is probably the only space that is very representative. But lobbies, big companies, I mean, the same again. I work a lot on gender and energy until we don't have many women in big energy lobbies and in big electricity and gas companies and all this, we won't have a gender perspective. It's not sufficient because once again, these women need to be interested in gender perspective and they not always, but it's one of the obligations. So we need more representation in every place where you have power.
And they tend to be linked, right? I mean, if you don't have electoral representation, then it's hard to have people in executive. But to the panelists, last remarks, because we need to close about this. Your experience, you've all been in institutions, in executive structures. Maybe respond to our question. Shortly, 30 seconds. Romia.
If you allow me, I can give you one general observation, which I believe is important to share it with you. If we divide the period after the political transformation in 1989 for Central and Eastern Europe into three, let's say in the first period, more romantic period, a lot of Roma organizations grew up. Then in the second part of this period, the foreign donors came from Holland, from Britain, from America, OSI and the others. They, to a certain extent, strengthened the Roma movement, to a certain extent gave a bit different direction, but mainly made it more professional. Then in the second period, it was the EU accession, when I would say this was the most productive period. This was the first decade of this century, more or less. When we had all of these nice things we were talking in the beginning of this conversation, the school desegregation, programs, integration, more or less we were not lost. We were not lost. We knew what we want. We knew that we want integration. We want this and that. So this was the time of the liberal discourse, I would say. And then after the 2010, the third period, I would say, of the so-called transition period, we see the reverse tendency to a big extent. So we see more conservative tendencies prevailing. We see the Italy fingerprinting, in Britain we had the media anti-gypsy campaign, Gypsies Invade Dover, and so on and so forth. And of course, most importantly, Sarkozy's campaign against Roma in 2010, in 2011, if I'm not wrong, which I can tell you honestly, dear friends, nothing and nobody was so productive for the racists in Eastern Europe, and nobody gave more basis for the racists in Eastern Europe and anti-Roma racists as the campaign of Sarkozy in 2010. After that, we, from one side, in this third period, we saw this tendency of more conservative discourse from one side. From other side, we saw that both at European and national level, instead of what we wanted in the decade we wanted, decade for the Roma inclusion, wanted from projects to policy, to move from projects to policy, but we see that we move from projects to absorption of EU money. which is not policy. Sorry to say that. Which is completely different things. So we see less and less policy, and we see, have to share, because David gave me a chance to tell something, some not very positive things. Yeah, we see more and more statements from here that we gave a lot of millions, a lot of billions for Roma, but nothing happened. Dear friends, this is killing statement, because the reading is that Roma are an appropriate object of policies. It's not that the policies are inappropriate, not well centered, or not, or even not happened, not developed policies. But the reading is that Roma are the guilty. Roma are the inappropriate object of policies. So I believe that these tendencies, these very worrisome tendencies, can be changed. I believe when we were working actively, we prepared through the Roma political leadership program a lot of young people. Some of them are members of the European Parliament now or at local level active. We gave a lot of, we initiated the Roma Memorial University Scholarship Program, which supported thousands of people, of Roma young people. Many of them are active now. So I believe that they will find a way.
Thank you. Irina.
Okay, so when I was invited to this panel, and I saw it's about political participation, but with the focus on electoral participation, and I was saying to David, but for me as an activist, I'm not a politician, I still feel that we make a huge contribution to politics as activism, as a youth network, and that this is maybe related to the question that you asked before. So, of course, we want... we reach already a lot as youth movement on political level without being young politicians. But in the end, if I think about my personal mission as a youth leader, is that in the end, I don't want to be in a few years the only MEP sitting in the European Parliament. I want that all my young people are sitting there with me, even in different parties, but this is the aim to create an inclusive society without racism, with anti-gypsyism is only possible through this way, and I think that the activism and the civil society for young Roma is a very good step to go into this direction. Thank you.
V České republice, já zkusím popsat situaci v České republice, a bude to velmi krátké. Nedávno, je to několik let, kdy se otevírala porodnice a v novinách byla fotka a na té fotce, při otevření té porodnice, byli pouze muži, ani jedna žena.
So I would like to just very briefly describe a situation in the Czech Republic. So there was like few years ago, there was like an opening of the maternity ward in the hospital, and on that photo were only men.
A to je strašně dobrý vlastně příměr k tomu, jak se postupuje k Romům v České republice.
And that's like a very good example of how we actually are also dealing with the Roma in the Czech Republic.
Na Romy je expertem úplně každý Čech.
On Roma, the expert, like every Czech is an expert on Roma.
A toho experta si pozvou, až když utratí peníze, udělají analýzu a řeknou, zeptej se, je to dobrý?
And then the expert is being invited only after they spend all the money, they put everything in place and only they come. Did we do it right?
Tak takhle je to v České republice.
So this is how it is in the Czech Republic.
All right. So thank you so much to all our panelists for your contributions and for sharing. And I'm passing over to you, Isabella, for further announcements. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm inviting the next panel to come forward. Thank you.
as a moderator of the next panel, I can also invite you to take a seat here in this wonderful front row. There's great seats, very comfortable, so please feel invited to come here and join us in this session. Hello, everybody. I would kindly like to ask you to come back to this session. As I'm only the moderator, I have not the privilege to give you a coffee break. In fact, we only have 45 minutes to run one of the best sessions of the day. So we need to be very precise and overcome maybe this question of energy, but I think let's make this interactive and to the point. So this session is dedicated to the question, what should be the Roma discourse after the EU elections? And a lot has been addressed this morning about the current political situation and about the upcoming elections, the threats and the fears that we have, maybe especially in civil society, when we look at the political climate, when we look at the mobilization of populist and far-right forces that gain ground with their discourses, with their racist and nationalist discourses. And we see the threat that the far-right groups in the European Parliament could become the third biggest political group, potentially. But at the same time, we also, in the last few years, have seen a growth of the anti-racism movement. I think that's also fair to say after a lot of racist incidents, not only George Floyd, but number of others. There has been mobilization, there has been protest. In Germany, in the beginning of the year, when this news came about the far right discussing plans of remigration, there has been millions of people in the streets. So let's all take this into perspective. And as we're now, with this Romani week, at the end of the legislative period, this is a good moment to assess achievements and failures and discuss about what we actually need to save and what we need to bring forward into the next legislative period. We need to discuss the challenges looking at the European elections, but we should also really discuss about our vision and goals. What are we aiming for? And we have here together different perspectives of institutions, of civil society, of academia, and well, this I will now take you with my questions to our speakers through this, and unfortunately I really need to keep watching a little bit the time, and ask our speakers to also not have one speech, but we'll go into questions. So would like to start with Annelies, Cotone. She is a member of the cabinet of Commissioner Commissioner Dalli, I'm sorry, since 2021. She's in charge of the Roma equality, inclusion, and participation, as well as coordinating legislative initiatives to build a union of equality, in particular regarding strengthening the national equality bodies. She's joined the Commission in 2009, and her expertise is in the field of EU social employment and equality policies, the European Pillar of Social Rights, and also the rights of persons with disabilities. Now, Annelies, what is your assessment of the achievements for this period, but also what are still the priorities of the cabinet for this year? Because we need to look at the priorities that we want to take into the next period, into the next years.
Yes, good afternoon, I think, because it's after 12. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. I'm happy to be here because Roma Week I participated also last year, and Roma Week brings together so much energy and expertise that we really need, especially at this time where we are taking stock of what we have done in the past 5 years, and we are looking really into the future. Our achievements dedicated equality portfolio for the first time. It means that we have dedicated really time, energy to look into equality policies in all their perspectives and intersectionality for the first time in the history of the European Commission. And then, we have continued the policy on Roma equality by adding the layer of not only inclusion, socioeconomic inclusion in employment, in education, but also the aspects of fighting anti-gypsyism, discrimination, and fostering participation. And this was the topic of the previous panel, where we looked into elections and civic participation. For this current year, what are our priorities? Well, I would say there are two main things that we have still to do before the end of our mandate. The first one is that we need to continue the implementation of our strategic framework together with the member states, because our time horizon is 2030, so we have work to do. Also monitoring the actions and reporting on it. What we also then we have to do is the mainstreaming. That it's a very important. The previous panel talked about whether we need specific policies or we need mainstreaming. Well, we need both, and we are active in mainstreaming. What does it mean? It means, for example, it means that we need to understand whenever we adopt an initiative in the Commission, or even when we report on things that we do, we need to look at the specific barriers that the different population groups are facing. I give you an example. Very recently, a couple of weeks ago, the Commission adopted an action plan to address shortages in the labor market. There are many companies and sectors in Europe that don't find workers. They don't find the right skills for the industry, for example. And this is very bad for competitiveness. In the action plan a couple of weeks ago, the first big area of intervention will be on activating groups that are excluded from the labor market. So there is a strong inclusion and equality aspects. Roma communities are mentioned there. Their specific difficulties are mentioned. So this is just one example of how we concretely do the mainstreaming. I think I would stop here for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Annalisa, for highlighting this point of implementing the framework, the new framework that is there, and for monitoring. Now, one of the points that Commissioner Dalli and Commissioner Jourova have made is also that there needs to be an increased use and absorption of EU funds in order to implement, because that has been a big failure in the past. Can you share us, is there a result of this, or can we see results here in the future?
The implementation of the funds is really something that also gives continuity to our policy. I would like to start with that, because when we talk about what's going to be in the future, we have really to to understand that whatever comes next, there are commitments with this expenditure of funds, because the funds in the EU policies, they are not linked to the electoral cycle, and they go until, in this time, 2027. So the horizon for doing better with the funds goes beyond the elections this year. So what we did with the funds? So last year, Vice President Jourova and Commissioner Dalli, they organized some meetings with NGOs, pro-Roma NGOs from the countries with large Roma populations, because they wanted to hear really from the practice what are the difficulties to access funds to do projects in the local communities. And well, we learned a lot from that exercise. We learned about barriers, capacity of organizations, of authorities to access the funds, to design the project, to implement them. So it's about capacity, administrative difficulties, but also lack of involvement and political will. And well, the result is basically that we are strengthening also the dialogue internally between us doing the policy on Roma and the colleagues who implement the funds, because in the Commission we are organizing, in departments. So we are strengthening that cooperation to make sure that there is really a link, a much stronger link between policy and investments. But I would like also to say that the difficulties that we heard from Roma NGOs, they are not very different from the difficulties that other beneficiaries of EU funds are facing. And that's why a couple of weeks ago, before Easter, we as Commission, we published a report on cohesion policy, on regional policies. And there are already some reflections on how to improve cohesion and regional policy in the future. And one point certainly is about the involvement of stakeholders, because those on the ground, they know best what are the needs of the local communities. And so this involvement will play a role in the reflections for the future.
Thank you very much. I'd like to hand over now to Kim Smouter-Oemans. Kim is since 2022, is the director of the European Network Against Racism, the biggest European network of anti-racist organizations. And Kim has a lot of experience also in the world of business, civil society, and public sector. I learned in the European Parliament as well, working on equality, social policy, and education. So I'd like to ask you, how do you see the achievements and failures for equality and anti-racism in this period? And looking especially, speaking about George Floyd and the anti-racism protest, and how then the EU set up the EU Action Plan Against Racism, how do you assess this, and what we need to take into the future?
Thank you for the question. Indeed, I would say that there are different aspects. I think we can definitely recognize that in this Commission in particular, the topics of equality, of equity, have risen at an astronomical rate, I would say. The fact that we have Commissioner Dalli as a Commissioner Dalli is already an achievement in and of itself. The fact that we have coordinators which are working on topics which were never discussed before, I think these are big progress. We also saw the topic of equality, of equity, of intersectionality, of discriminations really becoming at the forefront of political debates. So I think George Floyd was a wake-up call, not just for the US, but was a wake-up call for Europe in terms of its inability to, first of all, recognize the historic and systemic nature of racism and discriminations, and also the fact that we as a society have had enough of this being continuously not being addressed effectively in policies and elsewhere. So I think the increased awareness of the topic, of the issues, of how it impacts each and every one of us, I think is certainly an achievement of this particular mandate. But we have to contrast that. So we have to contrast this increase in awareness, this increase in awareness that has also translated for some organizations an increase in funding from particularly private sector, which has woken up to its responsibility and its contribution to discrimination. But we also have to acknowledge that we are at a place where the far right is pulling at the higher level than ever before, that we see that the progressive movements are really struggling to come up with an actual counter narrative which speaks to European electorates. And I think that's very worrisome. And I think we see very much also a very effective use of the far right of pitting one minority against another minority and thus not being able to really come together in solidarity amongst each other. So I think there is an increased need for us to move away from a siloed way of thinking, and an increased need for us to move in terms of intersectional solidarity and realizing that one attack of one minority is an attack against us all, and that we need to also see politicians stepping up to actually counteract that narrative in a much more effective way, rather than just passively adopting policies which are being proposed by the far right. So we do see this contrast between, on one hand, a raising of awareness, on the other hand, a big challenge facing us, and on the other hand, the need for us to be much more working together hand in hand to be effective in actually countering this emerging narrative, which unfortunately is making a very positive progress in terms of the electorate.
Thank you, Kim, for pointing out this broad picture, both on, let's say, the institutional response, but also on the huge challenge on the overall level of our society. Can I ask you to go a little bit deeper concretely on this topic of the EU Action Plan Against Racism? So we do have a new policy context. Is this a strong start? I mean, somehow we feel the same challenge that often this refers to the Roma framework as a positive example, and this is like the ideal where we want to achieve. But at the same time, we, in the daily work, we also see sometimes a lack of progress, a lack of implementation. So it's also more complex than just looking at a policy paper and a model, but really where is this building power and momentum and impact at the end?
Yeah, and I would say for us, it's certainly work in progress. So I think, and this is indeed, the Roma framework is seen very much as kind of the go-to for the action plan against racism. I would say that our analysis of it is that the one thing it does do is that it prods and prompts the European institutions to start thinking about this in more of a mainstreamed way. So I think one of the challenges that we face is that very much equality policies is very much seen as a niche topic, which gets very much locked in terms of DG Justice, and nobody else talks about it. And so for us, the action plans is an opportunity for us to challenge that structural concept of how these policies actually have to be mainstreamed, and that actually DG Environment needs to be talking about this, DG Finance needs to be talking about this, and those types of things. So the action plans, in that sense, is very important. It's a very important lightning rod where actions can actually be catalyzed. The challenge that we're seeing is that, and I think here my colleague on the left wouldn't disagree, is that very few member states have actually adopted an action plan against racism, despite the fact that we've had this for a couple of years. So we definitely see that there is, on the one hand, there is the ambition at the European level, but it's not being translated at the national level, at the local level, at the regional level, with the equivalent political ambition and the political will to actually implement. And I think that's the challenge that we're going to be facing in the next one. I don't think we need action plans. I think we need the action plans to talk to one another a lot more. We need to have the coordinators much more integrated. So it's work in progress. And I think what we want is very much to see a new one, which builds on what's already in place and expands upon it and really ensures that we also look at effectiveness. And as you mentioned, I come from backgrounds of like education and employment, and we used to have things like the open method of coordination education. And the open method of coordination worked because it also had collective targets. And the action plans don't have these collective targets. They don't have, so we haven't learned from the past from other policy fields that could actually be implemented in a great way to ensure that these action plans aren't just beautiful letters on text, but they actually are implementable and actually have implementing targets, which enables us to move forward and to actually hold member states accountable for the implementation.
Thank you, Kim, for bringing again this issue of mainstreaming, because at the end, anti-racism and equality is not only a particular policy field, but we need to make sure that it's across all the different dimensions. And there's a lot of work that only maybe is at the starting point at this stage. Now, I'd like to hand over the word to our dear friend Soraya Post. Soraya has been an activist for decades, a member of the European Parliament in the period of 2015-2019, but you have a very long perspective of the Romani movement, but also of the policy issues here at the European level. And I want to ask you, and if somebody is on Wikipedia, I checked this, and somebody should write there that Soraya is the champion that really advocated and built the recognition of 2nd August, the European Holocaust Memorial Day for Sinti and Roma. And this is not on Wikipedia, but somebody, I'm not there, but somebody needs to do this. Now, I give you the word, Soraya, and want to ask you, where are we now at this stage of development for the future of Roma, and what are the challenges currently we face and that we need to address?
Thank you, Jonathan. Where are we now? First of all, the European Union, I think, is facing its hardest time since the start of the European Union. They are recovering from COVID. They have economic problems. They have a war, neighbor, Ukraine. We have the Gaza-Palestinian-Israeli war. We have a lot of barriers, difficulties to handle. And as usual, the weak, so-called weak things like human rights, women's rights, children's rights, disabilities rights, racism, they are the weak stuff. They are not in the priority for the moment. And we are also facing a very hard, difficult political time. We have been listening to that all morning. We are expecting maybe the far right to be the third biggest party group in the parliament, which means that they will cover a lot of reports. They will be the writers of a lot of policies. So it is difficult. Earlier today, I asked the panel for some hope, solutions. I strongly believe in the civil society, in NGOs. And during my time as a member of the European Parliament, and this is what I would recommend the parliamentarians who will enter, not specifically the Roma, if there are any Roma entering the European Parliament, but all of them who are committed and devoted to work for equality, gender balance, human rights, that they work in close connection with the NGOs, because they have the expertise. As a parliamentarian, you cannot be an expert on every issue. You have to listen to the NGOs. You have to open up the European Parliament, the heart of democracy, for the citizens. We really have to engage and to deliver more power to the civil society. I think this is also very hard, because once you had the share of power, it's not easy to go down, and to share the power. There is a lot of abuse of power, also inside the different parliaments, at local, regional, national, and of course at European level. So let's hope that the Roma NGOs will do more lobbying, seek more solidarity between each Roma organization, but also with other organizations like who are working with human rights or democracy. Because you shall know, during my time in the parliament, the parliamentarians, the members of the parliament who used the words of rights and democracy was exactly the far right. In almost every sentence, they use this because they know that these are the tools to get into power. We know also Adolf Hitler did it, yeah? We have proof, we have history to learn. So, but to be positive, we are here. We have been here for decades, as you said. We have a strong youth organization. We are wealthy, healthy, not wealthy. We are healthy. Maybe we are wealthy also, I don't know. But anyhow, we are wealthy in life, yes? And in knowledge, and in capacity. So, I mean, if we go together, if we enjoy and do all this, I think, and we also have to be on the barricades. I started on the barricades. I made noises, you know, I made colors. I made them understand. And during my time in the parliament, I said to my friends, you have to bomb mail the parliamentarians. Because as a parliamentarian, if you get a lot of mails, you have to respond. You have to do something. And then you understand, oh, this is an issue. And then the other group, and then you go to the other political group. Did you get all these mails? Yes. Okay, we have to do. You have to create alliance with the other political groups. You have to be, and to do politics means you have to compromise. So ask for a lot because you will get a little, yeah? Or middle. So, and you have to know what to give away if you want something. So the situation, of course, we are humans and we are the citizens, so it depends on us. So go out, speak with your friends, and absolutely, you have to go and vote. It's your future. It's your daily life. It's your children's, your grandchildren's daily life. So it is very important. This is a message that we have to spread out. If you don't vote, you give a free access to the far right. That's it.
Thank you, Soraya, for filling also this room with a sense of pride that how important it is to work for civil society. And I think this is in a moment when we also often see a shrinking space for civil society, a struggle of survival for organizations. And I think we need to see that a lot of the achievements on the institutional level that have been made, such as the new framework strategy, are achievements of civil society. The fact that the Holocaust of Sinti and Roma are recognized, that anti-gypsyism is being much more increasingly addressed. These are achievements of civil society, and here we need to build on. But at the same time, we need to make sure that institutions understand that the role of civil society is not to implement projects and measures, but civil society need to be in a strong position to actually hold governments accountable. Yes. And that's a big challenge that we have and that we need to address. Now, I want to give the word to Marian Mandace. Marian is a human rights advocate, currently, I understood, living in the United States, originally a human rights lawyer from Romania, has been the director of Romani for many, many years, bringing a legal response to discrimination and anti-gypsyism to courts at national, at the European level. I want to ask you, Marian, how do you, I mean, we discussed a lot also about the challenges, or we discussed a lot this morning and today about the challenges of the political climate in Europe and now the upcoming European elections. How do you assess the situation, the challenges, and what is your view into looking at here at the future?
Thank you. Indeed, as I look at the Roma discourse, that's what I would call it, and this discourse is presented by Roma NGOs, by Roma activists, by Roma politicians, and also by EU institutions and member states, at the very least. We look at that, and I want to take an ontological approach on these two terms first, on what is Roma and what is discourse. In the context of the current elections, I would argue that our discourse needs to be the same as before and afterwards as well. I think that the discourse lacks in closeness to the Roma realities. I think that's the main topic, that's the main problem. And you were great, Soraya, to stress that getting back towards the communities through non-profits or directly, I think that's the most important lesson that I would argue is here. For the Roma, we all know that we are a people out of India. with a history, a common culture, a common language that we speak, which is the closest one to Sanskrit that is still alive, and the beautiful, beautiful traditions. It's still necessary to say that because, unfortunately, some people are still confounding us with social groups or just workers. And I want to make that distinction first. And I want to make that distinction because not only do we have a national identity, but our national identity is extremely strong, extremely strong. We have survived for thousands of years without our own church, without institutions, without an army, without even a written alphabet and written text. Those only came in 1990s. And we kept our traditions, we kept our national identity, and I think that proves exactly who we are. I also want to speak up the truth for that, because we owe speaking up the truth to our ancestors who were persecuted and killed because of their identity. We owe it to the 2,897 men, women, and children who were killed in Auschwitz on the 2nd of August. We owe it to our children. We owe it to everyone else, because those people that were killed in Auschwitz, they were not killed because they were workers or belonging to a social group. They were killed because they were Roma, because they were belonging to this great nation to which every child is born into this wonderful Roma heritage. And to that I say that you are born Roma, you live Roma, and you die Roma. Saore penautumenga vas popuv sa Rom, traizas popuv sa Rom, haimeras popuv sa Rom. And as Rom, I think the way to close the gap is to say who we are. And who we are is equal among equals. That's what we are. And I would use the language of the Pope of Rome, which is an old friend of ours, pun intended. We're not primus inter pares, but we are par inter pares. We are equal among equals. That concludes what I had to say about the Roma. On the second part, what is discourse? Discourse is a mode of organizing knowledge, ideas, and experience that is rooted in language and its concrete text. And we will not use the restrictive interpretation of Wittgenstein. My German is bad. But we will focus on two main functions: the descriptive function of language and the generative functions of language. Under the descriptive function, language has to describe the realities that Roma people face. And under this prong, we see that we have what we have here. We have the reports, which are made by non-profits. We have the reports, which are made by, you've mentioned earlier, by European Parliament and others. We have the speeches, the discussions, and so on. That is the descriptive way in which we present what Roma face in their realities. And I think that description is failing short of adequately describing what the realities the Roma face. But the most important one is the generative function. In Shakespeare's words on Romeo and Juliet, he said, "What is a name? That which we call a rose by any other name would smell as sweet." And there's a sweet smell that is for the rose. Well, that is applicable to things, but not as much to humans. Because humans, when you call them differently, that creates a reaction. In humans, when you put words of affirmation, that can build self-esteem, but it can destroy it. Words can destroy, words can build for humans. Way more than they do for a rose. I'm not able to judge on that. My capacities on art, emotions, and love are not as high as the English poets are. But I will give a shout out here to the followers of Shakespeare, the Florari Roma, the Boldeni, who have been selling flowers for generations in Bucharest. Under its generative function, I think this is where we fail the most. I think that our speech is not capable to produce change in our communities. That's the problem. Words can create and shape reality, and they often do, but they don't for us. And I'm looking at two examples, and I'll try to cut as short as I possibly can. The case of George Floyd created a lot of rumor in the European Union and in the European Parliament, and rightly so. That was the correct thing, to criticize the US and everything that has happened. Nothing similar have I seen on Stanislav Tomáš, who was a Roma man from Czech Republic. The police knelt on his neck for 5 minutes and killed him. The Roma people don't believe that the autopsy report is correct. And unfortunately, I don't see any similar transformative change in discourse and action that we have seen to some extent, at least in the US. Secondly, reverting to Shakespeare, we have the gypsy criminality. That is the term that is being used by Magyar Garda to describe the realities of the Roma criminals, gypsy criminality. Then we have similar language, though different, which is itinerant crime, which is being used at the European level. And Belgium is our host country today is one of the proponents, which talks about Eastern Europeans, about sedentary and non-sedentary, and so on. And I have the wording here in the speech. But it's basically targeting Roma. That's what it is. And again, getting back to Shakespeare, I would like to say, what is a name? That which we call racism by any other name would smell as bad. And what a nasty smell is the smell of racism, guys. Whether we call it gypsy criminality by the Magyar Garda or itinerant crime by the EU, the smell of racism is the same when the actions are similar. I think we need the EU to properly and openly explain the notion of itinerant crime and to give to its partners, long partners for decades, the assurance that the action taken under itinerant crime is not targeting Roma because of their race. We have indications to the contrary because 5 states already have databases on Roma crime: Sweden, France, Italy, Romania, and most recently, Norway. The distance is also within us. We have the distance that affects also the Roma leadership. It's not only the EU. The newly created Roma Foundation was allocated 100 million euros by 2030 by the Soros Foundation. In the same time, the Roma Education Fund has substantially reduced scholarships for Roma students, substantially. In some countries, I think it's even completely finished, such as Romania. The allocation of substantial amounts to fulfill the political ambitions of the few, to the detriment of the educational needs of the many, is another instance where we need to question the function, the generative function of the Roma discourse. I think that to end up, we need a new deal. You're asking me what is in store for the future, what this new deal should look like. Well, guys, my time is up. Thank you kindly. I promise I will follow up.
Thank you, Marian. You're only not answering this question because this is my second question for the second round, so it's still up to come. But thank you so much for bringing a critical voice at the current discourse and how it addresses Roma realities and how the real impact of racism and anti-gypsyism on a daily level impacts and how often policy discourses are not sufficiently looking at the whole society, at looking at the whole, also the historical process of where we are, the historical injustice. And at the same time, you raise a critical voice about what is really a transformative power that can come within the community, that can build momentum, that can build strengthen identity, pride, collective action. I think this is a key question that we need to address. What will mobilize collective action? Now, because we only have 50 minutes left in this very short dynamic panel, I will move to Annelisa again and look very concretely at this upcoming elections. And this will be the end of the mandate of the current commission. We don't know what will come up, not only in the Parliament, but also at the Commission. And the question is what the Commission, the current Commission, can do in order to ensure a continuity and a strengthening of the policy on Roma in the future, and that this is well set up in the new Commission. And specifically, as it has been mentioned, that Commissioner Dalli has been the first Commissioner for Equality ever at the European Commission. What are you doing to keep this portfolio or to strengthen this in the future?
So it's two questions disguised in one, right? Well, exactly. We don't know what will happen, and that's why we heard this morning a lot about you have to vote, you have to use this possibility to engage, because elections come first. It's the exercise of democracy, and the priorities will flow from the results of the elections for the Council, for the Parliament, and for the Commission that is voted by the Parliament. So that's the first. What we are doing, well, actually what we have done to create the foundations also for the future. What we have done is that we have a policy until 2030. So we have tools that will continue after the elections. Let's use these tools. So after the election, we still have our strategic framework to continue to implement. We have also commitments from the member states. A couple of years ago, the member states themselves, they have agreed to a series of pledges and commitments on Roma equality, inclusion and participation. So that's something where they are accountable for. We also have a general framework on social policy, which is called the Pillar of Social Rights. Well, I worked on it, so I feel very strong about it. But what the pillar does is that it sets targets for 2030 on jobs, on skills, on combating poverty. And of course, you cannot do all of that without looking at the needs and the barriers of all population groups. Minorities, women, persons with a disability. So the equality dimension of this social rights pillar, it's very important. What we have done also during this mandate, we have created the structures, the organizational structures in the Commission to really create awareness of equality issues, of intersectionality. So in every department in the Commission, we have contact points and coordinators for equality. We have a task force. And the work is very practical, in fact, because it's about guidelines on equality. It's about training for staff, for example, working on funds or working on policy. What it means to mainstream. Exactly, it's mainstreaming something superficial, or it's mainstreaming something very, very practical to think about the needs of different population groups. So this is what the task force has done. In order to do what Kim was saying, equality is still a niche policy. Well, we have worked against the notion that it's a niche. We have opened it up to the whole Commission administration. We also have law. We have a race equality directive, but not only. And so this week is not only Roma week, it's also the week where the Parliament tomorrow will adopt 2 directives on equality bodies, national bodies that are responsible for assisting victims of discrimination, to help them access justice. And why I mention this, not only because I worked on these directives myself, I mention this because in these directives, we have obligations for member states to reach out to all the groups that are at risk of discrimination, to reach out to them in the way the member states will communicate, in the way equality bodies will raise awareness of equality rights, also in the way equality bodies will be accessible throughout the territory of a member state, even in rural and remote areas. So all of this is absolutely very relevant to the conversations we are having today. So a combination of policy frameworks, internal structures, the law, all of these are powerful tools that we hope and we are convinced that these are foundations for the future. But of course, first we have to vote and we have to see and influence the priorities for the future.
Thank you, Annalisa, for showing how your work try to really bring this equality issue into the wider field of society, and how it's not only about policies, but really building up institutional structures, capacity to respond to racism and to discrimination for all groups, as this is very crucial, and hopefully this will be a legacy that we can assess in a few years and see what impact it created. Now, Kim, this really closely connects to your work, working for a very wide network of anti-racist organizations working for different racialized groups. What is your strategy to address these issues, also looking ahead at the next years for a Europe for Equality?
Yeah, I think for us it can be summarized in essence in a manifesto which we are championing as part of the European election program. It's called Europe for All. And in essence, I think it kind of summarizes what other panelists have been saying throughout the morning. The first and the most important part, I think, is what we were discussing about these kinds of historical gaps of knowledge that we have in Europe, which are, I think, very much intentional gaps. So the gap of the contribution of the Roma communities to the European project, the gaps that we have around the existence of African minorities for many centuries in Europe, the lack of understanding and awareness of the contributions that many communities made during the First and Second World War. So all of these historical gaps that we have need to be addressed. And I think also raising awareness that it's not an accident that Roma communities are so underprivileged, that it's not accident that minorities continue to be the ones which are the least educated, the ones which have the most difficulties accessing the labor market, the ones that are discriminated on public services and access to housing and education. This is not accidental. These are intentional results of a system which is designed to oppress and to prevent us from being able to contribute fully to the European project. And so for us, that awareness is really important, because unless we address that awareness, then the policies will continue to not fully take into account the complexities of the issue and the fact that we have to deal with generations worth of discrimination, which has prevented us from really reaching the full potential. We then are through this manifesto trying to advocate for an intersectional approach, and really to make sure that intersectional approach is mainstreamed, that it's mainstreamed in a way that we're actually able to challenge also when certain policies are actually actively countering the efforts that we're trying to push as civil society. So if you look at the Migration Pact, if you look at the AI Act, if you look at the Green Deal, and the policy results that these things will actually result in, we can, us being able to be strong enough to actually challenge that is incredibly important. And for that, we need representation, we need participation. And this is where we go back to this question around, us being able to be in the European Commission as civil servants, us being able to be politicians and being able to actually influence the policy discourse. That requires also intentionality. It's not also going to be by magic that these things will happen. We need intentionality around those things, and also ensuring that civil society in and of itself is able to play its role as well, both in terms of being the places, and we've heard this, civil society is an amazing place for budding politicians to learn their trade. But if civil society organizations aren't well funded and are having to fight for their existence, we're not able to play that laboratory for the future leaders of the European project. So for us, these are important things, and I think this is very much what we're trying to do through the manifesto, is to really highlight the importance of that, and also to highlight the importance of safeguarding what's been achieved. And there has been a lot that's been achieved. And I think for us, you're talking about this call for hope. I am very hopeful that actually us working together can have the strength, have the power to change this emerging narrative and to change it into something which is more hopeful, which reaffirms what Europe was built to do, which is to unite us in diversity. And that diversity requires us not to be erased, so our specificities cannot be erased, but in fact it needs to enable all of us to be celebrated for that diversity, and that diversity is Europe's richness, and that diversity is Europe's strength, in a world which continues to evolve. But it is only if we enable that diversity to flourish that Europe that we all dream for will actually come to existence. And I think that's the important thing that we're trying to build in as part of our manifesto. And we're very much looking forward to working and collaborating with all civil society actors to make that a reality.
Thank you, Kim, for highlighting here again the important topic of representation, participation, but also the intersectional approach. And I think what is very crucial for all of us here today is highlighting the impact and the questions that need to be addressed around historical injustice. And I'm glad that we will have 2 events even tomorrow that will address this further, and we can really go into this question. Now, I want to give the word to Soraya. And here it was raised the question about collective action, how to mobilize and organize politically. What can the Romani movement do, and what are the priorities for what is your vision for the next years?
I would encourage younger Roma to get involved more in politics, to start at a low scale during campaigns, deliver flyers, get into the political party. To us who are little bit older, I think we should use our experience to contact political party already and ask them how do they work with equality, with human rights, and to push them a lot. And then I think also that we need to find alliances, I said it before, with other targeted group. I hate the word weak group. We are mentioned as weak groups. I am not weak. I don't think you are weak. But we find ourselves in weak situations created by the Lord. And, and I think also that we have to secure the EU Roma framework, that it will be still alive until 2030. And I have fears. Okay. And I think also that we have to create already now to find out who are running for candidacy for the political party already, and to, pay them a visit, make them aware that we are here and that we are on the barricades, and that we are not fighting for Roma rights, we are fighting for human rights. And I think this is a very important issue, because I know before I start, the perspective on Roma was as a social group. And it was from that perspective, everything was written, every policy, everything. But I think the perspective changes to a human rights perspective, actually, and that is a good victory. And I mean, for us, living in a patriarchal capitalistic system means that there are somebody up here who get the phrase from the one down here, which means that they have to create a middle class. And the middle class have to have the same superior feeling as the one upstairs. So we create a lower class, working class. And then we have also, they have to feel good, they have to feel special. So there has to be a creation of others who are nothing like us, who are disabled, if you look at it at the intersectional way. So how this capitalistic patriarchal system is created. And this is what we have to fight against. Go and win that. It's difficult, but we can make that, what we can do is to create a shame level when it comes how to treat Roma or Black Europeans or gay, lesbian people. We have to create a shame level. When it comes to the Roma, there is absolutely no shame level at all. It is okay on the bus or at the dinner table to speak at Sigan, as thieves, as dirty, nobody says, oh, it's dirty like in the home of a Zigan. It's okay. It's no shame level. And this is because we have to change the attitudes. So I mean, go together, use the young one, use us older, use the parliamentarians who are humans, and all of them are humans, of course, but I don't mean like that, but I mean who have more engagement, who are more for everybody's right. That we are the same. I mean, I have 1, 2 arms, lucky, 2 legs, lucky. This is how the human race is. And I just want to end up with quoting an old man. He was a survivor from the Holocaust. He said, many, many years ago, there is only one race, human. There is only one religion, love. And there is only one world, or no world at all. Take them, put them in your heart, and try to live them, and we will get wealthy, healthy, happy.
Thank you, Soraya. It's great to know that you are still on the barricade. We all need to be on the barricades, not only to hold government and international organizations accountable, but reality is anti-gypsyism is still normalized all across. There is no shame level. And that is part of the mobilization that we need to do, where we need to move on. Now, the final word, intervention I give to Marianne. And you probably don't want to share in 2 minutes the New Deal, but still, can you say something about your vision, especially can you give us some hope for collective action?
I'll try in 2 minutes. So I think we need a revolution within our heads. I think we need to move from the declaration of intentions, and many times that is great, towards fixing actions. And I think we also need to move towards communicating to the people as to communicating with the people. I would love to see a reframing of the Fundamental Rights Agency reports on Roma by including more about what Roma themselves think about Roma policies, what the priorities should be, how anti-Roma racism, because I don't use the word anti-gypsyism, the anti-Roma racism should be addressed. What the priorities are, because we have 4 priorities, but this was decided by us, non-profit and the European Union, employment, housing, you know, the 4 priorities, right? These are our priorities. So changing the description function of the language from describing us to describing the community's lives, the reality they face. Secondly, we need to, I'll just give a few examples to exemplify what that might look like. For example, there is absolutely zero need to ask training for barbers in order to become a barber in Romania under EU law. That's EU law. You need to have like hundreds and hundreds of hours of trainings and formal education, including to clean the schools and so on. And that needs to end. There's no reason why you need to do that. So I think that this is clear an indirect discrimination against Roma, but that needs to end. Same is true of street sellers. Street sellers are illegal in many countries. There's no reason why Roma people should not be able to sell their things in the street. There's no reason. Small ambulant commerce is part of our history. That's what we did. Many families, that's what we did. From clothing to flowers to etc. to etc. We need to make that legal. To, of course, make it modern, sanitizing, whatever. But that needs to be legalized because they're criminalizing people and their way of making their living. We also need to, for example, concretely when we speak about things such as mandatory history classes for everybody on Roma history. Also, for example, we do have a EU prosecutor and EU funds, and that's good. She's a Romanian. That's good. But I think the top priority for the EU is to have a EU prosecutor for human rights. That should have been the first institution that the EU should have established as a prosecutor, to prosecute the rights, because the rights of people are more important than money. And until the EU understands that, it's just an economic union, it's not a union founded on values, as it claims to be. Values are more important than money. Also, we praise the role of the non-profits, and rightly so. I worked all of my life in non-profits. But as we speak, EU asks in most of its projects 30 to 50% contribution from your own. I don't know what they charge the banks for the banks that submit projects or get grants, but I don't think it's 50%. And there's no reason why non-profits should come with 50% own contribution when all we're doing is fighting for a better world. And most of the NGOs are actually bankrupted. You know, we don't have money. We have ideas. That's all we got. And goodwill, right? None of us is rich. So asking us for that, you're destroying your main partner. Lastly, I want to just ask you the following things. The US is not the perfect example. By far. There's a lot of things that are not perfect there. But I just want to ask you two things. When you talk about representation, I want us to have a picture, I didn't bring one, of the US Congress and then of the European Parliament. Look at the colors, look at the diversity, and they're not doing a perfect job. They're not perfect. But if you look at what is happening in Europe, in my opinion, Europe is fighting to stay white. And secondly, I look at the TV. I stopped because of other reasons, but I used to. Look at the news in the US. I don't know about Western Europe, but then I'm looking at the news in Romania. There is no, and I'm saying no, Roma TV presenter, mainstream news media. We have like 20 different TV news. There's hundreds and hundreds of reports, the same news. None of them is Roma, because they're not qualified. Thank you.
Thank you, Marian. You raise a lot of issues. We have ideas, we have goodwill. I hope there is more discussion in the next days to discuss about the New Deal, about collective action, and about where this should go in the future. Now, I'm closing this here because we have such a short time, and I hand over to Gabi and Cornelia for the closing words.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, and thank you for the panelists. I think it really needs one more applause. It was amazing and charging discussion. Thank you very much. I will hand over first to Cornelia, who actually would like to thank her very much also for being here with us the whole day. And not only today, but all these days you were actually in the Parliament.
That's true. It's not easy. So, closing remarks on open issues. Yeah, is it possible? I think not. I'm happy to sit here together with Soraya, the former MEP, and with a friend of Shakespeare and all the others. It is an honor for us. It's an honor for me, and these are not only words. I think the first, what I would like to say is Roma, Sinti, traveler are people like all the others. And we should keep it in our mind. And this is a condition what we have. Then we can speak about money, we can speak about law, we can speak about all, but to accept it and to understand, yeah, we are equal. Yeah, this is not now in reality in Europe, and I think in the world. But this is the most important idea, and to speak about freedom, equality for all or no one. Yeah, we should. Human rights are for all or for no one. And there are no white human rights. I didn't hear it. I hope also that it's not the future. And Yeah, we have to stop the speech about all that and only to speak and to speak and to speak and to speak. How long the EU and the member states speak about all these questions, and how old is the EU Roma strategy? I don't think 10 years or 12 years, or how old is it, and what is done in these years? We speak about discrimination in the education, labor market, in housing, healthcare, culture, politics. Did I forgot? What I forgot? Yes, I can say we are on a point where we say it's enough. It's really enough. We need justice. We need a joint fight against poverty, against hate speech, and I think this joint fight, this is a possibility for the future. And last week I have spoken with a good friend working together with Hungarian Roma people, and he told me, and I was very happy, that the Roma parliament in Hungary started again. It was an amazing fight to do that, and I think there is a big potential thing in our civil society. Romeo has spoken about has spoken in the beginning of this meeting about Roma people in Ukraine, and we can speak about Roma people in the world. In the world, we have the same problems, and we need so much power for the preservation of dignity of Roma, Sinti, and traveler. And we need strong voices and joint action, not separate action, joint action against racism, anti-gypsyism, and prejudices. About what we have to speak: clear laws in the member states, clear rules in the member states. And if not, then we have to speak about sanctions. So sorry, we speak in other areas also about sanctions. This is a case for sanctions in member states if they don't work. And very important is for me the strengthening of the civil society, empowering of the civil society of Roma community. And what I hate in the EU is we speak in two languages, speak nice words, but do too less. And we have to end this behavior, I think. And we are in a turning point. We should keep it in our mind. We are in a turning point in Europe. Yeah? The only question in June is the question: will the racists, the far-right parties, get the majority in the next European Parliament or not? We speak about that. So, and then racism, if they get the majority, then the racism will be part in each politics, in each rules, in each regulations. We will have that. This is the question, and that's why I say we should know that when we go to vote for the EP. It's not outside of the problems if I vote for this party or this party or this party. Look at the democratic parties. Look at their programs. Look at that. This is important. We have to bring the fight together. This is the only possibility, the fight against all kinds of racism and exclusion. And my very last word is: NGOs, activists are the basis of resistance against inhuman politics. I know sometimes this is so hard, so very, very hard. But we have to talk. We have to take a breath and hold on to each other's hands. This is the only possibility, but it's our common and joint chance. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Cornelia, but also thank everybody for the rich debate and also the high participation. We had many people that registered for the Roma Week in general, and also many states for this event, and here in person, but also online. And we talked about a significant progress that has been made in the debate on anti-gypsyism, in the advocacy that we did already in the past years, but we also talk about the shrinking space and all these challenges that we are facing as the civil society, but also Roma in general in the society. And I would say that if there was no lobby, we would not be where we are. But if there is not activism, we would not be even able to do the lobby itself. And so we shift a bit the discourse. We are not blaming the Roma for the misery anymore. And I think that this is something that I think that's where we are standing right now. This is our future, to kind of stand up for this, like we are already there. We just have to make it a little bit more vocal and more visible, to stand up for this victim position and to be like strongly on those barricades as Soraya was talking about. And we really have to kind of recognize this deep level of not the deep level of the discrimination, but our own empowerment, that practically we have the power within already there, and we just have to kind of show it and step up on the stairs of the power a little bit higher. And I think that's also why we in Ergo Network, we are always taking this cause. So we're taking the cause of fighting anti-gypsyism on the one hand, but also empowering people on the other hand. And we are building coalitions, we are building alliances. We really I really believe that building alliances and coalitions is the most crucial and the most important. First within our group, but also reaching out to the other groups. And as again Soraya was mentioning, we have to reach out to the other groups. And for example, we are part of this global forum of the communities discriminated based on work and decent. And altogether, we are 250 million people in the world. And I mean, we talk about the huge number of Roma, but if we talk about these communities, we are even more. We are actually a majority. So I think that it's also kind of the shifting the way how we're thinking about the things and how we are kind of pushing our demands further. And we are doing it here on the European level, but we are also engaging our members in making sure that they are building and sustaining their coalitions, and we are supporting them with the knowledge, but also financially. And we work closely with the European Parliament and Commission. We lobby here. It's not easy always. But without not having the people inside, it will be even worse. So we really have to make sure now that we have people inside the European Parliament, and we would not let the fascists to win. And I would have to also agree that it's always easier to have young and women in those positions of the power, because also when I see over the years the cooperation, so we had amazing cooperation with Soraya. Of course, we have amazing cooperation also with the men in the parliament, the Roma men as well. But now, for example, we didn't mention today much Patricia Karomaya that came very recently. But I can also feel this sort of a women energy of being, sharing and giving and engaging. And I think this is also something that we need to nurture and support women and youngsters to go into politics even a bit more. So we are getting ready for the elections also ourselves, and we have to kind of mobilize ourselves. We are preparing campaign, and we wanted to kind of make it a little bit more visible. And also here during the Roma Week, we will have Roma TV, which is here in the spaces with us, and they will go around and make small interviews with you, asking you why it's important to vote and what message you would send to the Roma voters. So please participate. I asked them to collect minimum 10, 15, 20, but if all of us would say something, it's just very short, I think we can actually make a very nice collection of messages in different languages even, that we can share also on our social media, and then you can share them when the election's coming closer. Why is this important? So thank you to all the panelist partners, my Ergo colleagues, teams, and my team, and especially Isabella Mihalake, who is here, who was driving this not easy task for organizing and coordinating the week. I have to say thanks, Cornelia, for this amazing summary. And at the end of the day, a big applause goes for the translators. Yeah. Thank you, Saimir and Vista. Thank you very much for being with us. And don't forget that this is not the end of today's agenda. So we will have a lunch just after this, but then we also have the Most Roma-Friendly Mayor Award in the very same room from 2:30. And then also from 4:15, we would have challenges and opportunities in coordinating central and local efforts for Roma inclusion, organized by the DG NIR, again here in the same building, so practically you don't need to leave the building. I think you better don't leave, because if you leave, you might not have an easy way to get back inside. So just please bear with us, enjoy the day. And at the end of the day, for some invited, there is, for some, which is 90 people, a dinner organized today in the Kif Kif restaurant. So I hope you can find your way. If not, ask some of the Ergo teams to join or kind of organize the groups from the hotels to go together. I hope it's easy to find. And yeah, thank you once more. And yes, don't forget about the main question. Do not let fascists to win, and let's vote for the democracy.
Thank you. So lunch is just outside. I will check because normally we said 14:15 we would start. I will check with Adriatic, the organizer of the next event, whether we have the permission to be late 15 minutes, right? So be around. Don't leave after 2:15 because we might have to enter back the room. So thank you.
Roma travelers issues in general. It's a nice day for baby, no? I know, baby. Yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm going to Ankara.
Did you take your dog as well?
I would love. But this year I go for holidays with them. I'm going to swim. Yeah, so Antalya, yes. I've got 5 days swimming in your pond. It's nice.
Warm season, it's not like the Aegean.
It's warm, eh?
It is. Some parts.
Things to see. The most important thing to see.
So normally I do this, but you're very quick thinking, lady.
No worries.
Thank you very much.
We all work together, so it's not a big deal.
Oh, champagne.
Yes.
Champagne for us. Very good.
They
Very
asked
good.
to stimulate the debate. I said, yeah, of course, get some champagne.
No, I didn't start. No.
Yeah, biggest pool in Europe is 33.
Yeah.
Cipresse. If you dive sick,
Yeah. You can go there. You can do it. Excellent. Okay. It was nice meeting you. You're welcome.
So,
4 minutes, look.
yeah.
So these are for the moderators. Where is the moderator here? You
Very
see?
nice.
So,
You are doing like this.
yeah, so.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay, no worries.
And the minus? -1, -2, -3?
It's 0. You can just hold on to 0.
In front of all the speakers.
Yeah,
Just.
Place it on his forehead. I don't even know where I put mine. That's on my phone.
The one outside?
She's the guilty one. She's the guilty one.
Nice to meet you. Pleasure to be here.
pleasure that you come. It's really an honor to have here the...
No, it's our, let's say, obligation and duty.
And also, I think what is very, very nice is that people from the municipalities won. I think it's very important. And bringing them and showing them how important the learning process and all that.
Everybody wants to come to Brussels. It's not very difficult to bring them here. It's more difficult to get you there.
You are right, we don't have a lot of money for that. You know, if
Don't tell us, don't tell this to us. Please.
Okay, I withdraw my comment. I withdraw my
You didn't
comment.
say it. You should just say, in this current budget, we don't have it.
You are right. In this current budget, but we have the growth plan. It's not, if you need all the money we have, it's not for travel, but it's for you.
It is. That's true. It is. But let's see how it goes again. It has to stop very quickly.
I will be one of the openings of the next event, and I will talk a little bit about the growth plan. Because for us it's now the top of priority, and now the ball is in your field. Don't tell us that we work today and night.
No, but that's great for you, because nothing was as quick as this arrangement. The plan, of course, and of course, facility and organizations.
It has been, and I'm very happy that it's on the benefit of all the countries, but I think it has been a human cost. But okay, now for the good cause, we are all very happy, and now it's return to reform and research the plan and start fulfilling, and like this we can start giving the money.
The docs are already
She has papers and do you know Valentina? Superti, she's the director of the Western Balkans. Do you want that I introduce? Valentina, may I introduce you the ambassador?
I was interrupting.
So how do we do
Towards Western Balkans, countries
she will move to the other director.
Okay.
Thank you.
He came to replace you as well.
Well, it was, you missed something. You missed something, that's for sure. No, but you had managed to ask together. Impressive, actually. More than
We are just waiting for the council to make at least, to minimize step in PTA relations. Otherwise, but also everything is there. I mean, now we're waiting for the elections, so you have the results. I think the results is also
what should they do?
nothing breakthrough. What I'm trying to do is get rid of news activists for the they call
Yeah, but I'm using the WhatsApp that I had in the I'm the third or the other one, but I am one of them.
So we wanted to make sure that everything is perfect for you. Obviously, there are always glitches, but we try to work with them. Thank you so much for coming. We really appreciate it. You know, it's not easy to have In the sense that we don't get that opinion.
Symbolism like this.
My mother's
So maybe we take a photo?
Normally, this was not
Listen, you are very handsome.
Ambassador Yes,
To io mi hiqesh duke, nuk vetë do të gjën çantën.
So I hope you will manage.
Yes, Romeo?
Here?
Yes, please. Uh-huh. Yeah, but I think they saw it also, everyone, no? What a beautiful day. Tiku? Tiku? Oh, this is open.
Odavde ne ide, slobodno uđe. Svjetlost. Možeš ovako ja nešto kao bla bla bla.
Pričaš, ja ti sve sad upali mikrofon. Panel se.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear honor guests, actually dear ambassadors, we have actually a trio of ambassadors here today, so I'm very sending you a warm welcome to this event. We also have distinguished guests from countries that were electing the best Roma-friendly mayor, because this event actually is the 4th edition of the most Roma-friendly mayor, which is award that it's being distributed in the Western Balkans and Turkey. And this award recognizes the local authorities that believe that their citizens and they believe in their citizens and they treat them equally. This award aims to change the attitudes toward Roma inclusion and features local authorities that give power to Roma communities and also listen their needs and act on those needs. And I think that's the most important. So we have winners here from the Western Balkans and Turkey who actually were selected through a competition that were open only to the municipalities, and they were willing to apply themselves to be actually the most Roma-friendly mayor. So I believe this is something that needs a courage, but it also needs a pride that you would like to shine further to the other municipalities which are in your region, and you are, for us, you are very much acknowledged good examples that we would like to shed the light on. We would like to emphasize these positive examples of Roma inclusion and also highlight the philosophy of empowerment, mobilization, and equal dialogue between local authorities and Roma communities, and especially where the municipalities and the Roma communities can come together and engage in the dialogue on equal level. And very often we speak about the needs of the policies, of making sure that the EU Roma framework and that the frameworks in general are in place, that there are national strategies and that there is funding for those strategies. But if there are no municipalities which would not act on them and they would not bring and implement those tools which are offered by those strategies to the local level, we practically never will be able to see the change. So thank you very much for finding this courage and applying and being here with us today. We would have 2 panels. We would first have a panel where we actually have also honorable guests to say their words. So we have Akos Topolansky here, the president of the Permanent Group on Inclusion of Roma from the European Economic and Social Committee. Welcome, Akos.
Thank you very much.
And also thank you for following already from the start of the Roma Week. Since this morning, we have a member of the Parliament Roma of France here with us as well from the German Green Party. So welcome, Romeo. And we have yes, give an applause. And we have Valentina Superti, the director for the Western Balkans, Directorate General for Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations from the European Commission. Welcome, Valentina. And of course, we have our great, the one who is kind of behind mobilizing the civil society and the mayors actually to kind of be engaged in this award and being also here today, Adriatic Hasantari, Director from Roma Active Albania. So, yeah, without, I think, any further ado, right? Is it okay? Can I follow? I will give a word to Akos Topolansky for his introductory remarks or opening remarks. Akos, please. Okay.
I am actually a believer, not just because I am a Protestant pastor, but I am believing in the common and much more righteous and humanistic future in sake of Roma and any kind of segregated minorities, and in a better and equal life of all those who are systematically deprived to live up their rights and accomplish their future unhindered. In communities, together with other locals where future is not stolen but secured and co-constructed. According to Maria Manache's formulation, as equals among equals. The reality is happening always locally, on local level but with a universal demand. The solution is always global. Great thanks and gratefulness to all those local heroes who are committed to construct, building common future there and beyond, where they are carrying responsibility in the sense of not of shrinking but expanding space of democracy. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much for your wise opening words. And I would like to ask Romeo Franz if he could continue and take the floor with the opening speech. Please.
I think every person who stands up for my people, for the Romani people, and understands how extensive the challenges are that come with a vicious cycle of discrimination. The Roma Friendly Major Award is a step towards addressing the challenges we face. I would like to emphasize key structural and systemic challenges, but also highlight the importance of social dialogue and synergy effects. Political parties and leaders are called upon to take action against structural racism. Work at the local level in particular can identify challenges and opportunities, understand the need, and can specifically prevent segregation. I am pleased about the best practice examples and the proactive participation of political officials. Personally, I have a best practice that I would like to share and suggest as achievable goals. At the local level, we have reached a so-called state treaty. A state treaty, an agreement between the local authorities, representatives of the German Sinti and Roma in a region of Germany, and the municipal state associations. This agreement became law and paves the way for equal participation, inclusion, and the establishment of a reporting authority in the event of similar discrimination or concerns. I think it is a success that directly addresses the concerns of the marginalized group. But still the challenges remain complex, including the fact that spatial segregation is one of the main causes of unequal access to healthcare, early childhood education, employment, housing, and basic services. This inequality has not only physical and economic consequences, but also psychological and social consequences for individuals and communities. Access to health services constitutes disproportionate obstacles, exacerbated by a lack of health insurance or identity documents, discrimination by medical staff, and segregation in health facilities. Preschool education is important for success in the further stages of education, for the successful search for adequate and high-quality jobs, and for breaking the cycle of discrimination. Programs and instruments such as Erasmus+ are important to create opportunities for young people from disadvantaged backgrounds. Above all, to enable them to obtain a university degree. Romani people do not have employment networks and are discriminated against in terms of access to employment, which is increasing in socio-economically disadvantaged areas. Due to the lack of important policy strategies or investments, limited availability, and poor quality of social housing, discrimination in the housing market, and segregation, the gap in access to housing between Romani people and the majority remains almost unchanged. The integration of the Romani people is a feeling for local context for targeted measures and initiatives based primarily on the bottom-up principle. And it requires an awareness of the ethnic and socio-economic diversity of the Romani people among themselves and the barriers to social mobility and cross-cutting discrimination, particularly in relation to age, gender, and disability. In cooperation with initiatives of civil society organizations, including charity and church organizations, it is necessary for social partners and private actors to find effective solutions, learning from and implementing member states' best practices and innovative solutions on a large scale, always and especially together with the Romani people. In a society that respects EU values such as diversity, pluralism, non-discrimination, tolerance, justice, solidarity, and gender equality, member states must have a special responsibility to ensure these values for all people. Thank you.
Yes, now. Thank you very much, Romeo. Thank you for your words. And I would like to invite Valentina Superti, Director of the Western Balkan Directorate General for the Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations. Please, Valentina, floor is yours.
Good afternoon to all of you, honorable members, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, and I would like to start with a big thank you. Thank you for you all participating in this award ceremony today to the most Roma-friendly mayor. Of course, in anticipation, I would like already to congratulate all the winners. And this award acknowledges the work of all of you and sends a message of solidarity, empathy, and inclusion. 3 key words: solidarity, empathy, and inclusion. So the actions in the field of education, employment, housing, access to social services have a real effect in improving the life conditions on Roma in your respective municipalities. And I think it's important to remind ourselves that Roma inclusion is part of the enlargement process discussions, by which we are requiring the partners, our partners, to align their policy and implementation on the ground, with the European Roma framework. And we do support Roma inclusion not only at the political level, which is very important, but also more more practically through financial support, and in particular through IPA funding, which equally, if you allow me to give a number, 130 million over the period 2004-23. Also, there is an annual Roma ministerial on the Poznan, so-called Poznan process that takes place yearly, during which ministers take concrete commitments to improve the situation on the ground in the fields of education, employment, housing, health, fighting anti-gypsyism, but also more generally promoting the inclusion of Roma in the green and digital agenda, which is our common future. Also, let me remind ourselves that last year, it was 8th of November, the European Commission proposed a so-called growth plan for the Western Balkans in particular. And as we speak now, the Parliament has just voted favorably on this plan. The Coreper was yesterday, so this is now happening. This is my message. And what is the objective is precisely also what was mentioned before. The main objective is to accelerate socio-economic convergence between, in this case, the Western Balkans 6 and the European Union, and to take full advantage of the opportunities that are offered by the plan. It is, I would say, imperative that the Western Balkans partners make use of all their talents, including those from more vulnerable groups like the Roma. At the same time, in this endeavor, the work of the local authorities is, of course, of critical importance for the effective implementation on the ground of policies for Roma inclusion. Actually, this is, if you allow me the expression, this is where exclusion is more visible and where concrete steps for addressing the problems are more effective. So changing reality on the ground is an essential part of the picture. So this is, I guess, also why we are all here today, to pay tribute to very concrete commitments. I also hope that these concrete commitments serve as an inspiration, not for all of us, but also for others to come and follow your example. In the meantime, congratulations, but we will come to that in a minute. Thank you for listening, and especially thank you for all the good work you are doing on this important topic. Thank you.
Thank also you for your contribution, but also for the work that the European Commission is doing and standing behind us and the work that we actually wanted to do in the Western Balkan and Turkey, and for kind of engaging in the enlargement process, which is very important for us, and to of course to call the important person for us as well, which is Adriatic Hassantari, with his words that I think go a little bit beyond the opening, and the floor is yours, Tiku.
Thank you very much, dear Gabi. Actually, we're trying all to multitask, I think. That's our second nickname. Honorable Member of Parliament, Mr. Franz, dear Ms. Superti, dear Akos, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. I wanted actually to start already, was in my mind, although the International Roma Day was yesterday, but since it's a Roma week as well, and events are continuing to happen, I wanted to congratulate Romani Bachtalo Romano Dive. And highlighting a bit, this is the fourth edition of the Most Roma Friendly Mayors Award in the Western Balkans and Turkey. Exactly the same day, 6 years ago, in the same building but different angle, which means the European Parliament, we had the first ever Most Roma Friendly Mayor Award. So if this is a coincidence, I don't know, but it seems that it is a good day. It's a good day in a month that is People are praying for peace, are praying for future, are inspired by what is happening and also hurt by what could happen, and therefore are praying. So I hope those prayers for peace will be fulfilled. Let me explain you a little bit, walk through it, because this is not just a simple award. We have some trophies and we have important people of the European Commission, and we hand it over. It has been a real vetting, if I may say so, of the engagement of local authorities in the Western Balkans and Turkey. Congratulations, Ms. Superti. You came director in the most beautiful region, which also will bring a lot of challenges.
I see that.
But it's amazing how you are going to enter into a region that is building up beautifully and oriented towards the European integration. So first, what we do, there is a campaign happening in all the countries of the Western Balkans, including Turkey, when mayors are invited to apply. This is not a simple nomination, because we do understand politicians in particular are always nominated here and there. This is a merit-based award. So the mayors and their municipality will have to apply, will have to explain what is the interactive atmosphere in their municipality, how they make sure that there is a dialogue with Roma and structures in municipality, how it's the relation between housing, healthcare, anti-gypsyism and education, and what they are doing on it. And my favorite question, actually, that the mayors should answer themselves is that why would Roma community select you as the most Roma-friendly mayor? So after all this application is fulfilled, then they have to send all the supporting documents and evidences, which as often is an action plan, a budget, review or decision, movies, pictures from the events, and then there is an independent panel in the country which will assess all of it. And all in all, since a decade, since the fourth edition, we have 29 municipalities that are won the award, including the current one here. And 300 municipalities has applied to demand this award. So I think this is a clear example on how civic society can be convincing and making sure that not only local authorities, but the institutions do engage and work according to their responsibilities and make sure they leave no one behind. Dear friends, when this initiative was discussed and decided, there were many people who were skeptic about it. That will not work. That will not approach the mayors. Mayor will not see it because it doesn't have financial support. It doesn't have this and doesn't have that. But as I said, the figures, what I shared with you before, show that this is a meaningful approach. And I wanted to draw your attention that our assessment shows that in each municipality that is selected the winner, including today, is a strong Roma civic society in that locality that hold the local authorities accountable, but also make sure that people are engaged in a more democratic way. Once to me, a great woman of faith told me that we look a lot like our parents when we are born, but then we look a lot like our decision when we are passed away. So my message to all of us would be that decide wise and smart so we may all look so at the very end. I take this opportunity to remind you actually all that this initiative is part of the project Power of Change supported by DGNIR, which are also present in this event. And the whole support was given in the grants. It was €1 million for 4 years implemented in 7 countries. So you can do the calculation how much we as civic society gets to make sure we don't only do events on this level, but we also make sure that we move the whole apparatus, including the society, there at the ground. But as any other project, all the beautiful projects, they have a start and they have an end. And this is the final public event of this beautiful project. So allow me to share a little bit with you that it has included 17 local Roma organizations across the Western Balkans and Turkey into coalitions per country, making it to my assessment and data, which I can guarantee you they are very accurate. It makes the biggest network ever that European Commission have supported also in all his financial support or external action support. So let's see how that we will continue from them. And moreover, this particular project has been recognized by the Parliamentary Assembly of the Council of Europe, proposed by the Committee on Equality and Non-Discrimination, as one of the best practice to empower Roma women and civic society in the Western Balkans and Turkey. So allow me to share with you that within the amount I shared with you in the beginning, €1 million for 4 years for 7 countries, we also have supported 20 local initiatives in it, which makes it 1/5 of the whole budget goes to the third support we give to our other local grassroots organizations, that to make our richness and spending of that amount completely significant. And to mention the local support or the grant support giving to the local grassroots started with a beautiful congress organized in Albania when 300 Romani women participated in the Congress named We Decide, when various stakeholders and voicing the concerns and making sure that the authorities will look at them as the potential to offer solution rather than discussing always the issues and thinking and making the way out of it, so how they could contribute to improve the situation. To another project, so it's very diverse, to another project in North Macedonia that was focused on sexual and reproductive health and right to enable choices of Romani women and girls. Dear friends, like my fellow colleagues in civic society, I have often found myself like Don Quixote, fighting and with the windmills. I'm sure the fellow Spaniards would understand what I'm talking about, and those who love literature like I do will understand me as well. And sometimes this battle, it has consequences. And what we see is that the shrinking space of the civic society, it's everywhere. And in fact, we're seeing no support, no giving role and space. And actually now we are witnessing countries that are proud when violating human rights, something we never thought we would see, and we're always voicing never again. I always thought that each generation have its own struggle and challenges. However, the unprecedented crisis we have seen in this decade, and we will see apparently in the future, are not just some struggle, but are the fight to our existence. And to name a few, we started with COVID-19 pandemic, then unjust Russian aggression towards Ukraine, then the terrible attack of Hamas towards Israel, and then the genocide or mass murder by to the Palestinian people, to the climate change threats, extension of our planet. But yet, our role as civic society, it's stronger and it's mostly needed. So, what actually you see here today, it didn't happen just because I have the chance to sit in this side. It's because there are many people on that side that contributed daily to make this work. And I wanted to thank the amazing team of Ergo for coordinating this fantastic week. My amazing partners in the Western Balkans and Turkey. I always mention the names, but I forget to mention them all, but I will do my best. So we start with Otahar in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Serbia Roma Forum, Roma from Macedonia, Voice and Roma Ashkali from Kosovo, Pirena Mensa from Montenegro, Zero Discrimination from Turkey, and Roma Active Albania. So did I forget anyone? Did I forget anyone? So the last but not the least, I want to thank the mayors that are here today. And maybe I will repeat something I've been repeating to other mayors as well. Now your work is starting, actually. after this award, the real work is starting, because we do not stop with the award. We will assess you anytime in your work how you're progressing, and we want to see you not only as shining examples of the Roma inclusion only in the country, but in the region as such, because our region has a fantastic potential. And in particular, I wanted to thank the Commission, Marta, D5, there behind. Where is Sme? She is in the room. From the communication unit, thank you very much. D5, Clara, and Ilan. But then again, allow me to conclude with a favorite poem that I wanted to read it here with you, for you. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still like a dust I rise. You may shut me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but still like an air I'll rise. So this is a famous poem of Maya Angelou, which is, I think it has a clear message in itself, not only to be felt, but also to make us reflect how much important it's to give the role and space to those that cannot, and also to those that cannot be in the fora, but those that need our support and our protection. So I think I'm within the limit. Thank you very much, dear Gabi. You may proceed with the rest of the scenario.
Thank you very much, Tiku. I'm just going to pack my equipment and move to another place. This works here. Yes. So we are connecting. And yeah, so I think we can stay if we want. We can also share the work here. So actually I realized I didn't properly introduce even myself. So my name is Gabriela Hrabaňová. I'm the director of the Ergo Network, behind the organization that's actually helping to organize, or actually organizing the Roma Week and helping with this particular event. And I will try to do my best to master this ceremony. And it will go as follows. So I will always call, I will go in alphabetical order, but by the countries, by the states that are being represented. I will call the name and the municipality that it's winning, and we will see the videos, right? And the videos will be on the screens on our thing. And only after the winner, mayor will come here for the trophy. Yes. So it's my honor to announce the winner from Albania, which is Eriselda Sefa from the municipality of Lushnja.
No.
So to save us a little bit more time and to give the time to technicians to actually solve the situation, we would proceed with actually giving the award, and once we get to the sound, that we will watch the videos. It might also happen that we watch them at the end all together, but I hope we will get to the point we can watch them with the sound. So once again, let me here open up my notes. So once again, I would like to invite here Eriselda Sefa from Lushnia from Albania to come here and congratulate you.
Dear participants, allow me to express my sincere gratitude for being awarded as most Roma-friendly mayor, which I consider as a very important word for my municipality. Being awarded the title is not only a celebration of the work we have been doing so far, but it is also an odd responsibility, require dedication and determination toward inclusive policy and work for the future. The municipality of Lushnia will continue to support Roma empowerment, but delivering quality service, ensuring that no one is left behind. To conclude, I would like to emphasize once again that this award is a celebration of common achievement, and it will serve as promoter of active participant and engagement of the community in the fulfillment of future joint development goals. We would be very happy to share this word with each citizen in the municipality of Lushnia and the administrative units in non-urban area. Thank you for the award and consideration. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now I would like to invite Ljubiša Petrović from the city of Bijeljina, from Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Well done.
Thank you.
It's yours. It's yours. Yeah. Well done. Yeah, it's you.
Thank you. May I call Dragan from our organization of the Harif and my colleague from city administration, Ljubiša. This trophy belongs equal to them and every citizen in our city of Bijeljina.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think if you want to.
Yep. Thank you.
It's already on.
Yep. Ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, colleagues, member of the EU Parliament, Mr. Adriatic, Ms. Hidalgo, and all the guests, it's great honor and pleasure to be here in Brussels with all of you to repeat how it's important to share the same values, European values. The Bosnia and Herzegovina will use opportunity with all of you from the candidate to the membership of the European Union. Since this year, our candidates we are from December of 2022. It's a great opportunity for all of the citizens, also city of Bijeljina, to make with all the city of administration step forward, and with my colleagues and with my administration, we do everything to stay equal, to stay diverse, and to stay dedicated with more effort to our Roma minority community, stay with us more strength, more strengthening by the process during this year, and we have lots of projects we start in our community. We stay dedicated also in the future, like we have now. Free books in elementary school for all children. First shelter in Bosnia and Herzegovina we start to building this year. Free school ads for all children. Program of the housing. Program for the employing of Roma minority in our local community. And thanks to all of you for this opportunity, for this idea, for this award ceremony. With great honor and great respect, from here we are going to our city of Bijeljina in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I want to visit all of and to get invitation for this opportunity to say we shall see in Bijeljina for surely. Have a nice rest of the day. Thank you.
So I would like to invite here a representative from the municipality of Prizren. We have actually the winning mayor, it's Shakir Totay, but we are having his deputy today here, Kyutim Bashi, whom we want to congratulate.
Thank you very much, dear participants, Mr. Adriatic and colleagues. I am very happy to be here in Roma Week in Brussels. Thank you for European Commission and NGOs. Thank you for Roma Active. Today is a special day for us, for me, for municipality of Prizren, and for Republic of Kosovo. Thank you for this award. We are honored and thank you for all.
I would like to invite here the representative from the municipality of Nikšić, from Montenegro, Marko Kovačević.
Hello, nice meeting you. And well done, Marco. Here, it's heavy but not too heavy. Yeah. Shall I keep it for you?
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor to warmly greet you on behalf of the municipality of Nikšić and myself and to express my pleasure in being with you today at this exceptionally important event for me. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the European Commission and the European Parliament, the Roma civil society, for this significant award, which values not only my work, but also the efforts of all my colleagues in the municipality of Nikšić to create better living conditions for members of the Roma community in our city. Being recognized as the best mayor friend of the Roma is both an honor and an additional obligation to work even harder on their inclusion and improvement of the conditions in which they live. I am confident that in the coming period, as before, we will continue to implement activities aimed at directly impacting the lives of Rome. In conclusion, I greet and thank you all once again for the recognition. Romani people are European citizens. Thank you.
Now I would like to invite the representative, the mayor of municipality Berovo from North Macedonia, Zvonko Pekevski. Zvonko.
Почитувани присутни, чест и задоволство ми што денеска сум дел од овој настан и морам да кажам дека сум пријатно и позитивно изненаден од присуството во Брисел.
Dear attendants, it's my honor and pleasure to be part of this event today, and I must say that I'm pleasantly and positively surprised by to be present in Brussels.
Чувството да се добие наградата за најпријателски градоначелник на ромите е прекрасно и представува валоризација за сето она што во изминатиот период е сработено за подобрување на состојбата на ромите на локално ниво.
The feeling of receiving the award for the most Roma-friendly mayor is wonderful and represents a valorization of everything that has been done in the past period to improve the situation of the Roma at the local level.
Во оваа прилика сакам посебно се заблагодарам на Рома Актива Албанија, Ergo Network и Roma за имплементација на проектот, преку кој се дава мотив повеќе да продолжиме да работиме за унапредување состојбата на ромите во нашата земја и нашиот град.
I would like to take this opportunity to thank to Roma Active Albania, Ergo Network, Roma, and for the implementation of the project, which gives more motivation to continue working on improving the situation of the Roma in our country and our city.
Исто така, благодарна до Рома што по објавениот повик го препозна Берово како град кој покрај тоа што е многу пријателски настроен кон ромската популација, работи континуирано на подобрување на состојбата на ромите и заедно со комисијата ги следа сите наши успеси и придонеси за ромите.
Also thanks to Roma, which after the published call recognized Berovo as a city which, in addition to being very friendly to the Roma population, works constantly to improve the situation of the Roma, and together with the Commission, they followed our success and contributions to the Roma.
Се надам дека мојот труд за да ја добијам наградата за најпријателски градоначелник на ромите ќе биде инспирација и за другите градоначалници, постојано да работат на унапредување на животот на ромите во нивните општини и ве уверувам дека трудот секогаш носи резултати.
I hope that my work in order to receive the award for the most friendly Roma mayor will be an inspiration for other mayors to constantly work to improve the life of the Roma in their municipalities and assure you that the work always brings results.
Навистина е голема честа што сум дел од овој настан и што имам можност да се сретам со високи представници на Генералниот директорат за соседство и преговори за проширување.
I need a great honor to be part of this event and to have the opportunity to meet senior officials of the DG NIR.
И во иднина ќе се залагам за подобар живот на жителите од ромската заедница и сметам дека оваа награда ќе значи многу за општина Берово и ќе биде предизвик плюс за уште повеќе да се работи. Ви благодарам.
And in the future, I will advocate for a better life for the inhabitants of the Roma community, and I think that this award will mean a lot for the municipality of Berovo and will be a plus challenge for even more work. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And now I would like to invite the mayor, the most Roma-friendly mayor from Vrnjačka Banja, Mr. Boban Đurović from Serbia.
Poštovani učesnici, pre svega mi je čast da vas pozdravim u ime opštine Vrnjačka Banja, u ime zemlje iz koje dolazim i da se zahvalim na šansi da ovde u srcu Evrope, u Briselu, dobijem ovako prestižnu nagradu. Zahvaljujući celoj organizaciji, dobili smo ovu nagradu i ovo priznanje i ne smatram je kao ličnom nagradom i priznanjem, već priznanjem čitave naše zajednice. Biti proglašen za Romima najnaklonjenijeg predsjednika opštine za mene značajno veliko priznanje. Kroz naš rad i posvećenost nastavili smo da stvorimo inkluzivno okruženje u opštini Vrnjačka Banja, gde se svaki pojedinac i osoba osjeća dobrodošlo i poštovano. Naša opština nije samo prijateljska naslona prema Romima, ona aktivno radi na stvaranju uslova za integraciju Roma, za njihovo obrazovanje, zapošljavanje i njihov dostojanstven život. Romski narod je veoma važan za našu zajednicu, pre svega zbog bogatstva svoje kulture i tradicije. Stoga izuzetno sam ponosan što smo zajedno uspeli da stvorimo okruženje u kojem svaki Rom se može osjećati kao njen ravnopravni član. Želim da izrazim duboku zahvalnost organizatorima, Romaktedu i svima onima koji su uložili veliki napor da mi svi imamo šansu da dobijemo nagradu, da naša nagrada bude rezultat našeg rada i da širom sveta možemo da pokažemo način, odnosno Evrope, način na koji mi radimo, ali također razmenu iskustva sa ostalim našim kolegama i gradonačelnicima i da pokažemo sav mogući naš potencijal. Zahvaljujem se i svim mojim saradnicima, građanima opštine Vrnjačka Banja u kreiranju zajednice u kojoj smo stvorili jedan sistem solidarnosti i razumevanja. Hvala još jednom.
I'm extremely honored to be here with you today in the heart of Europe, in Brussels, to receive this prestige award. This is not only recognition, my personal recognition, but it's also recognition of my entire community and municipality of Vrnjačka Banja. This award, the Most Friendly Mayor Award, is a significant recognition for me. Through our work and dedication, we try to create an inclusive environment in the municipality of Vrnjačka Banja, where every individual feels welcome and respected. The Roma people are an important part of our community, with a rich culture and tradition contribution to diversity of our entire community. Therefore, I am extremely proud that together we managed to create an environment where every Roma can feel like an equal member of communities. I want to express my deep gratitude to organizers of this ceremony, Roma Active Albania, Forum Roma Serbia, European Commission, DG NIR, and efforts giving us an opportunity to share our experience and achievements with whole Western Balkan region. Let this award be an engine to our municipality, to the municipality around the whole Western Balkan region to continue working on building an inclusive society in which everyone can realize their full potential. I also thank to my colleagues and citizens of the municipality of Vrnjačka Banja for their support in creating a community characterized by great solidarity and understanding. Thank you very much.
And last but not least, I would like to invite the mayor from municipality of Muratli, Nebi Tepe from Turkey.
Yeah, it's for all of us. It's nice. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Bu ödülü Muratlı'da yaşayan Roman vatandaşlarımın adına alıyorum. Birlikte büyüdüğümüz, aynı okullarda okuduğumuz, kültürümüzden etkilendiğimiz, komşularımızın barınma sorunlarının ortadan kalkmasına yardımcı olduğum için kendimi şanslı hissediyorum. Bunun da ödülle taçlandırılması mutluluk verici. This is for all Roma people. Thank you.
I'm taking this award on behalf of Muratlı Roma people. The people, we are growing up together, studying at the same school, same culture, and affected neighbors that I am solving the problem of housing. I'm really happy, I feel really happy that I'm considered worthy for this award. And I'm really happy also that these problems solved and I'm having this award as well. So this is for all Roma people. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes. So I would like to thank and congratulate once again the almost Roma-friendly mayors who actually dedicated their work in their municipality. And came here to Brussels to be recognized for their work. And I hope that you bring more enthusiasm back to your municipality and more good work, of course. As we have already solved the technical issues, I would like now to ask for the series of videos of our awarded mayors. But first, I would like to start with a video message from Oliver Vareli, the European Commissioner for Neighborhood. No? We are still waiting for the video. I'm sorry. So we are going for the series of videos of the awarded mayors that are here with us in Brussels, and they pre-record videos about their amazing work at the localities.
Bashkia e Lushnjës gjatë vitit 2023 ka realizuar shumë aktivitete, ku një pjesë të cilëve janë aktivitete me komunitetin rom dhe egyptian, të cilët janë pjesë e qytetarëve të Lushnjës. Duke përfshirë komunitetin rom në aktivitete të ndryshme, sociale, kulturore apo shkollore, ne kemi bërë që nga ky komunitet në territorin e Bashkisë Lushnjë të gjithë ndjekin arsimin e detyruar në shkolla, por një pjesë e tyre vazhdojnë edhe arsimin e mesëm. Me ndërhyrje në qendrën shëndetësore kemi bërë që ata të marrin shërbim shëndetësor më cilësor dhe më standarde, ashtu si pjesa tjetër e komunitetit, por edhe duke i përfshirë në struktura urat tona duke i punësuar në administratë apo në ndërmarrje të shërbimeve publike, kemi bërë që atyre t'i rrisim të ardhurat dhe patjetër kjo ndikon në përmirësimin e cilësisë familjare të tyre. Bashkia Lushnjës ka qenë pjesë fituese edhe 2 granteve në shërbim të këtij komuniteti nga Këshilli i Europës. Një ka qenë rikonstruksioni i qendrës shëndetësore në lagjen Savër, ku është dhe përqendrimi më i madh i komunitetit rom, por një pjesë tjetër e grantit ka qenë për blerjen e pajisjeve muzikore dhe të veshjeve tradicionale lushnjare për fëmijët e komunitetit rom dhe egjiptian, të cilët janë pjesë të grupeve kulturore pranë qendrës kulturore të fëmijëve. Patjetër që të marrësh një çmim si kryetarja më miqësore me këtë komunitet, do më bëjë që të qytetarët e mi unë të vije motivuar për t'i thënë që çdo pjesë e përditshme e punës time me këtë çmim është vlerësuar, që do të thotë që unë do të motivohem akoma më shumë, të punoj akoma më shumë, që i gjithë komuniteti i Bashkisë Lushnjë ta ndjej klimën miqësore nga unë si person, por patjetër edhe nga institucioni i bashkisë.
Grad Bijeljina je ponosan na svoje partnere i prevashodno na komunikaciju koju sam i kao gradonačelnik zajedno sa saradnicima, sa gradskom upravom razvili sa romskom nacionalnom zajednicom i na taj način kroz komunikaciju naprosto saznajemo sve one potrebe, sve one izazove, sve one probleme sa kojima se susreću naši sugrađani Romi. I zato je važno da u tom jednakomjernom pristupu uključimo što veći broj partnera. Ovakav pristup kroz ovu multisektorsku saradnju upravo i gađa onu suštinu da targetiramo sve one izazove sa kojima se susreće romska nacionalna manjina, gdje opet moram da kažem da je bogatstvo upravo u različitostima i to sam osjetio i kao dijete, družeći se zaista sa svim nacionalnostima, sa pripadnicima svih nacionalnih manjina. Također sam osjetio prije ovog poziva gradonačelnika, sam to osjetio i kroz rad ljekara, jer nas na to obavezuje naravno Hipokratova zakletva i što je jako važno, kad me pitaju kolege kako to Ljubiša gradonačelniče, kako to komunicirate, pa naprosto svi smo mi najprije ljudska bića, a nama je cilj zaista i kroz ovo budžetiranje i kroz moralnu podršku jeste da osnažimo svaku individu, Roma i Romkinju, a to je da steknu jedno od osnovnih prava, to tiče se na pravo na zaposlenje i to nam je jako važno jer to znači jedan socijalni status, stabilan socijalni status svake porodice i vjerujte da nema onog ljepšeg osmijeha kada znate da ste uradili pravu stvar, a to je kad vidite one dječje osmijehe i kad kažem evo sad ja imam svoju kuću. To je naravno nama signal da još posvećenije, još napornije radimo jer zaista koliko god mislimo da smo uradili, ne smijemo nikada posustati, ne smijemo nikada reći da smo odlični, nego moramo reći da smo i dalje posvećeni, da naravno sve te izazove smanjujemo na najmanji mogući nivo. Imajući u vidu da sam dobitnik po drugi put ove nagrade, to svima nama govori da smo na dobrom putu i ovo je prevashodno nagrada za moje sugrađane Rome i Romkinje.
Unë jam Shaqir Totaj, qytetari vjetër i Prizrenit. Natyrisht në 2 vitet e fundit jam kryetari i Prizrenit. Përndryshe qyteti është një qytet me një tradit, me shumë vlera të trashëguara kulturore dhe historike, qytet që karakterizohet me një diverzitet theksu, ku ka shumë komunitete, edhe është krenaria jonë se gjitha komunitetet i kanë të drejtat e barabarta dhe trajtohen si të tillë. Pjesa më e rëndësishme është komunikimi me aktivist për të drejtat e komunitetit rom, komunikimi me organizata jo qeveritare, si dhe përkrahja aktiviteteve tyne përmes subvencioneve, për aktivitetet, kur flasim është fjala për aktivitete kulturore, për aktivitetet të cilat me një farë mënyre e theksojnë identitetin dhe vlerat e komunitetit rom. Ne, shqiptarët, që jemi shumic, një kohë të gjatë kemi qenë vetë të diskriminuar. Edhe ne dim çka do të thotë të jesh i diskriminuar, edhe çka do të thotë të mos kesh të drejtë. Prandaj në momentin kur ne jemi ata që udhëheqin shtetin tonë, në këtë rast unë që udhëheqi qytetin e Prizrenit, kam dashur përmes aktiviteteve të mia edhe të stafit tim, të ekipit tim, që askuj mos ja mohojmë të drejten për të qenë i barabartë dhe për të një veten si pjesëtar i barabartë i komunitetit, ku do të ketë mundësi me dhonë edhe kontributin e vetë. Votimi në Asamblenë Komunale në mënyrë unanime për të njoftë gjuhën rome si gjuhë në përdorim zyrtar, mendoj se ka qenë arrituna më e madhe, edhe vlen të theksohet se komuniteti janë shumë falenderës dhe shumë mirënjohës, dhe ne jemi krenar që kemi bërë ato. Kjo është një mirënjohje shumë e rëndësishme, por nuk e konsideroj që është dhënë veç për mua, por është dhënë për qeverisin lokale komplet, edhe për qytetin e Prizrenit. Normal që ndihem mirë, sepse një aktivitet kur e bën edhe ki një qëllim të mirë, edhe ajo njihet edhe pranohet si e tillë, e rikonfirmon se jemi në rrugë të drejtë, edhe jemi duke bërë punë të mirë, edhe kjo pastaj e rrit motivacionin për bërë punë akoma më të mira. Unë e konsideroj që komuniteti rom ka shumë vlera, sidomos kur bëhet fjalë për vlerat kulturore, për artin, dhe mendoj që duhet të përkrahen në vazhdimsi që të kenë hapësinë mjaftueshme për të prezantuar vlerat e tyre, sepse në këtë mënyrë i kontribuojnë ngritjes së kvalitetit dhe kvantitetit të jetës kulturore në qytetin e Prizrenit, po jo vetëm në Prizren, por në përgjithësi në këtë Kosovën, kurse ne e legjitimojmë veten si qytetarë të Prizrenit, të cilët i trajtojmë të gjithë në mënyrë të barabartë, sepse tek e fundit të gjithë jemi të barabartë.
Ja sam Marko Kovačević, predsjednik opštine Nikšić. Mi se od početka našeg mandata trudimo da ostvarimo kontakt sa svim kategorijama našeg društva, posebno sa onima koje su marginalizovane i na neki način ugrožene. Jedna od takvih kategorija, nažalost, bila je i kategorija repopulacije u našem gradu, koja ima nešto preko 2000 prema poslednjim podacima. Ono što smo posebno uveli kao novinu jeste edukacija i osvješćivanje ne samo pripadnika repopulacije, nego i čitavog društva, da to mogu da budu, dakle, korisni činioci naše društvene zajednice, ne samo neko kome treba u kontinuitetu pomagati. Upravo smo željeli da promijenimo svijest čitave društvene zajednice da je repopulacija jedan dio društva koji može da donese jedan novi kvalitet u život svih građana, recimo naše lokalne samouprave kada je Nikšić u pitanju. Tako da nisu samo u pitanju one kategorije društva kojima treba pomagati u tom socijalnom aspektu gdje su oni naročito ugroženi, već i da oni mogu da ono što se u njih ulaže, a pogotovo u znanje, vrate zajednici kao jedan novi kvalitet njenog života. Najveće dostignuće naših aktivnosti ogleda se konkretno u tome što se sama repopulacija zainteresovala za one mogućnosti koje mi nudimo. Dakle, mi smo riješili da probudimo njihove potencijale kako bi i oni mogli da ih ostvare, ali i kako bi sama zajednica od tih potencijala imala koristi. Sve više mladih Roma se uključuje u aktivnosti lokalne samouprave i ne samo lokalne samouprave, sve više inicijative dolazi sa njihove strane, što nam je negdje bio cilj, tako da smo na taj dio priče najponosniji. Izuzetno sam ponosan što sam dobio ovu nagradu i negdje je to priznanje rada, naravno ne samo mene, jer nikad jedan čovjek ne čini sistem, već upravo čitave lokalne samouprave, ali i negdje, da kažem, priznanje da smo uspjeli da ostvarimo jedan vid komunikacije sa repopulacijom kakav do sada opština Nikšić nije imala. Tako da se nadam da će nam ovo biti vjetar u leđa za dalje aktivnosti koje planiramo, a to je da otkrijemo široj zajednici potencijale naših sugrađana koji dolaze iz romske populacije, da to bude onaj aspekt koji ćemo osvijetliti i koji će u budućnosti donijeti korist za Nikšić i za Crnu Goru. Važni su zbog toga što negdje usmjeravaju lokalnu zajednicu da popravlja stvari u svom društvu, u svom ambijentu. Kada imate nezadovoljan jedan dio stanovništva ili na neki način marginalizovan, to ne može da bude dobro ni za ostatak društva. I onda nas negdje usmjerava da neprestano popravljamo stanje. Mi znamo da iz te zajednice dolazi u istoriji svijeta i mnogo pjesnika i muzičara i intelektualaca na kraju, tako da mi želimo da taj potencijal probudimo u ljudima koji ovdje sa nama žive i da zajedno sa njima gradimo jednu bolju i novu budućnost.
Ja se vikam Zvonko Pekevski i od 2017. godina sam gradonačelnik na opština Berovo. Opština Berovo je наисточната точка от нашата татковина. Според податоците от последният попис на населението во 2021 година, општина Берово има 10.890 жители и со тоа спаѓа меѓу помалите општини во земјата. Според националната припадност, од купниот број, македонците 91%, ромите 3%, 6% останати. Ромската заедница во општина Берово е директно вклучена во сите активности и средби на кои треба да се донесуваат заеднички одлуки за доброто на населението на општина Берово. Како градоначелник, редовно е посетувам ромската насаба, каде најголемиот дел од жителите од ромска националност претежно живеат. Исто така, не помалку е значајна и локалната група на заедницата, која е неформална група на граѓаните од ромската заедница, преку која е воспоставена комуникација за барањата на заедницата и заедно со институционалната работна група во рамки на Ромактет програмата ги дефинираат приоритетите на ромската заедница согласно финансиските, имотно-правните и законските можности за реализација на инфраструктурните проекти. Со животот на населението во општина Берово отсекогаш е на солидно ниво, а слободно можам да се пофалам дека после интензивните инфраструктурни активности во последните неколку години и инфраструктурата на голем дел од ромското мало е во добра состојба. Сепак, секогаш може подобро и мојата инспирација е секогаш подобар живот на жителите се разбира преку подобрување на условите во сите сфери во поглед на инфраструктура, социјална и здравствена заштита, детска заштита, подобрување на условите за образование и така натаму. Има голем број активности кои што се направени за подобрување на животот на жителите од ромска националност. Сепак, како една од најголемите активности, ќе ја избавам реализацијата на проектот Штип и Берово заедно за подобрување на условите за живење за ромската заедница. Проектот е аплициран во рамките на програмата на ЕУ за ромите и граѓаните кои живеат во сиромаштија. Главна цел на проектот е да се унапреди домувањето, образованието и економските можности за ромите и луѓето кои живеат во длабока сиромаштија. Чувството да се добие наградата за најпријателски градоначелник на ромите е валоризација за сето она што во изминатиот период е сработено. И во еднина ќе се залагам за подобар живот на жителите од ромската заедница и сметам дека оваа награда ќе значи многу за општина Берово и ќе биде предизвик плюс за уште повеќе да се работи. Настаните, како наградата за најпријателски градоначелник на ромите се важни за подобрување на диалогот на локалните власти и ромската заедница и добрите пракси на диалог да станат видливи. Исто така се предизвик повеќе за подобрување на состојбата на ромската заедница и гласот на ромската заедница да биде слушнат.
Ono što je ideja osnovna naša bila jeste da poboljšamo status Roma u našoj opštini i da bismo započeli taj naš posao, tu našu viziju i misiju. 2016. godine osnovali smo i izabrali koordinatora za romska pitanja upravo iz populacije Roma. Mi smo 2018. godine otvorili kancelariju za Rome i zapravo tada počeli se bavimo svim problematikama i svim pitanjima koji su bitne i vezana za poboljšanje statusa Roma u našoj lokalnoj samoupravi. Naša ideja i želja je bila da maksimalno koliko je moguće pre svega rešimo problematiku tih ljudi, ali da ih uključimo u sve savremene tokove života u našoj lokalnoj samoupravi i upravo kroz aktivnosti, pre svega projektne aktivnosti, rešavanje njihovih problema, uspeli smo da oni postanu integralni deo naše lokalne samouprave, gde smo mi kroz razne vrste projekata, podrške i osnaživanje njihovo doveli njih u status ravnopravnih građana naše lokalne samouprave. Jedan od najbitnijih možda za nas i najinteresantnijih projekata jeste projekat koji smo radili u simbiozi sa pre svega Kancelarijom Ujedinjenih nacija, UNOPS-om i Evropskom unijom, gde smo izradili novih 20 stambenih jedinica potpuno opremljenih za 20 porodica koje smo uključili i dali im mogućnost pristojnog života, kroz naš baš projekat Pristojan život, ali i naravno grantove od 300.000 dinara gde smo omogućili njima da krenu sad samozapošljavanje. Više od €1.000.000 je uloženo upravo u poboljšanje života naših Roma na teritoriji naše opštine Vrnjačka Banja.
Imamo veliku pomoć u svim sferama društvenog života, obrazovanja, stanovanja, socijalne zaštite, zdravstva. Na osnovu toga smo i formirali našu politiku prema romskoj zajednici, osluškujemo romsku zajednicu i prvenstveno se baziramo prema potrebama koje sama romska zajednica iskaže. Tako da smo radili dosta stvari u oblasti stanovanja, jer to je generalno, ja mislim, svuda problem u celoj Srbiji.
Svaka podrška i pomoć koja stigne osetljivim kategorijama društva, pogotovo u romskoj populaciji, je veliki podstrek i veliki uspeh, da kažem, i pojedinca, ali same lokalne samouprave. Naša želja je da pomažemo ljudima, ali možda veća želja od toga jeste da njih uključimo u savremene tokove funkcionisanja, gde su oni konstantno uključeni, gde se osjećaju bitnim i važnim i osjećaju se kao građani jedne lokalne samouprave. Mi smo se trudili da upravo kroz svu podršku, kroz našu socijalnu politiku koja je usmerena pred svega ka Romima, da napravimo jedno jedinstveno društvo, jedan jedinstveni sistem, da nema polarizacije, već da budemo integralni deo koji odlučuje o svim bitnim odlukama u ovoj opštini Vrnjačka Banja. Mislim da smo na tom putu uspeli. Nagrada koja dolazi upravo u našu opštinu je rezultat zalaganja svih onih koji su učestvovali u radu, ne samo kancelarije, koordinatora, mene kao gradonačelnika, već svih službi koji učestvuju i naravno predstavnika Roma, koji su bili u velikoj meri inicijatori mnogih aktivnosti koje smo zajedno radili. Zajedno kreiramo društvo koje se zasniva na različitosti, koja predstavlja primer dobre prakse, a ne prepreku.
Belediye başkanım dedi, bir bayram yaptı. Trakya'nın Muratcan'ın yıldızı.
Ben Nebi Tepe, Tekirdağ iline bağlı Muratlı ilçesinde Muratlı Belediye Başkanıyım. Muratlı'da uzun yıllardır Roman vatandaşlarımızla iç içe yaşamaktayız. Her zaman yaşadıkları sorunlara çözümler üretmeye çalıştık. Muratlı'da Roman toplumunun karşılaştığı en büyük sorunun barınma sorunu olduğunu gördük. Bunun için mülkiyeti belediyemize ait olan 300 ila 470 metrekare arasında değişen 70 adet arsayı projeleriyle birlikte Roman vatandaşlarımıza tahsis ettik. Burada vatandaşların yaşadığı barınma sorununa dikkat çektiğimizi ve örnek teşkil edecek bir çalışma olduğunu düşünüyoruz. Bunun yanında özellikle Roman kadınların yerel yönetimlerle diyaloğunun gelişmesi için bir kadın masası kurduk. Kurulan bu masa belediye aracılığıyla topluma eğitim, sağlık, sosyal içerme, farkındalık arttırma ve ihtiyaca göre danışmanlık gibi alanlarda hizmet ulaştırmayı hedeflemektedir. Bu vesileyle belediyemizde düzenli toplantılar yapılmakta. Mevcut sorunlar ve çözümler üzerine görüşler paylaşılmaktadır. Ben de zaman zaman bu toplantılara katılıyorum. Faaliyetlerimizin en büyük ilhamı geleceklerine daha aydınlık bakmalarını istediğimiz çocuklar oldu. Yıllardır süre gelen eğitim, barınma ve temel haklara erişimdeki eksikleri çocuklarımızın, gençlerimizin yaşamasını istemedik. 25 yıldır, 5 dönemdir belediye başkanlığı yaptığım Muratlı'da Roman toplumunun her zaman yanında oldum ve birlikte çalıştık. Belediyemizde de çok sayıda Roman çalışanımız mevcut. En Roman dostu belediye başkanı ödülünü almaktan dolayı gurur duyuyorum. Biz bu şehirde her zaman birlik olan büyük bir aileyiz. Bizim en büyük gayemiz bu şehirde yaşayan herkesin mutluluğudur. Bu ödül için Avrupa Birliği'ne çok teşekkür ediyorum.
Amazing. It's great that the technology worked with us and that we could actually see the videos of the great work and the great people behind all the municipalities from the Western Balkan and Turkey. We are slowly getting towards the end of our event, and I would like to invite Marta Garcia Fidalgo, advisor from Roma Integration, advisor on Roma Integration from the Directorate General for Neighborhood and Enlargement and Enlargement Negotiations, to bring us the closing remarks. And after, I would just spoil a little bit, after we would take the photo with all the awardees.
Okay, so first, congratulations to all the winners, and thank you. Thank you because you take care of vulnerable population in your municipalities, including Roma. Thank you because you believe in the potential of the Roma community as an equal part of the society. Thank you because you understood that it's not about them, but about eliminating the inclusion barriers and fight antigypsyism. And also thank you because your work has improved their living condition. And now all your work, all your years has been recognized at international level. I hope that you enjoy your trip to Brussels. Even, of course, if you come from the most beautiful region, and it was said, but I hope that even that you enjoy and the award ceremony. You play the main role of this ceremony. You are really the heroes of our day. And the ceremony is about you and about your achievement. I hope that all you citizens will be very proud of what you have achieved on Roma inclusion. As Adriatic said, I hope that today it will be not the end, but the start of a new phase. I hope also that after knowing each other, you will be really understanding the importance and knowing what the others are doing. And as you have said already, I hope that it will inspire other municipalities in your country. So I would like to finish to thank the Economic and Social Committee for hosting us for this ceremony. Excellencies for coming and joining us. I think it's very important that the ambassadors are here because that means that your governments care about Roma and you are prepared to use some time to show it how your governments care about. I would like to thank all participants and also thanks Adriatic because without Adriatic this ceremony won't have been the same. I hope that you put this diploma and this award very visible in your offices. And I think it's important that they know the recognition you have received. Thank you very much for all you have done and for being here.
So instead of on the opening, I would like to have a closing video as well from the commissioner.
Which addressed the beginning.
Which addressed the beginning. So yes, because the beginning is the end, right? So we are celebrating the path. And so I would.
Oh, then we do the picture and then you prepare the video. Let's do the picture, people.
Okay, but I will not announce the video anymore, yes, because I'm announcing it to me. So I'm announcing the photo, and then the video will be played, yes. So all the mayors, I think that we would do only the mayors, then the mayors with the civil society from the countries,
and then the mayors with the commission,
And then maybe we can take one more here with all the participants, but let's see.
There's the mayors with themselves, there's the mayors
Yes.
with viewers. Yeah.
So, Adriatic Hassantari, please organize the photos.
Okay, can we please have all the mayors and the commission people who wants to go be in the picture? Marta and
The
Ilan
ambassador
and
needs to
Clara.
go with the awardees. Yes, please.
Don't leave, we have a picture with
No,
you as well.
but he is also for with each of them. They should take the photo, no? With the Kosovo, with Turkey.
Yes, but I wanted them in first, then with civil
Okay.
society, all of them.
He's sitting so an NGO. It's not a
Thank you. Can you have only the mayor? This is my favorite. Only the mayor. Can we have the mayors and civic society? The mayors and the civic society all together. Can we take and civic society all together?
So we have to transfer every single contract on Balkan. But in our statutes and everywhere, we are continuing the
Civic society.
which is taking all the responsibilities from the old ergon.
Civic society, which may say
are like existing for a week. And there is a 2-year requirement. But these 2 years
Can I have the mayors and the other?
because the
Can we show the video and can you take your places?
Ladies and gentlemen, dear winners.
Da, nu știu dacă cred că de acolo nu e dat drumul. Nu, video. Yes. So we are starting the video. Yes? All right, so if we can just listen, I think it's just a couple of minutes. Thank you.
It is a pleasure to open the 2024 ceremony for the most Roma-friendly mayor awards in the Western Balkans and Turkey
To play the game.
during European Parliament.
Thank you so much.
It is the fourth time we have...
Ladies and gentlemen, I would ask to play again the video and everybody to get seated and please leave the small talks for the break, which is just after this. And thank you so much.
It is a pleasure to open the 2024 ceremony, most Roma-friendly mayor awards. Ladies and gentlemen, dear winners, it is a pleasure to open the 2024 ceremony for the most Roma-friendly mayor awards in the Western Balkans and Turkey during European Parliament Romani Week. It is the fourth time we have given this award in cooperation with the civil society. The local level is fundamental for effectively implementing policies and programs for Roma inclusion. Because it is exactly in our villages and towns that exclusion is most visible and where concrete steps for addressing the problems are the most effective. Therefore, those actions that are taken at the local level can make a change and make progress when it comes to Roma inclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, during my mandate, I have a clear policy. Roma people cannot be left behind. Roma inclusion is a part of the enlargement process, which requires all our partners to align their policy and implementation on the ground with the EU Roma framework. Treating all citizens equally and ensuring they benefit from their rights is an essential step towards Roma inclusion and therefore the enlargement process. We believe that Roma citizens are an asset. This is the reason why between 2014 and 2023, the EU increased its funding by 50%, reaching over 130 million euros in financial support. Dear mayors, let me congratulate all of you who are present today at this ceremony. Coming from different regions and diverse contexts, you have taken courageous initiatives to overcome prejudices. By promoting Roma inclusion, you prove that progress is possible. I hope this award will foster broad publicity, recognize your past actions, and inspire your future initiatives. It also hopes to inspire other municipalities to consider you as a role model. I wish you a great celebration.
Yes, so let's have a quick rearrangement of the room and the people, and then we will meet here in maximum 10 minutes. Yeah, 10 minutes. Yes. Hi.
Just a technical note from me before you guys start, if I am allowed.
Yes, you are.
Also helping our organizers here. So if you see on this side of every single sitting places, I have left one paper for registration yet again. We apologize for this. Exactly. So you just pass it on for everyone to register yet again for this event. Why is that? Because every single event, it's organized in its own framework, under its own budget, and we need participation attendance list for each of these events. We apologize, but it is what it is, right? So we just have to deal with it. So thank you in advance for signing your data there. Thank you. Take it over.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor to be here on the occasion of the Roma Week, which is dedicated to the International Roma Day, a moment of celebration, but also of a reality check when we acknowledge the advancements of Roma inclusion and the areas where we need more work and progress to ensure that Roma fully enjoy their rights. This panel will discuss the advancements and challenges in implementing commitments on human rights and Roma inclusion policies at central and local level in Western Balkans and Turkey. It will also analyze the coherence of working channels, targeted advocacy, and required capacities to achieve the needed change in the field. It will also present some lessons learned, good practice in implementing European Commission and Council of Europe joint initiatives. Council of Europe started working around 13 years ago on Roma inclusion in Europe and Western Balkans. And the Roma and Travelers Division reinforced these efforts in 2017 when it initiated the Romacted one joint program together with the DG NIR and the European Commission. Then in 2021, the Romacted 2 program, and in 2023, the Roma Integration Joint Program, which all aim to improve local and central capacities and to ensure better Roma inclusion policies, better services, and coordination to bring the Roma issues at the forefront of the public agendas. The ultimate aim of these programs and the joint efforts is to ensure that the lives of Roma communities are better in all key areas of education, housing, employment, health, civil registration, but also in combating discrimination and antigypsyism. These efforts fully align with the European and national policies for Roma social inclusion, and they are also in line with the EU Roma Strategic Framework for Equality, Inclusion and Participation, and the Council of Europe Strategic Action Plan for Roma and Travelers Inclusion. We have a distinguished panel who will share their insights and enable further discussion on Roma inclusion agenda at central and local level. And each panelist will have maximum 10 minutes for their first interventions, and then we will open the floors for questions and comments. And I really hope we will have a very interactive discussion. The topic is quite interesting and demanding. So I would like to open the panel with our first speaker, Marta Garcia Fidalgo, who is a Roma policy advisor at the DG NIR, the European Commission, who will share with us her insights regarding the progress on Roma integration through European policy framework.
Thank you very much.
Yes.
Thank you very much, and thank you for coordinating the organization of this event. For me, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here in this meeting on challenges and opportunities in coordinating the central and the local efforts on Roma inclusion. What I was requested is to talk not directly about this subject, but to put this meeting in the context where we are now on the EU enlargement process. And I think first we have to say that from the political level, enlargement is much higher on the political agenda. The last year, I will say, definitely there has been a lot of attention to enlargement, and we have important changes that it was totally unthinkable 5 years ago. We have now as a new enlargement countries, Georgia, Ukraine, Moldova. We have also now progress in Bosnia and Herzegovina when they will start the fulfillment of the remaining commitments. So this is incredibly important. And it's not only a political decision, the machine is working, and now we have the screening that are taking place for these countries. And you know, the one that have the previous process, when the machine is working, no one can stop it. So I don't know if it's good or bad, but I think this is the situation. Second point of the concept, Roma inclusion is part of the negotiations of chapter 23. That is a very important chapter on judiciary and fundamental rights. Is one of the key chapters that have an effect on all the negotiations, and Roma is dealt with in the fundamental rights part. Is also we have now, in order to understand better the situation in the new Eastern countries, Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova, a survey that is ongoing, and we are going to have, in the beginning of next year, the first result, meaning that we are going to know what is the situation, the baseline in all priority areas. And I think this is really important. But allow me to move to a very key, very high political element of the context. And this is the reform and growth plan from the Western Balkans. And I was speaking at the entrance with one of the ambassadors on this growth plan, and he told me I had never ever saw a proposal of the Commission going so fast from the proposal to the adoption, and that's proved definitely the political priority. So this growth facility will cover the period 2024-2027. It joins an envelope of 6 billion, meaning that this envelope is going to spend in these really 3-4 years, and it will have 2 million of grants and 4 million of loans. And what is also very important, and some people ask the question, is nothing to do with IPA. IPA will remain as it stands with its budget, is topping up what is the IPA. And the objective is to accelerate the social economic convergence. And what is also very important with the growth plan, it works about results. So now there are political ideas, but the money, each country, we are going to get it progressively when the reform has been and the objective achieved. What has been the way of this very fast-track proposal? In November, it was the proposal of the Commission. Last week, the 4th of last week, it has been a provisional agreement on a trilogue between the Parliament and the member state, the COREPER. Yesterday, it was in COREPER, and the COREPER has definitely given his green light, and we expect that it will be finally adopted in the plenary of the end plenary on April, meaning the last plenary before the elections of the European Parliament. So you have seen how this process has gone and what is the important. And the questions we can do is, but this is something that has to see with the Roma file. And what we talk when we talk about the Roma file, and I think what is important to understand is that we are talking of the objective of the growth plan to push forward the socio-economic reform, meaning socio-economic reform. So the reform also, in order to harness the benefits of the growth plan, it is necessary to take and to involve all the population, also the Roma population with the potential they have, and was mentioned in the previous meeting that most of the Roma are youth now. So if we want to get the the benefits of the growth plan, Roma need to be included. But I was telling you about the adoption of the Roma from the EU side. But where we are with the countries, and the countries are now working on the reform program, and that's very important. And if you get one single message from my presentation is the reform programs are still being done, and it's very important that you ensure that your governments include Roma dimension in this growth plan. It's definitely very important because the growth plan implementation will be about what is in these reform programs, and this can be included. Of course, the better way is to be included nominatively and Roma address, but also if you build doors, if you build the possibility to mainstream Roma in education, in employment, then that will be very good for the future. And I will ask you, civil society, national Roma contact point, but that when you are going to be back, you really ensure that this growth plan includes the dimension. But allow me to finish with this event. Is the challenges and opportunities working together at the central and local level. And they have a different and the same role. They have the same objective, but the responsibility of the central level is to define the policy, adopt the strategies, the action plans, put the necessary money to implement them, because this is a central responsibility also, but the reality is only at local level. Where the discrimination is seen, when the problem exists, when the kids cannot finish the school, where they have no infrastructure for housing, this is the local level. And this is why the local action is so important. And I go back to the previous event, and this is why it was so nice to see some municipalities and mayors that take the responsibility. But these two levels, central and local, cannot work back not looking to each other. We can only get progress if there is a close cooperation between the central and local level, and if there is to understand each other, the other problems, the other competence, what they can do or cannot do. To finalize this, what I say, the importance of cooperation and coordination, the importance of the central and local level has been reflected on our IPA funds. We are funding 2 projects, both implemented by the Council of Europe, one supporting the central authorities and one supporting the local authorities. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Marta, for sharing this very meaningful views regarding the growth plan, regarding the European Commission programs related to Roma inclusion, and also the central and local coordination efforts. Now I would like to invite our next panelist, Eleni Tsetseku, the head of the Roman Travelers Division at the Council of Europe, to share with us the Council of Europe initiative and standards that contribute to Roma rights, but also to the synergies at national and local level. Eleni, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Christina. We are not very many left, okay, but I think the most important are here, no? And I would like to thank Marta for all these years of cooperation with the European Commission. Active participation, empowerment and capacity building are in the core of our action, and it has been a tremendous work put in at local level, as you said, through our projects, first Romacted and Roma integration, but also Romact, which operates in Bulgaria, in Romania, and very soon also in Greece, in my country. Just numbers sometimes are important, because what we want from these projects is to ensure sustainability. And then I will come back to the action of the Council of Europe, but just to give you some numbers, because I think numbers count, and it proves that these projects have secure sustainability in the places where they have operated. For example, the Romact project since 2013 has been working with 188 municipalities and has generated about 134 million euros in Romania and 20 million in Bulgaria. Romacted, which does not target only local authorities but also Roma communities, making the bridge between, because tango needs two to be danced, you know. So it is very important. Romacted uses the methodology of Romact, but goes beyond the local authorities, and has generated 1.5 million euros, which is important for the places where you know, local action makes changes in the lives of people. I would like also to mention the general action of the Council of Europe, and here I have my colleague from EESC, and we are working a lot in thematic files, and so we have what we call a strategic triangle of the Council of Europe, the standard setting, and we produce recommendations. The recommendations are papers, you know. But then, as I said, once they are adopted by the Committee of Ministers, Member States, they should implement the recommendations. That's why we come with assistance activities from the joint projects, but also from the ordinary budget of the Council of Europe, and with cooperation with other international organizations like OEC, ODIHR, or European Commission, to assist the Member States to implement our standards. Our standards are the recommendations, but also are the decisions, the judgments of the European Court of Human Rights, the decisions of the Social Rights Committee, and also the recommendations of the monitoring bodies. How we are doing that? Of course, in direct contact through our intergovernmental committee, with our project partners, but also we have two big institutions, which is the Parliamentary Assembly, where we have the representatives of the national government, parliaments. So they're the ones that they take decisions for your lives. You know, and they come to Strasbourg, and what we are trying now to organize is a network of Roma-friendly parliamentarians who will go back to their countries. We need to educate them, who will go back to their countries, to their national parliaments, and will take up the Roma topic, and they will promote Roma policies. And also the Congress for local and regional authorities, very important. Not very many Roma-friendly mayors are there, but it is also time to work with them and to bring them closer to us. So I don't have I'm not going to give you details on the projects because Gülten will speak about it. But I would like just to say that we should not stop just on the projects. It is important for the civil society, but also for the representatives of the governments to know our standards and to use our tools and to take opportunities and to take all opportunities and to raise awareness about what we are doing, because this, creating allies is very important. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Eleni. Now we would like to go specifically to discuss more about central level coordination related to very specific policies and programs that target Roma inclusion. And I'd like to give the floor to Habib Haredini, who is the National Roma Contact Point from Kosovo. And he's also the director of the Office for Good Governance, Human Rights, Equal Opportunities and Anti-Discrimination in the Office of the Prime Minister of Kosovo. Please share with us your perspective on stakeholders coordination from policy to practice, and which aim to improve the situation of Roma.
Thank you very much, Christina, dear Marta, dear Eleni, dear all. I really wanted to thank you for the opportunity to participate in this important meeting. In the beginning, I want to mention the importance of coordination for all stakeholders, including institutions, civil society, and international organizations. The operation of this triangle will influence to determination of priority to improve the situation for Roma community, not to duplicating project, increasing transparency, and the joining of new synergy. I would like to share with you some good practice for coordination with actors, different actors at the institution level, civil society, and regional project for the Roma community. It is very important to increase cooperation, strengthening dialogue and communication with these three key pillars for the coordination and development of policy for the Roma community. We have established a permanent cooperation with these three key pillars, and this reflected transparency, not discrimination, and setting priority in the development of national policy for the Roma community. This good coordination has brought progress in three areas. In cooperation with civil society, we have created the National Platform for Protection Against Discrimination of the Roma community. This platform, easy to use and accessible in all local language, and of course this has increased the credibility for reporting. Since for 56 cases have been reported, 6 cases were sent in courts, 9 cases ombudsperson, 4 cases in education inspectorate, and others for different ministry and municipality. You can find in details in website www.reportnotdiscrimination.org. Of course, this platform now have success. For example, in Kosovo, not only government and civil society to work together, many NGO, to inform citizens to report and to use this online platform. Seeing the importance of the implement of the Roma community, as government, we have created mechanism that to promote implement of the Roma community. This mechanism have much diversity. In this mechanism participate all ministry, different independent agency, civil society, NGO, and together to working in this direction. In 2003, we implement 32 in the police, 40 in the security force, also together for civil society, for NGO in Kosovo. End of last year, launched a big campaign to call Share the Equality. And this campaign now has big success only for 3 months. Ministry of Interior Affairs has opened this year a competition for 18 positions only for the Roma community in public administration. If strengthening dialogue between and cooperation institutions, civil society, and different international community, easy to see little progress and to mobilize all structure. And for 6 months, I see a little progress in all institutions, specific for employment. Just to share to you another issues, in order to increase the possibility for employment, we are investing in higher education. 50 Roma students only in one university in Prizren studied Roma young community. Maybe you are know for this city. This city have good education, not only in Balkan, in Europe. In this year, I now have 2 PhD candidates for Roma, young Roma community. Of course, our institution support, international community. I think all structure mobilized to invest in high education. You have good education, easy, and to prepare some things for employment. Just to share to you another thing. For example, thanks to good cooperation and coordination in Kosovo, now have good practice of professional cooperation has been created in the practical aspect. We organize a regular meeting with municipality directors and official responsible to work only for community in municipality. Marta before mentioned War Office and Prime Minister invite every 3 months regularly deputy mayor, invite different directors in municipality, director of education, health, housing, and others. 2 weeks ago, War Office organized big event to invite all structure and 32 municipality, and in parallel to invite senior officer in different ministry. For example, if invite some director for health, in same times invite senior officer of Ministry of Health or Education, together to to strengthen dialogue and together to implement some project. This is very, very helpful, and in this time, in 12 municipalities now have action plan in framework of national strategy, and another municipality in process to approve. I have some progress for every action plan for 12 municipalities now have a budgeting separate to implement activity. I understand many issues problematic in municipality need to address not only mayor, need to to strengthen all synergies at center and local level and to work together in this direction. And in cooperation with NGO, civil society, in government, first time a library in Roma language has been opened and located in the center of the government of Kosovo. Of course, this first library in Balkan and Europe located only in office of Prime Minister, and show culture and diversity for a Roma community. And it is also a key window for young Roma community to change idea, to learn and collaborate with the government. For example, I invite every 2 months young generation in government building to use library and to discuss together. And sometimes to invite Deputy Prime Minister or some Minister for Education or other to give some, lecture and together to discuss. I think for 1 year, very, very strengthening. For example, young Roma, of course, to understand, to familiar for government, and sometimes, how to say, to organize some event and to invite other young community for different municipality or village to use this library. Just these little progress joint, not only War Office or government to create this library, this idea together for civil society and NGO. And all these achievements are the result of coordination and cooperation with all stakeholders and influence it in practice. And I like to say for good, brilliant cooperation for Roma Integration Project 3, Roma Acted, NGO, and other international community in Kosovo. And other thing, very short, if I have time to raise here, I think it's very good practice and very helpful for our institution. I start to practice last year. For example, if in our government start to prepare some national strategy for child rights, for women, people disabled, another strategy for non-discrimination and hate speech, I involve community for Roma, not to see Roma community and NGO to involve only on national strategy for Roma. It is very helpful to, if start to implement now, easy to see this progress. And what next? Just very, very short. To increase more transparency and cooperation, not to duplication activity, and to establish joint priority at the country level. This idea to together institution, civil society, and different regional projects for Council Europe and others. And every 3 months to organize a coordination meeting within institutions, civil society, project for Roma with our financing by the Europe Commission, Council Europe, Open Society Foundation and other. Need together for every month to discuss and to see which priority and not to duplicate or together to, how to say, to join synergy and to implement national strategy and other, how to say, project. And 3, to change of experience between the country or the region to see benefit each other. I know many countries have some progress for different fields, for housing, for education, for data collection, and why not to see, to learn each other, to see best practice and to put in our country. And just to share to you some good example for antigypsyism. Last year and this year, War Office to put big priority on government, of course, together for public administration and NGO. Now signed memorandum understanding last year to working to raise capacity building for 75 civil servants. And now this year, how to say, dedicate more to work to raise capacity building for civil servants in local level, for municipality. This year, start to my office and government, of course, and civil society, to working together to revise a law for non-discrimination, to see to include some article or chapter to include anti-gypsyism in law. Easy for us in future to address these issues in some strategy or policy or action plan. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Habib, for sharing this very interesting and meaningful good practices from Kosovo. And it would definitely help to share even more this type of experiences and good practices with other beneficiaries, both from central and local level. Now I would like to invite Ljubiša Petrović, the mayor of municipality city of Bijeljina, which is a partner municipality in the Roma Acted program in Bosnia and Herzegovina, to share with us the responsibilities and challenges of local authorities in implementing plans for Roma inclusion. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Christina. Once more, good afternoon to everybody. I want to say it's great honor and pleasure to be here in Brussels, and today is a big day for the citizens of the city of Bijeljina, because this award means a lot, and this panel discussion, it's to open many topics. It's very, very important that for us in Bijeljina, it's north and east part of the Bosnia and Herzegovina. About the number of the citizens is about 130,000 citizens, and about 2% of the Roma population, and less 0.8 percentage about Slovakian minor community. I would say for us it's one of the 4 key words are partnership. The partnership, it means that we have a very, very good collaboration with the Council of the Europe department in the Bosnia and Herzegovina, Sarajevo, with Ms. Maja Grujic. It's also mean that we have a good partnership with the NGOs. It means that today with us, Dragan Jokovic is the association or NGO organization for Roma men and women inclusion. That means a lot, because the communication in double direction, it means hold the challenges, the communication with the citizens, they help us so much. And in that partnership, it means the association of the women's Romkinja. It means also for the one huge thanks to them, because the human rights, it's also one of the 4 key words for us. The first one, I would say partnership, communication, human rights, and rule of law. That is one of the, I would say, our society, whole system. If that functioning very well, everything's going just fine. But for me, as a human being, for all of us, for all the citizens of the city, it's Bijeljina, it means a lot to be the mayor with a huge responsibility and the challenges. It means that we are share and good and bad. It means that in that share, I would say on the example, we get the invitation for a Roma wedding. It's something that means a lot to be present here as a mayor, as a man, as a medical doctor with my colleagues. Also, to share the sad when we are present at the funeral, to share that emotion. Why? Because if we share that emotion, values, we are all of good on the good pathway, all together. In that partnership, I will separate the good one practice and collaboration with the Ministry for the Human Rights and Refugees on the state level. And I would say less good collaboration with government of Republic of Srpska. And I will sign every word, Marta, about the centralization. That's the good pathway. At our example, it's not quite good with that collaboration with Republic level, because most of that challenge are present at the local level authority, and we are in good result, like a measurable results here to take award and to share that happiness with our citizens. Why? Because we follow our citizens, Roma citizens, on since from the date of the birth through the subvents for the newborn babies. Every newborn babies on the city of Bijeljina, there is a budgeting subvents for local level authority from the local budget. Step forward is kindergarten subvences for whole children from the city of Bijeljina, even the private kindergarten or public kindergarten, the same level of the subvences to the price for the parents, and something that I'm proud very on my colleagues from chief of the department for the society here, Ljubiša Stanisic, who is with us, is with also organization Otaharin, is strongly together idea for the big building of the first shelter in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we are proud because we started this spring before maybe almost the same day when the Bosnia and Herzegovina get the green light for the Council of the Europe for a negotiation for the membership of the EU. And that's good signal, because our plan, it means that the shelter will start work till September next year. It means a lot for us. For the shelter is for the children without the parents' care, and the children into the risk. And it means really a lot for us, and we are supported of the Council of Europe for the building. Also, the partnership of the Caritas from Switzerland, it's, I would say, very, very dynamic in the field of the Roma minority and for the education, because they are supporting us through the moral and support and through the funding also, like the Council of Europe, of course. After that, our success together is free school books for whole elementary school children, and school ads in the packet. All that measure I mentioned, that is from the local level budget, from the city of Bijeljina. After that, the follow-up our citizen, it means the employment program for the Roma. And again, I have to say huge thanks to Caritas of Switzerland, because they are supporting us with the moral and to the funding also. It means a lot to, I would say, our Roma families be social, economic, sustainable, to have work, their jobs, their own jobs, and through the companies in the double direction. I would say the next step for us, it means in the respecting human rights. It means one of the, I would say, the chain of the functioning through the Republic of Srpska level is the fund of the health insurance. We are not completely satisfied in that field, because there is a need for much more effort for all of us to rise up or increase the healthcare system. Because as a medical doctor, before I became the mayor, through the Hippocrates oath, we said that all the patients, all the citizens are the same. But in the reality, there is many challenges because the health system care on the republic level, it depends from the situation. There is no system measurable to every citizen has the same level of protection, and some of the citizens may feel excluded from the health care system protection, and we include that and participate in health system protection, even that is not our low obligation, and so on. Many challenges, really, and very proud today because with my colleagues of the mayors, we are all together. This is one of the fantastic idea for the most friendly Roma mayor award. We will always make a good competition, make a good moves, step forward, respecting every human being, city of Bijeljina, Bosnia and Herzegovina, whole Europe, whole world, and this speaking with the full lungs and full wealth and good promotion, good European values, and with one wish to very frequently have the meeting with the mayors of the region, Western Balkan and Turkey, and that's the good pathway to use this opportunity of the candidates of the European Union, because the best partnership for the European Union and the countries of the Western Balkan is collaboration with local level authority to build the capacity to step forward slowly but safe, without the challenges from the maybe republic or state level, because the mayor and the city or municipality administration is the first level contact line with the citizen, with many challenges, advances, and this is good opportunity to speak about these topics. Thanks one more time, and hope we shall see soon in Bijeljina. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mayor, for your dedication, first of all. It's really amazing to see such a commitment from local level authorities. Congratulations once again for the award. And hopefully we can see this type of examples also in other municipalities, other countries, and so on. Thank you. Now I would like to invite Gülten Mustafova, who is the project officer of Romacti, the program in North Macedonia, to share with us insights about community empowerment and prerequisites for meaningful participation from the experience of Romacti, the program in all Western Balkans and in Turkey. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina. Because this panel is for challengers, this is my biggest challenge to speak last for today. So I hope to be short and clear so you can listen to me. Romacti program represents one very important step forward in addressing the pressing needs to a holistic approach to catalyzing community-driven transformation and fostering inclusive dialogue with the local stakeholders. This initiative stands as an alarm for nurturing political will and connecting the active involvement of the local authorities in advancing democratic governance at the grassroots level, of course. And in its core of the program, it's dedicated to empowering the Roma community and amplifying their voices and agency in shaping the path of their own development, which is very important. The value of this initiative is the implementation of participatory work cycle, which serves as a basis for fostering meaningful engagement and collaboration with the Roma community. The Romacti program shows and have shown until now to be an example towards more inclusive and responsive governance practices, where the Roma community emerged as an active partner in the detection of sustainable development and social cohesion. through its firm commitment to fostering constructive dialogue and mobilizing collective actions. The program is not only empowering the Roma community, but also cultivates a more equitable and resilient society, of course, for all. Because Roma people are important, their inclusion and their empowerment is important for all in this municipality. Roma Acted program is active in 78 municipalities in the Western Balkans and Turkey, and achieved until now to establish in total 114 community action groups, which have around 2,000 Roma community members, which includes also women, youth, and returnees. Roma empowerment activities are essential to our work, and in the previous period, the program has started in 2021, this is our final year, has trained more than 2,000 community members on different topics, such as empowerment of civil society, anti-discrimination, anti-gypsyism, anti-Roma narratives in communities, Roma identity, language and culture, gender equality, Roma women empowerment in all the countries, free legal aid, and free legal aid services has also been provided, quality education, employment, and project cycle management. These are also all part of the standard that Eleni has previously mentioned that we are trying to implement at the local level. I can give also some examples of the Roma empowerment through the Roma Acted program, which was very important. We have so many actions in all the countries, but I would like just to mention a few. The Roma community, like in Tuzla Canton, was supported in their advocacy effort to include Romani language in the school curricula. Also, the advancement of having Romani language in the official use at the municipal level in two municipalities in Kosovo. Another positive joint energy was with the World Bank in developing training curricula on transformative grassroots leadership in Serbia. In North Macedonia, through the small grants activities, we had a tutoring program for Roma children as a post-COVID measure, where 471 Roma children were included, and 44% were girls, which is very important. So this is some of the examples. Also, in Bosnia, it was developed a monitoring tool for the local action plans. And here I would like to mention also to connect with what Eleni previously said, that 1.5 million euros were, yes, co-financed and were ensured by the local budgets in all these 78 municipalities, which is very important. The implementation of 133 small grants Shem project was among the principal activities in 2023, and now they are finalizing this year. And the must be noted that the community action groups members were actively involved in the developing of these actions and in the implementation and monitoring of these actions in all beneficiaries. It's also, yes, important to mention that more than 40% Roma women were actively included in all the activities of the Roma Acted program in all beneficiaries. However, the program not only provides capacity building on Roma responsive budgeting for the local authorities, for Roma responsive policies, but also for the Roma community at local level. We provide this kind of capacity building, which is important tool for the community to easily set up their priorities, to have more constructive dialogue with the municipal administration, of course. We will remain committed in the next period in overcoming diverse challenges, of course, for striving to reshape the perspectives of the local authorities, which was not very easy in the past, when and where, of course, necessary, where is necessary, and extending our support to others, all in fostering for a better society and ensuring equal opportunities for the Roma community. Through tireless advocacy, of course, and proactive engagement, we attempt to break the barriers and cultivate a culture of inclusivity, where the integral dignity, rights of every individual, particularly those within the Roma community, are fully recognized and respected. Our collective efforts are dedicated to encouraging a society where diversity, of course, is celebrated and where every member has the chance to thrive and to contribute meaningfully for equal opportunities and for equal society. At the end, I would like to thank to all the people behind the scenes. That will be the facilitators that are working in the field, the municipal administration, the municipal contact points, the community action groups, and of course the institutional working groups that we have in every municipality. So thank you. I think this was short and clear what we work in all these beneficiaries, and I'm here for all the questions that you have. Thank you.
Thank you, Gülten. Now I would like to open the floor for any questions or comments, both from the room and also online. If we have any question, please. Yes. Thank you.
My name is Handan Sazlıkaya Akli. I am a representative of the Turkey, and I am working on as an expert on Ministry of Family and Social Policies. Activities on social inclusion of Roma are carried out and coordinated by the Social Inclusion Department of our Ministry, and the department also the national contact point of the Turkey. We are facing so many challenges to monitor and coordinate the policies and implementations at national and local level, as the speakers said before. But in the process, we are trying to develop our solutions. As you know, we published new strategy in January 2023. And unlike previous action plans, in this action plan we envisaged the preparation of action plans at local level, and we started the necessary work to ensure that local action plans are also prepared following the publication of the national action plan. In this way, we paved the way for taking different measures to address the different needs that exist locally. Local action plans have already been prepared and being implemented in 23 provinces now. For 2023, we also followed the reporting of local action plans and prepared a report. However, you mentioned before, the mechanism at local level needs to be strengthened and supported. Increasing the institutional capacity in the local level will make the local action plans to be prepared in the coming period more target-oriented, more concrete, and these action plans will better meet the needs of the local community. For this purpose, we are waiting for your support. We prepared a project, namely Local Roma, and submitted to the IPA3 period 2024 programming. And we have not received a return from you, and we wish that approval process of the project will be concluded quickly and positively. Thank you for your interest.
Thank you, Handan. Any other questions or comments? Yes, Adriatic.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Indeed, I think what we learned in the past is that having also different stakeholders engage sometimes, the mandate of one institution with the other also has limits. So I'm very happy that finally we have Council of Europe managing the local and the central level. And we're looking forward to see a lot of success when it comes to intercooperation among this crucial coordination of it, because coordination do demand a lot of efforts, and often institutions are not willing to coordinate, but rather than to execute what they have in mandate. And we have seen that in several years of our experience and expertise. But I also wanted to appeal the engineer, because we're having also, or call the engineer, because we're having fantastic experts in the room, fantastic people as National Roma Contact Point. Sometimes we have them, sometimes we don't, because there are changes in the country, and we should use that momentum, having these people around, to use their, not only their expertise, but also because I do understand that within the structures of the given ministry that our colleagues are, it's very difficult to keep the priorities on Roma inclusion because of many challenges our countries are facing. So we would have to, I think, focus more into coordination between national Roma contact point and the local authorities. Because at the very end, I'm sure the Roma project knows very well, but at the very end, the local authorities are those who have the first encounter with citizens. And that we need to make sure that this cooperation is also supported financially at some point, or establishing pilot models here and there that can be serve as inspired towards our government in the Western Balkans and Turkey. And perhaps also why not having an award as well when it comes to the most Roma-friendly contact point. I mean, they are friendly, but we need to invent something there. So we award these amazing people we have with us, and they're following the path. I mean, remember Mabera, she said from 2003, doing a fantastic work in Roma inclusion, not only in Albania, but also being chaired as what was the award, what is RD Rom now, but before was called... Exactly, which have given fantastic contribution to have the results we're having today. But we also need to make sure that we need to keep the pace within our institutions, which often they are weak, they lack resources, and sometimes they also are frustrated because they report in different fora. And a call I want to make here, which I'm doing a lot in the past, is that my understanding and what I hear from our institutions, they report a lot during their duties. So they report to the Commission, they report to UN, they report to all the subgroups within that are in the Council of Europe, ECRI, here and there. And we need to make sure, I mean, I see people's faces that, yeah, that's true, but we need to make sure that they don't only spend time on reporting, because you also have to look at it from your point of view. If you only do the report, then there is nothing to execute because there's no time. And on top of that, they need to report to their institutions and then the Prime Minister office, which makes this reporting the only thing they do in it. But they do much more. So we need to think, despite of the rules that are there, demanding rules, we need to think, and when it is a call for innovation, we also need to think, what can we innovate that these amazing people, including us, do not only write reports, but also have enough time and resources to implement things that will benefit the citizens, including Roma, in their countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adriatic. Any reaction from the panel? Yeah, of course. Yeah. Okay.
Okay. It's very interesting to be now with you because I'm all day, but in this part of the day, I like the last things what tell the Mister from Albania. I'm president of organization. I write and work European project. I am from Italy, but originally I'm from Serbia. This is mean that I know what is happening in the Italy, in EU countries, how we're doing the EU projects, and what is happening in the Balkan countries, how they need to do European project, and especially now, because, for example, for CER project, Macedonia is not inside and Montenegro is not inside. I'm so sorry because of this. And it's very difficult for Roma organization. I speak like Roma organization now, not like institution, not like Roma Point Center or something like this. I want that you see how we feel, we Roma organization, what we feel, our feeling. The feeling is that the first is very difficult to be partner. I don't speak about coordinator, to be only partner in some EU project, because Roma organization is little organization, they don't have enough funding. Second thing is co-financiamento, part of co-financiamento, especially for Balkan countries is very big problem, because 1,000 or 5,000 euro in Balkan country is very big money for one organization. And you need to think about this, if you want that Roma organization be more empowerment and to start to present directly or to like coordinator, like partner EU project to find the way. Second things about the report is true. The good things that for the budget we have now these lamps, lamps, how you call, and we don't need to lose so much time to speak about the budget is good things. But I hope also for this narrative report or middle report or something like this, that we have possibility to change something, because in the end, me like coordinator, I can work more with my grassroots, with my community. I must be minimum 10 to 12 hours in the computer to write the things. And I feel that I lose so much, because in the end, if I'm not with my community, I don't know what is the problem of my community. And then when I present the project, like also do some not Roma organization, present the project, write the fantasy, and then we need to make these things to fantasy. But it's really very difficult. Sorry, because I disturb your part of this day, but I think that is also nice to listen a little bit something directly from us. Thank you.
Thank you, Saskia. It's indeed useful to hear different perspectives. I think Mabera would like also to have an intervention.
Thank you. From my experience and my 22 years working in the Ministry of Labour and Social Policy, like head of department and coordination of the cabinet of all my ministries until now, I learned that it's very important, if we would like to have some success, to include all stakeholders who are in their charge for one issue. For Roma issue, when we start in 2005 to work for the Roma issue, I invite all the stakeholders, starting from Roma NGOs, ministries, local self-government, all the experts, come and work with me if we would like to have success. If I work alone in the ministry, I will not have any success. But all the projects which we start in North Macedonia, I work with all stakeholders. Roma Acted project, we start with Romed 1, Romed 2. Macedonia was the leader because we work very, very close with all mayors on the ground, with all NGOs, Roma, non-Roma, with all ministries. It wasn't very easy because ministry is responsible to create the policies, but I'm not implemented the policies. The documents are implemented by the local self-government, by the NGOs, not by me. But my responsibility is to coordinate all activities, to write reports, to inform, and the government and the ministries where we are doing well, where we have an issue. So I think that all for us, we have to work closely with all stakeholders if we would like to have some success. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Any last intervention from the panelists before we close? I think we have maximum 10 minutes. No? Oh, okay. So any last thoughts or reactions from the room? No? Then I would like to thank everyone for your attention and wishing you a nice evening. Thank you.
Just from the logistical point of view, apart from thanking you for this amazing day and participation, we really appreciate you coming and staying for the events. The ones that are paid participants, and they will know because they had their participation paid travel and accommodation, dinner for those ones, because, you know, instead of per diem, we decided obviously provide you with a dinner. It's at Kiev from 7:30. If you need guidelines, just approach me, but I won't be here very soon because we have to really vacate this room very soon. So for those that it's a paid participation, please don't forget you have dinner at Kiev at 7:30. Thank you so much, and wishing you a good evening. For tomorrow, the ones that have registered for the Roma Holocaust event, you have to be in front of the European Parliament in the big entrance from Place Luxembourg at 9 o'clock sharp, so that you can get your stickers and then be accompanied in the Parliament. There is a special regime of how you enter the European Parliament. And the speakers, okay? You're not, so for the regular participants, it's 9 o'clock, and for speakers, it's 8:45 in front of the Parliament. For the speakers, it's going to be a different